Hello everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter 2649, Great Flaming Elemental Python Array Plate, Goo Poison, Dark Erosion. 2. Complete Martial Arts Attributes, Chapter 2649, Great Flaming Elemental Python Array Plate, Goo Poison, Dark Erosion, 2. Next was another attribute bubble that surprised Wang Teng, Blue Loach Poison. This was how to make a poison. This was the poison contained in the round ball thrown by Lan Yu from the Lan family. As the attribute bubbles merged into his mind, the relevant knowledge floated into his mind. Wang Teng immediately knew how to make this poison. At the same time, he had some understanding of it. This poison was special. It was different from any poison that Wang Teng knew. Goo Poison. The poison was a mysterious item cultivated by the poison master using a special method. It could be a living creature or a plant. Normally, poison masters would use poison to cultivate and raise them. This would give them poison. When they used it, the plants or living creatures would silently enter their enemy's body, catching them off their guards. It was terrifying. Also, this poison was hard to get rid of, and it was hard to find an antidote. It was extremely troublesome to deal with. If a normal person got poisoned by the goo poison, he would be hopeless. It's Goo Poison. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. This secondary Career Alliance Exchange Conference was getting more and more interesting. All kinds of strange creatures had appeared. It was exciting. Oh, right, Lan Yu should be from the Lan family, the core family of poison, right? Wang Teng suddenly thought of something and got even more interested. It looked like the Lan family was worth paying special attention to. He mustn't let go of this fat sheep, Blue Loach Goo Poison, universe level, 1800-3000 foundation. Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board. 1800 points of attributes could only allow his mastery of this poison to reach the foundation stage. Also, based on the information, it was a universe stage poison. It meant that the poison was extremely useful to universe stage martial warriors. No wonder Lei Yan and the others couldn't resist it. Lastly, there was the rise of the 3 constellation forces. The constellation fire force came from the Lei family. Unfortunately, Wang Teng's constellation fire force had already reached the perfected stage. It wasn't of much help to him. The constellation poison force came from the Lan family. There were 5,500 points of it in total, which provided Wang Teng with some improvement. Poison Constellation Force, 60,000, 90,000, 9th level Cosmos Realm. I need 30,000 more points to achieve perfection, Wang Teng muttered in his heart. He didn't care anymore. 30,000 points would be a piece of cake after the exchange event. He would be perfected soon. The last attribute bubble was Constellation Wind Force. There were 12,000 points of it. Constellation Wind Force, 12, 30, 50,000, 5th level Cosmos Realm. 12,000 points of attributes allowed Wang Teng's Constellation Wind Force to rise. It was a good gain. All of this sounded long, but Wang Teng only needed a split second to pick up the attributes. Boom, a green sword glow cut through the air at an extremely fast speed. It contained the power of domain and merged with the other sword glows. At first it was inconspicuous, but with its sudden burst of speed, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to evade it. Wang Teng didn't let down his guard. His gaze flickered and his body turned into a ray of light. He took a step to the left, and evaded the sword glow. Bang! A huge hole appeared on the ground. Dust flew everywhere. Wang Teng appeared 100 meters away and glanced at the hole. The smile on his face disappeared gradually. He said calmly, "It looks like you don't want me to leave. In that case, I'll play with you." Boom. The moment he finished speaking, Wang Teng turned into a lingering shadow and dashed towards the man in the black gown. Ancient God's body, activate. True dragon battle physique, activate. Divine constellation physique, activate. 5-element divine physique, activate. As he charged forward, he activated his physique. Powerful auras erupted from Wang Teng's body one after another. In an instant, Wang Teng seemed to have changed into a different person. He turned from a scooter into a berserk dragon. He didn't even take out his weapon. He just raised his fist and punched his opponent. When his fist landed, a strong gale swept through the air, crushing the air around him. Bang! A dull thud was heard. A fist mark congregated on Wang Teng's fist, and he hurled it at the man in the black gown. The man in the black gown couldn't see his expression, but this was the first time he stepped back. He swept his battle sword out, wanting to force Wang Teng back, however. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. Wang Teng's fist landed on the sword glow and shattered it. Then it continued to slam into his opponent's battle sword without stopping. Clang! A metallic sound was heard. The battle sword didn't crack, but it vibrated violently. The man in the black gown was thrown back uncontrollably by the powerful force. What? Lian's jaws dropped in shock when she saw this scene. She couldn't care about criticizing Wang Teng anymore. There was only astonishment left in her heart. They knew how powerful the person in the black gown was. After all, they almost died in his hands. Yet, Wang Teng managed to send him flying with a single punch. She found it unbelievable. She wasn't the only one. Even the people outside widened their eyes in surprise as if they saw a ghost. Many people could tell that Wang Teng was powerful, but they didn't expect him to be able to send the man in black flying with a single punch, as expected of the owner of the God Stage Prodigy contract of the Virtual Universe Corporation. Great Elder Dan Chen and many others heaved a sigh of relief. They were anxious when they saw the man in black starting a massacre on the Herb Garden planet. The reason why they were allowed to fight in the Herb Garden planet was to test the abilities of these secondary profession talents. It wasn't just for the sake of slaughter. It wasn't to let these talents die either. Chapter 265, Flaming Elemental Python Array Plate, Goo Poison, Dark Erosion, 3. Even Great Elder Dan Yuan and the others felt their hearts aching when they saw so many talents with secondary professions dying. Fortunately, Wang Teng was among the talents with secondary professions. Herb Garden Planet. Bang! The man in the black gown flew back a few hundred meters before he managed to stabilize himself. He landed on the ground. The black robe he was wearing wasn't damaged at all. It was hard to tell if he was injured. Wang Teng stood some distance away with a calm expression. He slowly retracted his fist. He didn't care if he could injure his opponent with his punch just now. He said calmly, "I wonder if you can withstand my second punch." Lian, this fellow was boasting. "Your ability is not bad." The man in the black gown said in a hoarse voice. It was astonishing. This was the first time he expressed his admiration for other people's ability. In the past, even when he was facing the secondary professionals, his tone was filled with disdain. But you still have to die. Boom. The moment he finished speaking, the man in the black gown shot up. He turned into a black shadow and dashed towards Wang Teng. Green force blossomed from his body and congregated into a huge wind blade. It cut through the ground and slashed towards Wang Teng. The black gown flapped loudly in the gale. It turned into a huge black net and engulfed Wang Teng. Lian's expression tensed up. There was astonishment on her pretty face. The power that the man in the black gown released was twice as great as before. Suddenly, she felt a sense of defeat. Could it be that they didn't even force half of the other party's ability out? This was a huge stimulation. Wang Teng snorted. He didn't take out his weapon. Instead, he congregated a fist mark on his fist and confronted the attack. 5-element fist. A huge 5-colored fist mark slammed into the green light and collided with the man in the black gown. Boom explosions occurred. Force swept to the sides. Under everyone's astounded gaze, Wang Teng punched the man again and again. He was like a real human-shaped tyrannosaurus, pinning the man in the black gown on the spot and hammering him. The man in the black gown kept retreating and slashing his battle sword out. Unfortunately, Wang Teng forced him back, so the sword glows on them kept disintegrating. They couldn't hurt Wang Teng at all. He felt exasperated. Oh my God, he's so fierce. Is Wang Teng really a talent in the secondary profession? He doesn't look like one anymore. I feel that there's something strange going on. The people outside widened their eyes in disbelief when they saw the scene on the screen. He was a secondary professional talent, but he possessed abilities that normal martial warriors didn't possess. This gave everyone a huge boost. However, some people already knew about Wang Teng's situation, such as the people from the Great Qian Empire. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads when they saw the strange gazes around them. They felt a little embarrassed. They didn't know if they should laugh or cry. After all, Wang Teng's way of standing up was a little too violent. It wasn't compatible with a secondary professional, especially the two opposing factions, the Namos Empire and the Chidara Free Federation. They gave them strange gazes. Grandmaster Hua Yuan, is this the talent of your Great Qian Empire's secondary profession? Grandmaster Dobin couldn't help but ask, did you make a mistake? This is a secondary profession exchange event. A Grandmaster from the Chidara Free Federation chuckled. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the other Grandmasters felt their faces turning warm, but soon they glared back and said, is there a problem? Can't a secondary professional possess powerful martial arts ability? That's right. If he is like the others, he will die if he meets the person in the black gown. Grandmaster Alfred agreed. Grandmaster Wang Teng's martial arts is powerful, which proves that he's extremely talented. Do you have such talent? Even a gentle Grandmaster like Grandmaster Harrell couldn't help but open her mouth. The Grandmasters from the Namos Empire and the Chidara Free Federation froze. They felt awkward, especially when they heard Grandmaster Harrell's calm tone. It felt like a soft blade stabbing into their hearts. They felt extremely uncomfortable. On the other side, the Parkers family looked at the situation on the screen grimly. They were astounded by Wang Teng's ability. He was at the Cosmos realm, but he was suppressing a powerful Heaven Stage martial warrior. Wang Teng was improving too quickly. He was a monster. Many talents wouldn't be able to skip levels and fight with someone of a higher level than them. The difference between them was huge. The person in the black gown was at least at the peak of the Heaven Lord's stage. How did Wang Teng do it? Many people had the same question. They didn't understand why Wang Teng was so powerful. Boom! There was an explosion, and the man in the black gown flew out again. The two of them soared into the sky like two balls of light colliding. The green ball of light was thrown a few thousand meters away like a sandbag. The next moment, the green light dissipated, revealing the figure of the man in the black gown. His black gown was in a mess. There were burnt marks and signs of damage. Chapter 2651. Great Flaming Elemental Python Array Plate. Goo Poison. Dark Erosion. 4. A cold snort came from beneath the black gown. He didn't waste any time and raised his battle sword. A ball of dazzling green light blossomed and spread in all directions, forming a huge green domain. Woo-woo green wind blades appeared out of nowhere, creating gusts of wind on the spot. They swept out and engulfed Wang Teng in a green domain. Lian looked up and saw Wang Teng enveloped by the green domain. A hint of worry appeared on her pretty face. Can this fellow do it? Should she run away first? But he held back the man in the black gown for her. It wasn't a good idea to run away like this. In the end, she didn't run away. She took out the pill and fed it to the Le family. After consuming the antidote she made just now, she had recovered greatly and managed to suppress Lan Yu's poison temporarily. Lian got even angrier when she thought of Lan Yu. Compared to him, Wang Teng was still a human. "Are you playing domain with me?" Wang Teng glanced around him with a strange expression. The man in the black gown didn't say anything. He raised the battle sword in his hand. Endless wind force gathered and turned into a dazzling sword glow. It soared into the sky. Endless wind blades circled around the sword glow, instilling the power of domain into them. There were even wisps of power of laws of origin seeping out from the sword glow. Then they twirled around the surface of the sword glow and congregated into rune patterns. They gave off an occult aura. Wang Teng's pupils constricted slightly. He felt the aura exuded by the sword glow. He might seem nonchalant on the surface, but he wouldn't underestimate it. The next moment, a universe-level Earth battle blade appeared in his hand. He gave off a special aura Earth domain. A glaring light blossomed from the battle blade and spread in all directions. It turned into a yellow sky and enveloped his head. The wind blades around them were pushed away. The yellow sky blocked all the wind force. No gale was able to blow it away. Die. The man in black knew that he couldn't wait any longer. He slashed his battle sword out. The sword glow contained the power of domain and the power of laws of origin. It slashed towards Wang Teng instantly. Boom! The entire domain seemed to have merged into the sword glow as it bore down on Wang Teng. A normal heaven stage martial warrior would be flabbergasted if they saw this scene. However, Wang Teng remained calm and slashed his battle blade out. Boom! The blade cut through the air, the yellow sky pressed down and collided with the other party's sword glow. Ear-shattering explosions resounded in the universe, causing visible cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Lian and the Le family members who had woken up were not the only ones shocked by this huge commotion. Even the people outside were flabbergasted. What a powerful attack. Many universe stage martial warriors turned serious. They could feel the power of domain instilled in the attack. The battle in the sky didn't last for long. A cracking sound erupted under everyone's gaze. Crack, crack. The sound was extremely clear. It sounded exceptionally conspicuous as it echoed in the air. Everyone was shocked. They immediately looked in the direction of the sound and realized that cracks had appeared on the green sword glow. Good! Lepan was overjoyed and shouted uncontrollably. Wang Teng was a little infuriating, but he was powerful. If he could defeat the person in the black gown, Lian would be safe. Bang! At this moment, a dull thud was heard. The green sword glow shattered and turned into green rays of light. As for the yellow blade glow, its momentum didn't decrease. It engulfed the man in the black gown instantly. The man in the black gown slammed into a huge mountain behind him uncontrollably. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. The mountain in the distance shook violently, and a terrifying blade mark appeared on the peak. The man in black was thrown into the mountain. The next instant, the mountain exploded. Boom! 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 The man in black gown slammed into numerous mountains. The frightening, destructive power alerted all the star beasts in the mountains. The two domains disappeared in the blink of an eye as if they had never appeared. Wang Teng stood in the air with his blade in one hand and the other hand in front of his eyes. He looked into the distance and said, "Wow, you flew so far." Lian had never closed her small mouth. Her mouth was wide open, as if it could stuff a large ham in it. She looked at the cynical, black-haired figure in the sky with a complicated gaze. This fellow was different from the others. This might be the reason why he was proud. He was able to remain calm in front of a beauty like her. He didn't even take her to heart. At this moment, she couldn't help but compare herself with Wang Teng. She felt a tinge of eclipse. I wonder if he's dead. Wang Teng activated his real eye and looked into the distance. Suddenly, his expression changed. Huh. Roar? At this moment, a roar that didn't sound like a human's was heard. It echoed in the sky. Boom, a buzzing sound was heard. Then a glaring ball of dark green light erupted from the mountain range and soared into the sky, forming a terrifying pillar of light. Chapter 2652, Great Flaming Elemental Python Array Plate. Goo Poison, Dark Erosion, 5. What is that? Lian's expression changed. She stared at the pillar of light in astonishment. The people outside seemed to have seen something unbelievable, too. They stood up from their seats. Fuck! There's something wrong with this force. Why is it dark green? Why do I feel an evil aura? Could this be dark force? Dark force. These two short words caused everyone to fall into an eerie silence. The atmosphere turned extremely tense. On the high platform, Great Elder Dan Chen and Wang Teng had stern expressions on their faces. Their gazes were cold. Damn it. How dare the dark apparitions send someone into the Secondary Career Alliance? Great Elder's Tambelli's eyes were burning with anger. You're looking for death. Great Elder's Byers was infuriated, too. They didn't expect the person in the black gown to be a dark apparition. The Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters was known as one of the safest places in the universe. Yet dark apparitions managed to sneak in. What's more, they sneaked in during the exchange and killed the secondary profession talents. This was a direct humiliation and a slap in their faces. Good, what a dark apparition. Does he think that the Secondary Career Alliance is nothing? Great Elder Dan Chen laughed in anger. However, his gaze was extremely cold as he squeezed his words out of his throat forcefully. Get the Eternal Level Martial Warriors to act immediately. We must suppress this man in the black gown. There are dark apparitions on the Ore Planet and the Spiritual Beast Planet, too. We must get rid of them, Great Elders, Byers said. That's right. We mustn't let these dark apparitions escape. Great Elders, Tambelli nodded in agreement. Wait. Great Elder Dan Chen suddenly looked at Wang Teng on the screen. Wang Teng's expression was extremely calm even when dark apparitions appeared. He didn't show any signs of astonishment or fear. This gave him a different kind of hope. What is it? Great Elders Byers asked. Look at Wang Teng. Great Elder Dan Chen took a deep breath and said, Huh? This young man is quite bold, Great Elders Tambelli exclaimed in surprise. Even if he's strong, he doesn't have much chance of winning against the dark apparitions. Great Elder Byers seemed to know what Dan Chen was thinking. He frowned uncontrollably. Let's wait and see. It will be great if Wang Teng can solve it. If not, the Secondary Career Alliance will be embarrassed. Great Elder Dan Chen sighed. The dark apparitions and the Universe Behemoth were of different natures. When the Universe Behemoth appeared, they asked Eternal Level Martial Warriors to help. All the factions would understand. Others would think that the Secondary Career Alliance had high hopes for Wang Teng and didn't hesitate to send Eternal Level Martial Warriors. Also, the Eternal Level presences weren't of much help. In the end, Wang Teng solved the danger of the Universe Behemoth himself. Now, a dark apparition had appeared. If they couldn't deal with this dark apparitions quickly, the other factions would think that the Secondary Career Alliance was useless. The reputation they worked so hard to build would be destroyed. This matter would affect the reputation of the Secondary Career Alliance. If they allowed a participant to solve this matter, the Eternal Level Martial Warriors wouldn't be needed. This proved how confident and magnanimous the Secondary Profession Alliance was. Let the 3 Eternal Level Martial Warriors guard the 3 planets. If things don't go well, let them act. Seeing that the 2 Great Elders were still worried, Dan Chen spoke again. That's good. Great Elders Byers nodded. He's finally showing his true colors, Wang Teng muttered to himself as he looked at the dark green pillar of light in front of him. I feel a disgusted aura, the sunlight slug suddenly said. This person must have been contaminated by dark force, Wang Teng said. Dark force, no wonder, the sunlight slug said. You don't seem surprised. When you said that, he glanced at you. I guessed it, Wang Teng said calmly. He probably sensed the light aura around you. If not, I wouldn't have been discovered. I didn't know that, the sunlight slug was surprised. Otherwise, with my ability, I wouldn't have been discovered. Wang Teng glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and said confidently. The sunlight slug was speechless. It felt that it was being looked down upon Wang Teng. Lian's voice suddenly sounded beside Wang Teng's ear. Wang Teng lowered his head and saw Lian flying up from below. Her face was still a little greenish-gray, but she had recovered a lot. At least she could fly now. "Why are you here?" Wang Teng asked. "Let me help you," Lian said. "You?" Wang Teng gave her a strange look. "What's with that gaze?" Lian turned angry from embarrassment. Why don't you go down? You can't even defeat him before he released his full potential, much less his dark force now." Wang Teng was speechless. Didn't this young lady know her own ability? Help. It would be good enough if she didn't add to his trouble. Lian's face turned black. However, she realized that she couldn't refute. The feeling of being looked down upon made her uncomfortable. She really wanted to find a hole and bury herself. "Cough. Don't think too much. I can take care of it myself. You don't have to trouble yourself." Wang Teng noticed that her expression wasn't right, so he coughed awkwardly and tried to salvage the situation. Lian glanced at him until he shifted his gaze away guiltily. Her expression softened a little, and she retreated to the back without saying anything else. This fellow was irritating, but he was right. She would only drag him down if she stayed here. When she saw the dark apparitions appearing, she didn't think too much and just wanted to do her part. She decided to give up on this thought in case he looked down on her again. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that she didn't kick up a fuss. He looked at the dark green pillar of light in front. The man in black gown was rising slowly from the pillar of light. The black gown on his body had disappeared, revealing the bulging muscles below as well as the strange black patterns on his skin. One could feel the evilness in them just by looking at him. Heaven realm, they were mid-tier devil emperors. Wang Teng's gaze flickered slightly. He opened his mouth and said, "You're a human, right? Why do you look like a ghost?" "Ha ha ha ha." A low laughter came out of the man's mouth and echoed in the sky. He opened his arms abruptly, and his long hair danced wildly. He said frantically, "Of course it's for strength. Pardon me for being direct, but I don't think you're very strong." Wang Teng pouted and replied honestly. The man in the black gown, his laughter stopped abruptly. He stared at Wang Teng furiously, as if he was trying to see his ability. Lian felt speechless, too. Was this fellow looking down on dark apparitions? How courageous. If normal martial warriors saw dark apparitions, they would be on their guards even if they didn't run away. Yet he looked down on them. She suddenly felt a little curious. How powerful was this fellow? Chapter 2653. I told you, you're too weak. 1. Herb Garden Planet. A thick, dark green pillar of light shot into the sky like a pillar connecting heaven and earth. Many talents with secondary professions saw this scene from afar. They stopped and looked at the dark green pillar of light in surprise. Then they sensed something and turned grim. That looks like dark force. Some people even exclaimed and widened their eyes in disbelief. Why was there dark force on the herb garden planet? Many people couldn't believe what they were seeing. They even suspected that this was an illusion. They blinked their eyes furiously. In the end, the reality still gave them a huge blow. Indeed, it was dark force. Some people retreated involuntarily with fear and astonishment on their faces. They didn't dare to get any closer. Run. This was the first thought that appeared in their minds when they saw the dark force. However, they were still Grand Masters, so their hearts weren't weak. Hence, not many people escaped. Many people even went forward to see what happened or what they could do. After all, to all the people in the Light faction, the dark apparitions were their greatest enemy. Even if they were afraid, they must try their best to get rid of them. If not, they would be a huge threat. It wasn't just everyone. Most of them had this awareness. This is dark force contamination. Someone got contaminated by dark force. Hey, look, someone seems to be confronting the martial warrior who got contaminated by the dark force. That looks like Wang Teng. It's him, the talent who reached the 7th level in the Illusion Heart Pagoda. Voices were heard continuously. Everyone was even more surprised when they saw the situation in front. No one expected someone to dare to confront the dark apparition. Wang Teng ignored everyone's gaze and stared intently at the dark green pillar of light. He wondered how powerful this person would become after getting contaminated by the dark force. Roar. The man in the black gown didn't waste any time. He opened his mouth and roared into the sky. The dark green pillar of light retracted and entered his body. The next instant, a change occurred. The black-robed man's body started expanding. The black patterns on his body started squirming as if they were alive. They intertwined around his body like little snakes. As the black patterns intertwined around him, changes started to happen to his body splat. A sound like something breaking out of the body was heard. Wang Teng frowned uncontrollably. He looked at the forehead of the man in the black gown. A pair of black horns grew out of his forehead forcefully. His flesh was split open and fresh blood dripped down. It was a horrifying sight. This wasn't the end after the horns appeared. His face started changing. Numerous sarcomas started squirming and turning black. Within a few seconds, that face didn't look like a human's anymore. It gave people a disgusting feeling. Lian frowned. She had the urge to turn her head away. Was this the dark contamination? How scary. The dark contamination was a kind of devil transformation. It was related to the dark apparitions that used it. However, for someone who was contaminated by the dark force, this change was unpredictable. Some people became half human and half ghost. Others were lucky and only had some dark patterns. This person in the black gown belonged to the former. Normally, this change was irreversible. That meant that he couldn't turn back after getting the strength. It would be better if there were only dark patterns after getting rid of the dark force. He might be able to recover. As for this change, it was the type that couldn't be recovered. The people around him couldn't bear to look at them either. Many of them turned their heads. At this moment, the man in the black gown had tumors on his face, and his body was expanding too. Huge tumors started growing on his body. In the blink of an eye, the man's body had expanded to 4 to 5 meters in length. His skin was covered with tumors, making him look even more frightening. Crack. At this moment, the sound of bones rubbing against each other came from the man's body. Then his back bulged out as if something was about to break out of his body. Hiss. The sound of flesh tearing was heard. The man in the black gown screamed in agony. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Then a pair of dark green bat wings spread out gradually. This change didn't last for long. Before many people regained their senses, the man in the black gown had already turned into this state. It was astonishing. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. What a terrifying change. Is this the dark contamination? Exclamations were heard. The people who were close to him started retreating uncontrollably. They seemed frightened by the change in the man in black gown. Wang Teng shook his head and said calmly, "Is this what you call strength?" Roar. The man in the black gown roared in anger. He stared at Wang Teng with his crazy and chaotic eyes and shouted, "What do you know genius is like? You don't know anything. I took so much effort to reach the Grandmaster level, but I'm not as good as someone who has been cultivating for more than 100 years. Isn't it just a few decades? Why are you looking down on me? Why are you looking down on me?" Chapter 2654. I told you, you're too weak. 2. What does a few decades mean? Even if I'm a little behind, no one knows who will be the winner. Why are you being so arrogant? All of you follow the trend and flatter others when you see that their talent is higher than mine. Ha 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 ha. I will kill all of you one day. Kill you all. Angry roars came out of the man's mouth. The people around him turned silent for a moment. The other party's words were clear, so it wasn't hard to guess. Many people seemed to have seen a reflection of themselves. They were called geniuses since they were young. But after cultivating for more than 10 years or even 100 years, they suddenly realized that there was always someone better than them. Reality gave them a huge blow. People with a weak mentality would have a mental breakdown easily, especially for those extremely conceited people. This man in black gown was one of them. What's more, he collapsed completely and became a slave of the dark. This had happened many times in the history of the human race. Even the martial warriors from the light faction had many people who were oppressed and ostracized. The trauma in their hearts was easily magnified, and the dark apparitions had an opportunity to take advantage of it. Hence, when the light faction and the dark faction started a war, the most frightening thing for the light faction was the dark apparitions destroying the light faction from the inside, outside, in the Tianlan territorial domain. Everyone turned silent. They felt awkward and uncomfortable. Julius, it's Julius. How did he become like this? An old grandmaster trembled as he spoke. Who is he to blame for demeaning himself? Another grandmaster snorted. The other people from the Tianfeng Empire blinked. They didn't say anything, but from their expressions, one could tell that they weren't calm. They couldn't help but sigh when they saw someone they were familiar with turning into a ghost. Kill. The man in the black gown had gone berserk. His anger and hatred overpowered his rationality. With a shout, he dashed towards Wang Teng. Endless dark force surged out of his body continuously and filled up his entire body. It covered half the sky like a huge dark cloud. The dark green wings behind him flapped. Dark force and wind force merged together and turned into a tornado. They twirled around his wings, allowing his speed to reach a frightening level. In an instant, the man in black appeared in front of Wang Teng. An evil aura surged towards him. His expression was hideous as he stared intently at Wang Teng with his blood-red and crazy eyes. Die, boom. The man's hands turned into sharp claws as he attacked Wang Teng. Dark force congregated and turned into huge claw marks. Wang Teng squinted. He didn't expect the man in the black gown to be so fast. He released his fist without any hesitation. Explosions were heard. The attacks from both parties collided instantly. The fist mark and the claw mark collided violently in the air. Wang Teng and the man in the black gown were thrown back a few hundred meters. Then they shot out again. Wang Teng stepped on the air and punched his opponent continuously. However, the man in the black gown wasn't afraid at all. He released his dark force and his claw marks furiously. They collided with Wang Teng's fist mark. Even if you're in this state, you're still too weak. Wang Teng's voice was extremely calm. Roar. The man in the black gown got angrier. With the help of the dark force, he realized that he couldn't do anything to his opponent. This was driving him crazy. So the dark force is useless. You might as well cultivate obediently. Wang Teng continued attacking. Really, believe me, I've seen many people surrendering to the dark like you. In the end, they're all weaklings. The dark force isn't as good as you think. After getting contaminated by the dark force, you will turn into a ghost. You won't even be able to find a wife in the future. What a poor thing. Only an idiot would choose to get contaminated. It's normal to want to become stronger. However, surrendering to the dark apparitions is a little unreasonable. You're a traitor, understand? He tried his best to make his voice sound sincere, as if he was persuading a lost little lamb. Is it all right to stimulate the other party like this? Lian was speechless. The more Wang Teng spoke, the crazier the man in the black gown became. His attack power increased continuously as he hurled it at Wang Teng. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded in the sky. It was deafening. The onlookers in the distance were dumbfounded. Too powerful. The presence of this dark apparition was outrageously powerful. Many people wanted to help, but they hesitated when they saw this scene. They couldn't do it. If they went up, they might not even be able to withstand a claw attack from the other party. He thought for a moment and decided to give up. He shouldn't create trouble for the other party. At the same time, many people were astounded by Wang Teng's ability. He was able to fight with the dark apparitions evenly. This meant that Wang Teng was frighteningly powerful. What's wrong with Wang Teng? Why is he so strong? How would I know? That fellow is a pervert, damn it. How did a secondary professional cultivate to become powerful? Chapter 2655, I told you you're too weak. 3. A bunch of people were whispering in the distance. Their expressions turned strange. Wang Teng didn't look like a secondary professional. Instead, he looked more like a powerful martial warrior. This guy. Lian stood at the back. Her pretty face was filled with astonishment. Wang Teng's ability had exceeded her expectation. She felt that she had overestimated his ability, but it was still not enough. From the battle between Wang Teng and the man in the black gown, he was definitely a genius in the martial arts world. She had never met such a talent in martial arts. The young talents around her in the past couldn't be compared to this fellow at all outside. Is he so powerful? Great Elder's Tambelli was stunned. He knew that Wang Teng was powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so outrageous. After getting contaminated by the dark force, Julius became extremely powerful. He was much stronger than before. However, Wang Teng didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. He was still able to fight with Julius, who had been contaminated by the dark force. This was surprising in that case. We won't need eternal-level martial warriors. Great Elder Byers glanced at Dan Chen and said, Great Elder Dan Chen heaved a sigh of relief. However, his gaze was still fixed on the screen in the sky. This was his first suggestion. He hoped that Wang Teng wouldn't disappoint him. At the same time, everyone in the plaza was paying close attention to the battle on the screen. They were extremely tense. At this moment, Wang Teng became the center of attention, albeit a little off track, her garden planet. Boom. Julius appeared in front of Wang Teng in an instant. He changed his battle technique and a battle sword appeared in his hand. He slashed his sword violently and pushed it down on Wang Teng. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He raised his hand and released 2 punches. He was wearing battle armor, so he wasn't afraid of his opponent's battle sword. Also, he had the power of his fist. This sword might not be able to hurt him. Bang, however, his fist mark was shattered instantly. It turned into light and dissipated in the air. Wang Teng was thrown back a few thousand meters by the residual impact before he managed to stabilize himself. A cold expression appeared on his face.
I'm not playing with you anymore.
The moment he finished speaking, a battle sword appeared in Wang Teng's hand. The next instant, a pair of pure white wings spread out behind his back. After the other party spread out the dark green wings, he couldn't catch up with his speed anymore. Even though he used the light bolt skill, it was still the same. He had no choice but to use the wings of holy light. With these 2 battle techniques, his speed increased exponentially and he disappeared on the spot. He turned into a ray of white light and dashed towards Julius. Roar. Julius roared. He turned into a dark green light and shot out too. Clang. In an instant, the 2 battle swords collided in the air, giving off a crisp metallic sound. It echoed in the air for a long time. Wang Teng and Julius turned into rays of light and kept colliding in the air. They separated before colliding again. Clang, clang. Metal clangs were heard continuously. At the same time, Wang Teng's other hand didn't stay idle. He executed his sword skill with one hand and his fist skill with the other. They turned into white and holy fist marks as he hurled them out, fist of light. This was a universe-level light element battle technique. It was extremely powerful and was perfect for dealing with people contaminated by the dark force. Fist marks covered the sky like a white saint mountain, suppressing Julius. This was a majestic scene. The holy wings behind his back and the battle armor he was wearing made him look like the god of light, noble, holy, and inviolable. He was like an angel from the divine kingdom. Boom. In the end, Julius wasn't Wang Teng's match. He managed to block Wang Teng's sword glow, but he couldn't block Wang Teng's punches. After some time, he was pushed down by Wang Teng's fist of light and smashed onto the ground. His dark force kept hissing as if it was purified. White smoke rose from his body. The dark force was restrained. Wang Teng's light element battle techniques are so powerful. That's right, the person who got contaminated was suppressed in an instant. I didn't expect him to be a rare light element martial warrior. He's so powerful too. This talent is unbelievable. It looks like Wang Teng has mastered many light element battle techniques. He has both speed and attack. It's comprehensive. A strange glow flashed past Lian's eyes. The figure floating in mid-air had left a deep impression in her heart. The people outside were astounded when they saw this scene. They couldn't help but feel how powerful Wang Teng was. That brat has such a powerful light talent. In the great Qian Empire's seat, the furious flaming universe, lord from the Parker's family, clenched his fists uncontrollably with a black face. Light element martial warriors had a special position in the universe. Light element martial warriors were crucial in dealing with dark apparitions. Light element martial warriors with powerful talent played an irreplaceable role in the war with the dark apparitions. Now that Wang Teng had displayed such a powerful light talent, he couldn't accept it. The stronger Wang Teng was, and the better his talent was, the more restless he would be. He wasn't the only one. Even the eternal-level Parker's family martial warrior was frowning furiously. He couldn't let go. Chapter 2656, I Told You. You're too weak. 4. All of this meant that he wasn't calm. A Cosmos stage martial warrior was able to make an eternal-level martial warrior like him feel uneasy. This showed how astonishing Wang Teng's ability and talent was. The problem should be solved, right? On the other side, on the La family's seat, Pan thought to himself with a stern expression. His daughter was still there. This made him extremely worried. He hoped that Wang Teng could take care of the person who got contaminated by the dark force as soon as possible. In the herb garden planet, Julius was suppressed. A huge hole was formed on the ground, and white smoke came out from it. Everyone looked at the huge hole. They wondered if the other party was completely destroyed. Wang Teng lowered his head and frowned uncontrollably. In his eyes, the dark force fluctuations in the hole below didn't subside. Instead, they got stronger. They were about to roar at this moment. An angry roar was heard. It shook the earth. The mountain ranges around them cracked from the impact. Huge rocks rolled down, and the same thing happened to the ground. Huge cracks appeared and countless trees fell. A ray of black light blossomed and spread towards Wang Teng at the speed of lightning, like a huge black semicircle. Be careful. Li Yan's expression changed when she saw this scene. She shouted, Dark Domain! The people outside were appalled, too. Everyone knew that the Dark Domain was the strangest and most troublesome domain. Once you entered it, it was hard to escape. Many martial warriors died because of this. This was why many martial warriors from the Light faction didn't gain any advantage in the war with the dark apparitions. Compared to the Dark Domain, the domains of normal martial warriors were at a disadvantage. He even grasped the Dark Domain. Wang Teng wasn't moved. His expression remained calm, but there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He stood on the spot without dodging. He didn't need to dodge when facing the Dark Domain. He was more familiar with the Dark Domain than the other party was. He was bold because he was skilled. Normal martial warriors wouldn't dare to enter other people's domain easily. Who knew what was inside this strange and evil Dark Domain? In an instant, Wang Teng was engulfed by the Dark Domain. Endless darkness swept over. Julius rose from the ground. He gave off a black glow and sniggered. Why are you laughing? Wang Teng asked calmly. I didn't expect my first battle with the dark force to be against a light element talent like you. This is exciting. Let me die with you. Julius raised his head abruptly and looked at Wang Teng with an evil and crazy gaze. You want to die. Don't pull me along. Also, do you think you can kill me? Wang Teng asked with a strange expression. Who gave you the confidence? The devil god of the dark apparitions? Julius snorted. Her gaze was fanatic. How can you mention the devil god so casually? You changed completely. Wang Teng was speechless. Let's not waste any time. You will definitely die after you enter my dark domain. The dark force around Julius merged with the domains around him and disappeared gradually. His voice resounded in the air. The higher authorities of the Secondary Career Alliance will be heartbroken if I kill you. Ha ha ha, idiot! Wang Teng shook his head. However, he wasn't in a hurry to act. He just stood on the spot and waited to see what kind of dark domain the other party possessed to give him such confidence. Swoosh! At this moment, An almost unnoticeable sonic boom was heard in the domain. However, Wang Teng was well prepared. With his saint-level dark talent, no matter how soft the sound was, it couldn't escape his senses. The next instant, he took a small step to the side and easily evaded the lethal blow. He activated his real eye and realized that it was just a dark green wind blade to other martial warriors. It might be lethal, but to him it was nothing. Is this it? Wang Teng looked at the spot where Julius was hiding and said calmly, "Julius, this scene exceeded his imagination." He predicted that this fellow wouldn't be able to dodge his attack. After all, this was a wind blade instilled with the power of the dark domain. Normal martial warriors wouldn't be able to notice the merger of these two powerful traits. How could they evade it? Yet the other party managed to evade it so easily. It was as if the wind blades had shot out right under his eyes. How did the other party know where he was hiding? Was this a coincidence? Or could the other party discover his presence? Impossible. This was impossible. This was the power of darkness. Normal martial warriors wouldn't be able to detect his presence through the power of darkness. Even light element martial warriors couldn't do it. Don't be too happy. Julius immediately changed his position. He felt that this was all a coincidence. Wang Teng wouldn't be able to discover his presence. However, Wang Teng tilted his head slightly and looked in that direction speechlessly. His gaze was fixed on Wang Teng. Julius, chapter 265a, told you, you're too weak. 5. Coincidence. This must be a coincidence. Julius changed his direction again. However, when Wang Teng's gaze landed accurately on his position again, he turned completely silent. Fuck! How did this fellow find him? This didn't make sense. A deep sense of helplessness surged into his heart. Stop fooling around. Hurry up and use your skills, Wang Teng said impatiently. The red glow in Julius's eyes got brighter and brighter. The hideousness almost shot out of his eyes. He released all the dark force in his body and merged it into his domain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A strong sense of danger was brewing in the domain. The soft sonic booms were heard again. It wasn't just one or two. They filled up the entire domain. This is interesting. Wang Teng nodded secretly. Die. Julius stopped hesitating and released all his domain power. He activated all the dark green wind blades in her domain and formed a terrifying tornado. It swept towards Wang Teng and engulfed him in an instant. It's time to end this, Wang Teng muttered to himself. He raised his head abruptly, and a powerful domain erupted from his body. It spread in all directions. Boom, an explosion occurred within his opponent's dark domain. Then a powerful crimson glow erupted. From the outside, it looked like a sun breaking its seal in the pitch-black domain. Crimson rays of light broke through the darkness and shot out from all directions. Many people were still worried for Wang Teng. Their jaws dropped when they saw this scene. They stared at the dark domain in the sky in astonishment. What's that? Someone swallowed his saliva and asked in a hoarse voice, but no one could answer him. In the dark domain, a crimson domain rose like the sun, giving off a dazzling glow in the dark. The dark green tornado was blocked outside. It couldn't get any closer to Wang Teng. Julius widened his eyes in disbelief. The madness in his eyes subsided a little because of his astonishment. Then he felt fear and trepidation. What domain is this? You'll know soon. Wang Teng was in the crimson domain. He opened his arms and numerous giant rocks floated around him. Then they gathered in the sky and turned into a giant ball at a visible speed. It looked like a star in the universe. Damn it. Kill. Julius was filled with fear when he saw the giant ball. He didn't dare to wait any longer and immediately activated his dark domain to its maximum. He wanted to kill Wang Teng first. Boom. The tornado formed by the dark green wind blades started spinning furiously. The crimson domain around Wang Teng started cracking as if it couldn't withstand the pressure of the tornado. Even the crimson domain started shrinking under the pressure of the tornado. It's working. Julius's expression turned hideous. He was overjoyed. Then He worked even harder to activate his domain. Wang Teng remained calm. A mocking smile appeared at the edge of his lips. He raised his head and looked at the round ball that was getting bigger and bigger. Enough is enough. The next moment, he stretched out his finger and pointed slightly in front. "Go!" Wang Teng shouted. The giant ball moved and rumbled towards the front, bringing along terrifying flames with it as it plummeted down like a meteor. Julius was flabbergasted. The giant ball of flame reflected in his pupils, and his heart was gradually replaced by astonishment. Boom! The next instant, the giant ball slammed into the dark green tornado and caused a violent explosion. Crack! The dark green tornado paused for a moment as if it had stopped spinning. The wind blades inside slammed into the round ball, leaving deep marks on its surface. However, under the immense strength and scorching heat of the round ball, it could only melt and disintegrate, block them. Julius's pupils constricted violently. He roared in anger and made one last attempt to struggle. Unfortunately, after a few seconds of stalemate, the dark green tornado couldn't withstand it anymore. Boom. In an instant, the dark green tornado disintegrated and the wind blades disappeared in the domain splurt. Fresh blood spurted out of Julius's mouth. He was flabbergasted. "I told you that you're too weak." Wang Teng shook his head. His gaze was extremely indifferent as he pointed at his opponent. "You!" Julius seemed to have suffered the greatest humiliation. Hatred filled up his eyes. How dare a Cosmos stage martial warrior humiliate him like this? He hated it. But this resentment was quickly replaced by fear. Boom. Under Wang Teng's finger, the fireball didn't lose its momentum. It left a trail of flames behind as it plummeted down. No. A roar of despair and unwillingness erupted from Julia's mouth. He wanted to dodge, but it was useless. He had nowhere to hide in front of the giant fireball. In an instant, his body was submerged and the darkness around him was torn apart. Outside the domain, the secondary profession talents forgot to breathe as they watched the frightening dark domain getting torn apart. Then a huge fireball shot out and plummeted to the ground like a sun. There was a ball of dark force glowing at the bottom of the sun. The ball of dark force flickered and struggled under the scorching heat of the flames. Cries of agony were heard. Even the universe stage martial warriors and eternal stage martial warriors in the plaza were astounded by this scene. Boom! An explosion resounded in the sky. The fireball slammed onto the ground. Dust flew into the air, and the residual impact swept out. It looked like the end of the world. Mountains and forests were destroyed, turning into a sea of fire. Chapter 2658. This isn't the end. This is just the start. 1. Silence. Everyone turned silent when they saw this scene. The dark domain was broken. What's more, he used such a rough and unreasonable method to smash it open. It gave people a huge stimulation. The roaring flames and the destroyed mountain ranges seemed to be indicative of the war that just happened. At this moment, the domain in the sky disappeared, revealing a tall and straight black-haired figure. It was Wang Teng. On the herb garden planet, all the talents with secondary professions shifted their gazes over and looked at the figure in the sky. They felt complicated. This fellow was ridiculously powerful. A Cosmos stage martial warrior managed to defeat a peak heaven lord who was contaminated by the dark force. This was unbelievable. Most importantly, he was a secondary professional. Damn it, which secondary professional had such abnormal ability? Many talents in the secondary profession wanted to curse when they saw this scene. This was a huge stimulation. They were all secondary professionals, but this fellow was outrageously powerful when they were weak. Where was the justice in this world? However, the truth was laid out in front of them. These talents with secondary professions had to believe it, even if they didn't. They saw everything personally. It couldn't be more real. What happened just now might become an unforgettable memory in many people's hearts. Outside, even universe stage martial warriors and eternal level martial warriors would have a deep impression of this scene. It was unprecedented for a Cosmos stage martial warrior to be able to do this. The core families were silent. They stared at each other with complicated expressions. He's an abnormality. An emotional voice came out from the mouth of the family head of Dan family, Dan Guang. The other family heads felt the same way. They immediately nodded and agreed with Dan Guang's assessment. This was an abnormality. Whether he's an abnormality or not, the La family will definitely befriend him. Lapan suddenly laughed. You really know how to climb up the ladder. The family head of the Mo family, Mo Chengzhou, rolled his eyes. He was speechless. Let's have a fair competition. That's right. It's rare to meet such a talent. Although we can't confirm his mastery of his secondary profession, he must be good since he's able to participate in the exchange event. In addition, his martial arts talent is enough for us to win him over. The family head of the Li family, Li Jiangqing, nodded and said, Old fellows like you are the ones who have a good plan. He's the benefactor of my Li family. I'm doing this purely to thank him, Lapan said without changing his expression. Do you think we'll believe you? The family heads glanced at him from the corner of their eyes with disdain. On the other side, the family head of the core mining family, the Roderick family, Arella, covered her mouth and chuckled. Look at the family heads of the core alchemist families. They're already fighting for him. With Wang Teng's display of strength, those fellows won't be able to sit still. Sang Ji glanced at Lapan and the others and shook his head speechlessly. Then he looked meaningfully at the family heads of Arella and the other core mining families and said, I'm sure you feel the same way, right? He's just one person. It's not enough for all of us. Arella smiled. The family heads exchanged glances with one another and kept quiet. They looked at each other vigilantly. They smiled on the surface, but they were cursing in their hearts. Among the family heads, 2 of them looked as if they had eaten shit. One of them was the family head of the T.I. family, T.I. Long. A sense of helplessness suddenly emerged in his heart. He felt a little dizzy and almost fell to the ground. What kind of enemy did that bastard T.I. do provoke for the T.I. family? At the same time, his killing intent towards Wang Teng grew stronger. He wished he could kill him immediately and get rid of any future troubles. Many thoughts went through his mind. He couldn't rely on the Ma family anymore. Wang Teng's ability had exceeded their expectation. The poison talents from the Ma family might not be able to kill Wang Teng. Thus, he had to think of other ways. No one knew that the family head of the T.I. family was thinking about how to kill Wang Teng. On the other side, the head of the Ma family, Ma Lu, was exasperated. There was no grudge between the Ma family and Wang Teng, but his greed made them enemies. Wang Teng's ability and talent were too powerful. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have made Wang Teng his enemy. Ma Lu hoped that Ma Yan and the others wouldn't meet Wang Teng. If not, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the great Qian Empire's seats, Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the other Grandmasters were astounded and heaved a sigh of relief. Grandmaster Wang Teng's ability is amazing. Grandmaster Harral heaved a sigh of relief. That's right. I wonder how many trials and tribulations he went through to reach this stage. Grandmaster Hua Yuan shook his head and sighed. Everyone was silent. The Parkers family glanced at them silently. Anyone could see their gloomy expressions. The other 7 royal families glanced at them and gloated in their hearts. Chapter 2659, This Isn't the End. This is just the start. 2. The Parkers family was high and mighty. They had always suppressed people with a weak presence. Yet they met a tough nut to crack. Everybody wondered if it hurt. With the furious flaming universe, Lord's temper, he almost exploded in anger when he saw the mocking gazes. However, he managed to control himself in the end. For some reason, he felt frustrated. This was all because of that brat. He looked at Wang Teng in the sky with a cold gaze. Honestly, even he felt a sense of threat from this fellow. In the past, he could have killed this young man with a wave of his hand. Yet, the young man was able to grow at an astonishing speed and possessed a hint of power that could threaten him. The furious, flaming universe lord couldn't suppress the killing intent in his heart anymore. He mustn't let this young man grow any longer. If not, he would be the one to die. Based on what they did, he wouldn't naively think that the young men would forget about it. This grudge would never be resolved. On the high platform, Dan Chen and the other great elders finally heaved a sigh of relief. They were surprised by Wang Teng's ability, but this was the best result. The Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters owe him a favor, Great Elder Dan Chen said. You're treating me like an outsider. Isn't he a member of the Secondary Career Alliance? Great Elder's buyers gave a sly smile. Great Elder Dan Chen was stunned. Then he was caught between laughter and tears. Seriously. Great Elders. Tambeli burst out laughing. He sounded relaxed. It's too early to be happy. Don't forget that there are other people in black gowns on the mining planet and the spiritual beast planet. Based on their way of doing things, they must have been contaminated by the dark force. Dan Chen's expression turned serious again. As for Wang Teng, he's just a clone. I wonder if he can deal with the contaminated martial warriors? Great Elders Tambeli were stunned. Their expressions turned serious again. The battle just now allowed them to have a clearer understanding of the ability of the dark apparitions. At first, they thought that Wang Teng's clones were enough to solve this issue, but from the looks of it now, that might not be the case. Why don't we ask him? Great Elder Byers asked. I have the same intention. Great Elder Dan Chen nodded. Herb Garden Planet. Wang Teng looked at the huge hole below and slowly descended. Finally, he floated above the hole. There were still flames burning in the deep hole. It was almost impossible to see the situation below. However, this wasn't a problem for Wang Teng. With his real eye, everything was exposed. The martial warrior who got contaminated by the dark force was extremely weak. He wasn't a threat anymore, Wang Teng. At this moment, a voice came from afar. It was Lian. Wang Teng turned and glanced at her. Is that fellow dead? Lian flew over from afar and glanced at Wang Teng with a complicated gaze. He's as good as dead, Wang Teng replied calmly. He's not dead? Lian was stunned. The other party wasn't dead after suffering such a powerful attack. There are some redeeming qualities after getting contaminated by the dark force. For instance, their vitality is more tenacious than a normal martial warrior's. A normal martial warrior at the peak of the Heaven Lord stage would have died after receiving my attack. Wang Teng said calmly, as if he was talking about a normal matter. Lian. She knew that this fellow was boasting, but she couldn't refute. After watching the battle, even though she still had some resentment towards Wang Teng, she didn't dare to question his ability. Wang Teng disregarded the lady. He scanned his surroundings and released his spiritual kinesis to pick up the attribute bubbles dropped by the man in the black gown. Constellation Force, Wind, 3850, Tempest Domain, 8th rank, 2000. Origin of Wind Door 1200, Dark Constellation Force 42,000, Black Wind Domain, 8th rank, 4500, Devil Transformation, 2800. Origin of Darkness 1600. All the attribute bubbles flew towards Wang Teng. Some turned into force, while others turned into enlightenment. Wang Teng absorbed them quickly. To his surprise, he collected 38,500 points of Constellation Wind Force. In an instant, Wang Teng's Constellation Wind Force skyrocketed. Constellation Wind Force, 860,000, 6th level Cosmos Realm. Boom! An explosion occurred in his body. He rose from the 5th level of the Cosmos Realm to the 6th level instantly. Not bad, it finally rose. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He was elated. Unfortunately, the other force wasn't of much help to Wang Teng. His Constellation Dark Force had reached the perfected 9th level Cosmos Realm. Absorbing the Constellation Dark Force was just the icing on the cake. Then enlightenment appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Tempest Domain, 8th rank. The person in the black gown was a martial warrior at the peak of the Heaven Lord stage. His grasp of the Tempest Domain wasn't low, and he had already reached the 8th rank. In this aspect, he was indeed much stronger than the other secondary professionals. No wonder those secondary profession talents were like vegetables to him. He killed them one by one. There was no point in comparing this. 8th rank Tempest domain was of great help to Wang Teng. His Tempest domain was only at the 5th rank actualization phase. Even his normal domain was only at the 5th rank. Chapter 20660, This Isn't the End. This is just the start. 3 Tempest domain, 2000, 8000, normal 8th rank. In an instant, a large number of Tempest domain enlightenments appeared in Wang Teng's mind. His understanding of the wind domain skyrocketed, and it went from the 5th rank to the 8th rank. After absorbing the domain enlightenments, another enlightenment appeared. Origin of wind, 1200 points. Wang Teng's mind trembled. Green heaven-earth secret patterns appeared and merged into his memory. His understanding of the origin of wind reached a new height. Origin of wind, 1000 or 20,000, 2nd rank. Wang Teng's origin of wind was only a little away from reaching the 2nd rank. After absorbing the 1200 points of attributes, his attributes finally reached the upper limit of the 1st rank. His understanding of the laws of wind origin reached the 2nd rank. At this moment, there seemed to be traces of green light shimmering in his eyes. These green lights were extremely thin. If one could see their appearance, one would realize that they were all strange green patterns. I didn't expect my origin of wind to reach the 2nd rank here. Wang Teng was surprised as he muttered to himself. Next was the enlightenment of the dark attributes. One of them was the domain. As the attribute bubbles merged into his mind, Wang Teng immediately understood a new domain, Black Wind domain. This was a hybrid domain that combined dark and wind attributes. It possessed 2 attributes, so its power wasn't weak. What's more, it was at the 8th rank. If Wang Teng didn't have the actualization phase domain and the flaming magnetic meteor domain, he might not be the Black Wind domain's match. Black Wind domain, 4508, 1000, 8000, 8th rank, another dark domain. Wang Teng touched his chin. He felt that he was a little evil. Who would have thought that he, who was like the god of light a moment ago, would be raising his dark attributes now? Then there was another enlightenment. Devil transformation. Wang Teng hadn't received this enlightenment for a long time, so his devil transformation hadn't reached the perfected stage. Devil transformation. Growth, 8,000, 50,000, perfected. Wang Teng's devil transformation attribute had reached the perfected stage. However, from the looks of it, it wasn't fully perfected. The limit of the perfected stage was 50,000 points, while he only had 8,000 points. He was still far away. Wang Teng clenched his fist uncontrollably. He felt the strange enlightenment appearing in his mind. He frowned slightly. Devil transformation wasn't a joke. He could still remember the appearance of the man in the black gown after he underwent devil transformation. He wondered what he would look like if he did. I hope I don't become like that. No, I hope I never need to use it, Wang Teng thought to himself. Actually, he had almost no chance of using the devil transformation. His light force had already surpassed his dark force. Wang Teng couldn't think of anything that would force him to use the devil transformation. Also, based on his dark talent, he guessed that he would be able to recover even if he had devil transformation. After all, he wasn't corroded by the dark force. He cultivated the purest form of dark force. It was purer than the dark apparitions, however. He hadn't undergone devil transformation before, so he wasn't sure. He felt a little nervous. Wang Teng shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He looked at the last attribute bubbles. Origin of darkness, 1,600 points. Black patterns appeared in Wang Teng's mind. They were so black it made his heart palpitate. They were filled with strangeness and chaos, as if they wanted to confuse his mind and throw him into eternal darkness. However, he was used to it. Even in the face of the power of origin, he could still maintain his composure and not be affected. What's more, the power of light in his body was resisting it, forming a balance. When the power of origin of darkness wanted to affect Wang Teng, the power of origin of light started to fluctuate. Origin of darkness, 9,700 strept, 10,000, 1st rank. I'm almost at the 2nd rank. Wang Teng was stunned. He didn't expect the power of origin of darkness to rise so quickly. As his attributes increased, he was only 300 points away from reaching the second rank. But when he remembered the enlightenment just now, he frowned again. It looks like I need to raise my origin of light as soon as possible. I can't let the difference between these two origin of light be too great. Wang Teng thought to himself. His power of origin of light had only reached the first rank middle class. He needed at least 5,000 points to reach the second rank. Only a few breaths had passed after he collected all the attribute bubbles. Wang Teng looked at the deep hole below and frowned. How stubborn! He was getting impatient. He wanted to give his opponent one last blow and send him to hell. If not, how long would this burning continue? This guy had already been contaminated by the dark force, so he needed to be purified. He couldn't leave the man's body here. This was his contribution to the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. If this corpse containing dark force was left on the herb garden planet, the entire planet would suffer. Boom! However, just as he was about to act, a figure covered in flames suddenly dashed out. Lan jumped in fright. She took a step back uncontrollably and hid behind Wang Teng. Chapter 2661. This isn't the end. This is just the start. 4. What are you afraid of? Wang Teng turned and gave her a strange look. I'm not afraid. Lan felt a little awkward. She said stubbornly, I just got a shock. Really? Wang Teng snorted. Of course, I've seen dark apparitions before. Don't look down on me. Lian's face turned black when she heard his contemptuous laughter. She refuted uncontrollably. Roar! Just when Wang Teng was about to reply to him, the flaming figure in front of him bellowed in anger. This isn't the end. This is just the start. Ha 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 ha! The figure in the flames looked at Wang Teng and glared at him. His gaze was filled with bitterness and madness as he laughed. Boom! The next instant, his entire body exploded, releasing a loud explosion. Wang Teng, stop him! If not, this area will be contaminated by the dark force. Lian exclaimed. Small tricks. Wang Teng frowned and snorted. Then he waved his hand and a holy light shot out. It was even faster than the force impact from the explosion. It swept through the air and the remaining dark force was purified. It disappeared in the void the moment Lian spoke. She realized that the trouble in front of her had been solved. Astonishment flashed past her eyes to other martial warriors. This was a huge trouble. However, in the hands of light element martial warriors, it was a piece of cake. No wonder light element martial warriors were so important. Outside Great Elder Dan Chen and the others were flabbergasted when they saw Julius self-destructing. However, they didn't expect Wang Teng to kill him so quickly. He didn't give them any chance to be surprised. The three great elders exchanged glances with one another. The feeling of being at a loss made them extremely uncomfortable. They sat down awkwardly. Cough, calm down. Calm down. Look at Wang Teng. He didn't take the dark force to heart at all. They were at the immortal level. Could they be weaker than a grandmaster like him? Wang Teng activated his real eye and scanned the sky. No dark force could escape his eyes. Done. He clapped his hands and shook his head. This is a waste of my time. What did he mean by that? Lian frowned uncontrollably. Wang Teng frowned too. It should be referring to the other dark apparitions. There are probably other dark apparitions on the other two planets. Are the dark apparitions plotting something? Lian asked uneasily. Who knows? Wang Teng shook his head. Don't think too much. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. I'm just a small cosmos stage martial warrior. Let's continue our competition. Lian was speechless. This fellow was really daring. If he was just a small cosmos stage martial warrior, what were the others? They couldn't even be compared to a cosmos stage martial warrior, however. Wang Teng was right. To them, the competition was the most important. She nodded helplessly and stopped thinking about it. Outside, Great Elder Dan Chen and the others frowned when they heard what Julius said before he self-destructed. The three Great Elders exchanged glances with one another and saw a hint of doubt in each other's eyes. I'm afraid there's something fishy about this. We need to ask the headquarters to be vigilant. Great Elders Byers said sternly in front of the dark apparitions he had to treat them seriously, whether it was a lie or not. He mustn't be careless. Great Elder Dan Chen nodded and immediately sent the message back. There were other formidable martial warriors in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters to deal with this matter. The exchange event was still ongoing. It wouldn't be stopped just because of this groundless statement. At the same time, the others were discussing this matter too. The appearance of the dark apparition was too sudden. No one could feel at ease, Herb Garden Planet. After Wang Teng finished speaking, he ignored Lian and prepared to leave. "Wait, where are you going?" Lian was speechless when she saw him leaving. She hurriedly stopped Wang Teng. "Of course, you have wasted much of my time," Wang Teng replied. "If it wasn't for the great flaming elemental python array plate, he wouldn't have such a good temper." However, he was just saying it in his heart. He wouldn't say it out loud. Lian, why did she feel that she was being looked down upon? This bastard, he always looked down on her. Was she so unpopular? Lian gritted her teeth. She felt a little helpless and aggrieved, but she still said sincerely, "Thank you for your help just now. If it wasn't for you, the other members of the Le family and I might be dead." "It's all right, just a piece of cake." Wang Teng was surprised. This talent from the Le family had always been proud like a white swan. He didn't expect him to reveal such a delicate expression at this moment. He didn't say anything to stimulate her and just waved his hand. Lian was speechless. Would he die if he didn't boast a piece of cake? Did that battle seem like a piece of cake? Did they think they were blind? However, she still said, "Don't worry. I, Lian, will definitely repay your kindness in the future." "How will you repay me?" Wang Teng was interested. Lian glanced at her angrily and said, "I owe you a favor. If you need anything, just tell me. It's just a favor." "I thought it was a favor from the Li family." Wang Teng shook his head. "Chapter 2662. This isn't the end. This is just the start." 5. Lian was so furious she wanted to hit him. This fellow was complaining. In the past, many people wanted her favor, but they couldn't get it. Yet this fellow didn't take it to heart. "You already have the favor of the Li family." Lian took a deep breath and said, "The more favors I have, the better." Wang Teng chuckled. "Do you want it?" Lian asked. "If you don't, I can change it." "Never mind. Your favor is fine." Wang Teng waved his hand. "It's nothing. It's all right." Lian took another deep breath and changed the topic. "I have a presumptuous request." "Since it's a presumptuous request, don't say anything." Wang Teng hurriedly interrupted her. "Lian, am I so irritating to you?" A hint of bitterness appeared in Lian's voice uncontrollably. "Cough, that's not it. I just have something to attend to. It's really inconvenient." Wang Teng felt a little guilty from her gaze. He coughed awkwardly. "We won't disturb you." Lian had an idea, she said hurriedly. "I just want to make a deal with you." "A deal? What deal?" Wang Teng asked curiously. He was stunned for a moment. "We're almost done looking for spiritual herbs. We just need a few more by right. With our ability, we should be able to find them. However, look at our current situation. Almost everyone is poisoned. I'm afraid we won't be able to find spiritual herbs anymore. Hence, I want you to help us find those spiritual herbs," Lian said. "Of course, I won't let you search for them for nothing. I will give you double the remuneration based on the value of those spiritual herbs." "Oh," Wang Teng was interested. He touched his chin and asked, "What if the spiritual herbs are very valuable? Can you give twice the price?" "Sure," Lian said proudly. "Don't look down on my La family." "All right, it's decided. However, I want the points from the Secondary Career Alliance," Wang Teng said. "Okay," Lian nodded. "Let's go," Wang Teng said. "Wait, don't be so impatient. The poison in my Li family hasn't been cured," Lian said helplessly. Oh, Wang Teng felt a little helpless. Women were indeed troublesome. However, he remembered that he needed to earn points from her, so he bore with it. The two of them landed on the ground. The Lei family members in the distance had already woken up. They evaded the battle circle between Wang Teng and the man in black and didn't get implicated. However, they didn't look well. Their faces were green and gray, and their auras were weak. They were still poisoned. These people were different from Lian. Lian consumed the antidote she made in advance, so the effects were better. They took it later, so they were probably abysmally poisoned. Sister Lian. The Lei family welcomed Lian and Wang Teng when they saw them coming down. They greeted Lian before looking at Wang Teng. There seemed to be a hint of admiration in their eyes. "Thank you for saving us, Mr. Wang Teng." The young man called Leping cupped his fists at Wang Teng. "You're too polite. I'm close to Lian." "How could I leave you in the lurch?" Wang Teng chuckled. Lian rolled her eyes uncontrollably when she heard this. This fellow almost didn't save them in the past. If the person in the black gown didn't force him out, he might have pretended that he didn't see anything. However, Leping and the others were unconscious, so they didn't know this. They were extremely grateful when they heard Wang Teng's words. At the same time, they were guessing the relationship between Wang Teng and Lian. Wang Teng was still able to save them even though he was facing the dark force. His relationship with Lian must be special. For a moment, the Li family looked at Wang Teng and Lian with an ambiguous gaze. All right. Lian immediately sensed something and interrupted their thoughts. She asked, "How's your recovery after? Consuming the antidote you gave us, we managed to suppress some of the poison. However, we might have been poisoned for too long and missed the best opportunity. The poison in our bodies has already spread to our entire body." A bitter smile appeared at the edge of Leping's lips. "It looks like we can't continue the competition." "Give me your hand." Lian furrowed her beautiful brows and opened her mouth. Leping immediately stretched out his hand. Lian placed her finger on his wrist and sensed it carefully. Her frown got deeper and deeper. She said to the other members of the Li family, "Let me take a look too." The remaining people came forward and passed their wrists to Lian for inspection. Wang Teng watched the show from the side. He knew what poison it was and how to cure it. However, he wanted to see if Lian had a way to cure it. Lian looked at the condition of the Li family. Her expression was a little ugly. She said helplessly, "The poison is too deep. The effects of my antidote will be greatly discounted. Also, it isn't the pertinent antidote to begin with, so I can only suppress it temporarily. If you want to make the antidote, you need to spend some time researching it. The poison of the Lan family is indeed extraordinary. I didn't expect Lan Yu to be such a despicable person. Not only did he run away, but he even dragged us down with him." A member of the Lei family said angrily, "I think he just wants us to be his scapegoat so that he can escape on his own." Another member of the Lei family said angrily, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have trusted an outsider." Leping felt ashamed. Lian remembered how much she trusted Lan Yu in the past, and her expression turned ugly. It didn't feel good to be betrayed. This matter had given her a huge blow. "All right, what's done is done. There's no point in talking anymore. If I meet him next time, I will not let him off easily," Lian said coldly. "That's right, put him on the Li family's blacklist. We must take revenge," everyone agreed. Lian suddenly noticed Wang Teng's calm expression. She remembered his endless skills and asked, "Brother Wang Teng, do you have a way to deal with the Lan family's poison?" "It's a piece of cake," Wang Teng replied calmly. "You can really cure this poison." Lian was stunned for a moment. Then happiness appeared in her eyes. She was just making a Hail Mary effort. She didn't expect to receive such an affirmative reply. "This poison is called the blue loach goo poison. The blue loach entered your body and poisoned you," Wang Teng explained calmly. "Blue loach goo poison." Lian and the others' expressions changed slightly when they heard Wang Teng's explanation. They felt uncomfortable. This poison was caused by a creature that entered their bodies. Just the thought of countless poisonous creatures crawling in their bodies was enough to send chills down their spines. Their hairs stood up, especially Lian. She was a lady. No matter how strong her mentality was, she would still feel a little scared when faced with this disgusting place. Do you have a way to cure the blue loach, goo poison? Lian asked hurriedly. Simple. Wang Teng sniggered. Lian's eyes lit up when she heard this. She grabbed Wang Teng's arm and stared at him intently. She said impatiently, Quick, help me. Chapter 2-363, Goo Snake, Crimson Kirin Insect, Lan Yu's Sorrow. 1. Lian's words caused the surroundings to sink into a strange atmosphere. Leping and the others stared at her strangely. Why did she sound as if she was courting him? Lepan's face turned black. Why was her daughter so stupid? There were so many people watching. Couldn't she be more reserved? He was embarrassed. He knew that Lian was anxious because the Le family was poisoned, but her words were a little ambiguous. As her father, he couldn't bear with it. On the other side, the family head of the Lan family, Lan Yu, was surprised when he heard Wang Teng pointing out the name of the poison. How did Wang Teng know about the Lan family's blue loach goo poison? Also, he seemed to know the antidote. On the herb garden planet, Wang Teng glanced at Lian strangely. He couldn't help but remember his experience in the second level of the Illusion Heart Pagoda. Just now, when Lian spoke cough, he shouldn't think about it anymore. He wasn't that kind of person. Wang Teng coughed awkwardly and said, you need to pay for the antidote, too. Lian realized that she had lost her composure and blushed. However, when she heard Wang Teng's words, the shyness in her heart disappeared. She glared at Wang Teng and asked, What do you want? It's still points. 1,000,000 points per person isn't a lot, right? Wang Teng asked. 1,000,000 points? Why don't you rob me? Lian's voice rose an octave. She glared at Wang Teng with her beautiful eyes. Even a Grand Master 7th level antidote wasn't this expensive. This fellow was really daring. You don't have to cure the poison, Wang Teng replied calmly. Lian felt that she was being controlled. She felt extremely frustrated. Didn't you ask me not to look down on the Lei family just now? This price should suit your status, Wang Teng said. Lian rolled her eyes. To hell with suit her identity. She didn't need to use this method to prove her identity. 1,000,000 is too much. Lian took a deep breath to calm down. No bargaining, Wang Teng replied calmly. You! Lian glared at him and gritted her teeth. All right, 1,000,000 it is. Cure them immediately. She would get her revenge sooner or later. Let's go. Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction. This brother has a good plan. The moment Wang Teng finished speaking, laughter was heard from the forest at the side. Then an indifferent figure slowly walked out and stood a few hundred meters away from them. Lan Yu, it's you. Lian glared at the person who came and said coldly, How dare you appear in front of us? The other members of the Le family glared at him too. This person was the culprit behind their poison. How dare he appear so blatantly? A mocking smile appeared at the edge of Wang Teng's lips. He looked at the other party and said calmly, Are you finally willing to come out after watching for so long? Lan Yu frowned uncontrollably when he heard this. Wang Teng had already discovered her. What? Lian's expression changed, she asked. He didn't leave just now? That's right. He hid when he saw the dark apparition. Now that I killed the dark apparition, he ran out again. He probably thinks that he can do it again. Wang Teng sniggered. He had already discovered this fellow's presence. That was why he told everybody that he knew how to cure the blue loach goo poison. He wanted this person to walk out uncontrollably. After all, he was very interested in the Lan family's poison skill. This was a good opportunity. He mustn't miss it. Lan Yu's expression froze. He stared coldly at Wang Teng. At first, he suspected that the other party was tricking him. Now that he said this, he knew that he didn't manage to fool the other party. This person wasn't simple. No wonder he was able to kill the dark apparition. Still, he was afraid of the dark apparition, but he wasn't afraid of this person. He didn't want to fight with the dark apparition because the dark force was troublesome. If he got contaminated by it, it would be lethal for the martial warriors. However, Wang Teng was just a little stronger. He had watched Wang Teng's battle just now. Although he couldn't defeat Wang Teng, He believed that his opponent wouldn't be able to do anything to him with his poison. That was why he dared to come out. If not, he would have left secretly. Just like what Wang Teng said, he felt that he could do it again, shameless. Disgust appeared on the Lei family's faces when they heard Wang Teng's words and saw Lan Yu remaining silent. He didn't dare to come out when they were facing the dark apparitions. Now that the dark apparitions were killed, he stood up again. This was disgusting. It wasn't just the Lei family. Even the people watching the competition outside couldn't help but feel a little disgusted by Lan Yu. The family head of the Lan family, Lan Ji, frowned. What was wrong with Lan Yu? Since she had already escaped, why did she have to come out again? Now that the truth was exposed, it wasn't just a humiliation for him. It was a humiliation for the Lan family, too. At first, he was a little happy that Lan Yu's talent was on par with Lan Shang's, but now he was a little disappointed. Lan Yu looked at everyone's disgusted gaze and noticed something amiss. His expression changed slightly, and he suddenly regretted coming out at this moment. Chapter 2664, Gu Snake, Crimson Kirin Insect, Lan Yu's Sorrow, 2. It was all Wang Teng's fault. If he didn't say that he could cure the blue loach Gu Poison, he wouldn't have walked out of this place so easily. However, it was too late to say anything now. He glared at Wang Teng and said firmly, I couldn't deal with the dark apparition, so I had to leave and hide temporarily. I hid at the side because I was worried about Lei Yan and the others. Shameless. Lei Yan and the others didn't believe him at all. They felt even more disgusted when they saw his expression. Also, I remember that you were hiding at the side just now, right? If that dark apparition didn't force you out, you might have ignored them too. Lan Yu ignored Lei Yan and the others. He looked at Wang Teng and sneered. So what right do you have to talk about me? Wang Teng felt the corners of his lips twitching. He didn't expect the other party to use this matter to attack him. He sniggered and said, What do you know? That was a strategy. I will attack the opponent when they're unprepared. It's scary to be uneducated. Lan Yu. This fellow's skin was a little thick. He could even turn black into white. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Silence. Even Lei Yan glanced at Wang Teng speechlessly. She was certain that this fellow didn't think this way. He just found it troublesome. However, compared to Lan Yu, she couldn't blame Wang Teng at all. Unlike Lan Yu, this matter had nothing to do with Wang Teng. Even if he didn't act, no one could say anything. As for Lan Yu, they were supposed to be working together, but this bastard tricked them and made them his shield. In the end, he ran away. She wouldn't believe him unless she was an idiot. Lan Yu noticed that Wang Teng couldn't be persuaded, so he turned to look at Lei Yan and said, I thought that you were prepared to escape, so I released the blue loach Gu Poison. I didn't expect to injure you accidentally. I came out because I don't like this person's extortion. Lei Yan felt the corners of her lips twitching. This person was extremely shameless. Who would believe his words? Are you saying that you want to detoxify them? Wang Teng suddenly asked curiously. That's right. Lan Yu nodded. Also, I won't charge any fees. There's no need to. We don't trust you. Lei Yan's voice was cold. Then she turned and said to Wang Teng, Let's go, we can afford 1,000,000 points. Lan Yu's face turned green and white. Lei Yan would rather spend 1,000,000 points than believe him. This was a direct slap in his face, especially when there were so many spectators watching. No one would believe him in the future. Wang Teng was surprised. But soon a mocking smile appeared at the edge of his lips. He glanced at the other party and said to Lei Yan and the others, Don't be in a hurry to leave. This fellow poisoned you. Are you planning to let him go just like this? What do you want to do? Lei Yan stopped in her tracks and frowned. Why don't you hire me? I'll teach him a lesson for you for 1,000,000 points. Wang Teng smiled and said, Lan Yu's expression changed. He snorted, bold. You will know if I'm boasting boldly later. Wait for a while. Wang Teng pouted and ignored him. He looked at Lei Yan and the others and said, What do you think? You won't lose out with 1,000,000. You won't get fooled. Give it a try. I will definitely let you experience what it means to be worth every penny. Lian, the expressions of the Li family members turned strange when they heard Wang Teng's sales pitch, worth every penny. They were suddenly curious about what it was worth. Lan Yu is dead. I think I know what Wang Teng wants to do. If Lian and the others are willing to give 1,000,000 points, it might really be worth it. Great. Wang Teng's business is amazing. He doesn't give up any chances. Wang Teng is really cheeky. Lian is preparing to leave, but he still won't let Lan Yu go. Everyone gloated when they saw this scene. Almost no one had a good impression of Lan Yu. Hence, when they saw that he was going to be unlucky, they were elated. As for whether Wang Teng could defeat his opponent, this wasn't part of their consideration. Even the dark apparition wasn't Wang Teng's match. Lan Yu was just a secondary professional. Would he be able to win against Wang Teng? The muscles on Lan Ji's face twitched. Either way, Lan Yu was a talent of the Lan family. He felt uncomfortable when Wang Teng treated him as a money-making business. However, he couldn't do anything to Wang Teng, so he could only watch the situation unfold. He couldn't help but blame Lan Yu. Did he have to provoke that fellow for no reason? Was he too free? Are you sure? Lian looked at Wang Teng and was a little moved. However, she still confirmed it. Mind you, money wasn't easy to earn. Hitting Lan Yu wasn't a big deal. But the Lan family lost face because of it. As long as the money is right, everything is negotiable, Wang Teng replied. Lian rolled her eyes uncontrollably. This fellow was really greedy for money. The moment he opened his mouth, he started talking about money. How many lifetimes had he not seen money? Cough. She coughed awkwardly and said, using voice transmission, 1,000,000 points is too expensive. The points needed to treat the poison, and the points needed to find spiritual herbs made her feel pressured even though she had the La family supporting her. No bargaining, Wang Teng replied. Chapter 2665, Gu Snake, Crimson Kirin Insect, Lan Yu's Sorrow 3. All right, as long as you do it nicely, I'll give you 1,000,000 points. Lian felt helpless. In the end, she could only agree. Good, I like straightforward people like you. Wang Teng sniggered. His gaze turned dangerous as he looked at Lan Yu. The muscles on Lan Yu's face twitched uncontrollably when he saw Wang Teng's gaze. Although he always felt that he wasn't afraid of Wang Teng, he still felt a little scared when he remembered the man's ability. However, he couldn't back down now. He could only pretend to remain calm and said coldly, "Are you sure you want to be my Lan family's enemy? I've offended many core families, so I don't mind adding the Lan family." Wang Teng said, "Also, I took their money and I must help them. If you want to blame someone, blame the Le family. I just do things for money. Please understand your enemy." Lan Yu, does this bastard think he was an idiot? This bastard was bargaining in front of him just now. This bastard was the one who suggested it. If not, Lian would have left long ago. Lian was speechless, too. This fellow was using her Le family as his shield. Where was his dignity? Lan Yu snorted. "Do you think you can defeat me? The poison of the Lan family is not to be trifled with. You can try." Wang Teng chuckled. He didn't waste any time and disappeared on the spot. Lan Yu's expression changed. He didn't expect Wang Teng to act so quickly as to not give him any chance to react. He waved his hand hurriedly and activated his poison constellation force. It turned into a gray mist and enveloped his surroundings. The appearance of the mist gave him a sense of security. He glanced around him grimly. Swoosh! A sonic boom was heard. A figure flashed through the gray mist and appeared behind Lan Yu, retreat. A cold smile appeared at the edge of Lan Yu's lips. A few green lingering shadows shot out from his body as if there were eyes behind him. A soft exclamation came out of Wang Teng's mouth. He stretched his hand out and grabbed the green lingering shadows. Lan Yu shot back and appeared a few hundred meters away in a blink of an eye. He looked at Wang Teng and sneered, "How dare you catch my Gu snakes with your bare hands? You're looking for death." Wang Teng stood on the spot. He wasn't in a hurry to chase after them. He looked calmly at the Gu snakes in his hand and sized them up with interest. "I'm sorry to disappoint you. They don't dare to bite me." Wang Teng stretched out his hand and smiled. "How is that possible?" Lan Yu's expression changed slightly. The goo snakes were shivering in Wang Teng's hand. They curled up into a ball and didn't dare to attack Wang Teng. "Those things are not bad. Let me study it." Wang Teng grabbed the air and a jade bottle appeared. Without Wang Teng's command, the worms crawled into the jade bottle as if he was their master. Lan Yu widened his eyes in shock when he saw this scene. He couldn't believe his eyes. Those were the goo snakes he had groomed for many years, yet they were bowing down to a stranger. What the hell? Even Lian and the other members of the La family found it unbelievable. They didn't understand the poison, but they knew that the poisons cultivated by the core families were extremely dangerous. Normal martial warriors wouldn't dare to provoke them, but now Wang Teng was able to control Lan Yu's goo snakes with a wave of his hand. The goo snakes even treated him as their master. This was astonishing. "That's impossible. How can you control my goo snakes?" Lan Yu couldn't accept this. He waved his hand again, and a large number of goo snakes appeared on the ground. They crawled out from the mist surrounding him and darted towards Wang Teng at high speed. The snakes rubbed against the ground, giving off a rustling sound. It was hair-raising, hiss at the same time. There was a hissing sound. "You won't give up until you reach the end of the world." Wang Teng shook his head and didn't move. He just stood on the spot with his hands behind his back. Snakes and poison were his specialty. This fellow was extremely unlucky. Besides his demon lotus poison body, his primordial oceanic serpent bloodline was enough to make these goo snakes submit to him. They wouldn't dare to resist. At this moment, Wang Teng was only releasing a little of the primordial oceanic serpent bloodline's aura. He didn't even release the full potential of this bloodline. His ancient oceanic giant python primordial oceanic serpent bloodline rose to the 4th rank when he was on the Scorpion King star. Even the high-level imperial tier black-maned python couldn't resist. In addition, he absorbed the bloodline power of the blood pool in the ancient land of the Naga snake race, which made his primordial oceanic serpent bloodline even more powerful. These goo snakes were poisonous, but their levels weren't high. They couldn't resist his primordial oceanic serpent bloodline as expected. The goo snakes on the ground froze. They were no different from the other goo snakes. They shrunk on the ground and shivered as if they saw their nemesis. They didn't dare to take another step forward. "My goo snakes!" Lan Yu's pupils constricted. He was flabbergasted. He roared in anger. "Bastards, attack! Stop shouting! Your goo snakes are mine now!" Wang Teng smiled calmly. There was a strange glint in his eyes. His pupils turned into golden vertical pupils. Chapter 2666, Goo Snake, Crimson Kirin Insect. Lan Yu's Sorrow, 4. Hiss, the goo snakes hissed. Then they turned their bodies and started crawling towards Lan Yu. How? How is this possible? Lan Yu's face was pale. He took a few steps back uncontrollably. He was obviously frightened by the scene in front of her. Lian and the others were astounded too. They looked at Wang Teng. What did he do to make these parasites change sides? This was almost impossible, but he managed to do it. Everyone was extremely curious. However, the vertical pupils in Wang Teng's eyes had disappeared. No one saw the change in him. "Little fellows, take good care of your original master." Wang Teng stood on the spot and smiled at Lan Yu. "What did you do?" Lan Yu glared at Wang Teng. His calmness and indifference were gone. He looked at him as if he was a monster. "Nothing. I just had a heart-to-heart chat with your goo snakes. In the end, they were extremely righteous and abandoned the dark to seek the light. Is there a problem with that?" Wang Teng crossed his arms in front of his chest and spouted nonsense. Lan Yu, everyone, to hell with abandoning the dark and joining the light. Lan Yu almost went crazy. They were just some goo snakes. How could they forsake the dark and seek the light? Why did he have to be dark while the other party was light? What a bunch of bullshit. Hiss. The goo snakes hissed continuously and arrived in front of Lan Yu. They bared their hideous fangs and spurted poison out of their mouths. Lan Yu didn't think that he would be forced to this stage by his own goo snakes. What a joke. Don't think that you can defeat me like this. His expression turned ugly. With a wave of his hand, force erupted and blocked the poison. At the same time, a piece of yellow powder spilled out from his hand. In an instant, the goo snakes didn't dare to get any closer, as if they had met their nemesis. Interesting, Wang Teng said in surprise. I raised these goo snakes. You must be dreaming if you think you can use them to deal with me. Lan Yu looked at Wang Teng and said coldly, Never mind, come back. Wang Teng gave his order, and the goo snakes crawled towards him. Then they were put away. These parasites were all his now. It would be a pity if they died. Lan Yu could only watch as Wang Teng kept all the poisonous snakes he had painstakingly groomed. His heart was bleeding. He couldn't do anything. What other skills do you have? Hurry up and use them. I'm in a hurry, Wang Teng urged. He didn't expect it to be so easy. He just needed to waste some time. He hoped that Lan Yu would be sensible and use all his skills. He hoped that he wouldn't be so stupid. Lan Yu was fuming with anger. He didn't know what Wang Teng wanted to do, but the man's contempt was infuriating. He took a deep breath, and a bitter gaze appeared in his eyes. He waved his hand again. Buds, a buzzing sound was suddenly heard in the air. Then a patch of red mist appeared in the air and circled around Lan Yu. This is... Wang Teng was surprised. He activated his real eye. In the end, he realized that the red mist was a hideous-looking flying insect. Its entire body was red, and it had a pair of thin and transparent wings. It was extremely fast. If one or two of them flapped their wings, they wouldn't make any sound. However, when this bunch of bugs appeared at the same time, the sound of their flapping wings merged into one. Can you resist my crimson Kirin insect? Lan Yu scoffed. He pointed at Wang Teng and shouted, Go! In an instant, countless red bugs flew towards Wang Teng. They were like a red mist trying to swallow him. Crimson Kirin insect. This is even more interesting. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He wasn't in a hurry to act and allowed the red insect to fly over. Buzz, a buzzing sound echoed in the air. The expressions of Lian and the others changed slightly. Be careful, Lian shouted uncontrollably. Don't worry, I won't die, Wang Teng replied calmly. At this moment, the mist formed by the red bugs finally arrived in front of Wang Teng. He could already see the bugs. They surrounded him instantly and attempted to bite him. A scorching poison spread out, stinging his skin. You're dead. A sinister smile appeared at the edge of Lan Yu's lips when he saw this scene. Lian and the others clenched their fists and looked at Wang Teng worriedly. I see, Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He understood the ability of the crimson Kirin insect. He smiled and ice force erupted from his body. Boom! Explosions were heard. A chilling force swept out and enveloped the crimson Kirin insects. Ice element martial warriors? Lan Yu frowned. He had a bad feeling. Wasn't Wang Teng a light element martial warrior? Why did he suddenly become an ice element martial warrior? So what if he's an ice element martial warrior? Normal ice element martial warriors won't be able to resist my crimson Kirin insects. Lan Yu dispelled his doubts. He's an ice element martial warrior. Lian was astounded. She found it unbelievable. How many trump cards did he have? Chapter 2667. Goo Snake. Crimson Kirin Insect. Lan Yu's Sorrow 5. Every time she thought that she saw the other party clearly, something new would appear on his body. She was pleasantly surprised. Crack, at this moment, an ice-cold sound was heard. How is this possible? Lan Yu's eyes widened again. He looked at this scene as if he had seen a ghost. His crimson Kirin insects were frozen. The red mist was frozen in a layer of ice and couldn't move at all. Wang Teng's ice constellation force was only at the 4th level of the cosmos realm. This was why Lan Yu was so confident. 4th level cosmos realm ice constellation force wasn't enough to threaten the crimson Kirin insect. What's more, Lan Yu was a heaven realm martial warrior. The Crimson Kirin insect he controlled could at least pose a threat to Heaven Stage martial warriors. Wang Teng's ice wasn't an ordinary ice. It was the power of ice released by the hornless ice dragon Pearl. Lan Yu had underestimated Wang Teng's ability from the start. No Heaven Stage martial warrior with a normal mind would think of Wang Teng's skills. This wasn't something ordinary martial warriors could grasp. Your Crimson Kirin insects are not bad. I'll accept them too. Wang Teng's voice came from behind the ice. No. Lan Yu seemed to have thought of something. Her face turned pale. Unfortunately, the instant he finished speaking, the frozen red mist disappeared. He didn't even have the time to stop it. Honestly, he couldn't stop it. In front of a powerful martial warrior, except these poisonous creatures, his ability was nothing. What other skills do you have? Wang Teng appeared in front of Lan Yu and asked calmly. The muscles on Lan Yu's face twitched violently. He was afraid of hearing this sentence. What kind of monster was he? Why didn't his attacks work on him? Why was he defeated so easily? At this moment, he suddenly felt a deep sense of helplessness. He was too naive. He thought that he shouldn't be afraid of the person in front of him, but reality gave him the cruelest lesson. It was obvious that he provoked the wrong person. His confidence and pride were a joke in front of the other party. Li Yan and the others had strange expressions on their faces. They felt that Wang Teng was taking advantage of others. All of Lan Yu's skills were taken away, so he didn't dare to use any other skills. Oh, right. They wondered if he had other skills. No matter how much Li Yan and the others hated Lan Yu, they couldn't help but sympathize him. How tragic. They finally understood what Wang Teng meant when he said that it was worth every penny. Even if they sympathized with the enemy, they felt refreshed. Honestly, it felt refreshing. If Wang Teng knew what they were thinking, he would think that they were too naive. Bastard, give me back my Crimson Kirin insects. Lan Yu couldn't bear with it anymore and shouted in anger. He had a breakdown. What are you thinking? Wang Teng looked at him as if he was an idiot. The Crimson Kirin insects are mine. How can you say that? Bullshit, they're mine, Lan Yu shouted helplessly. Did you write your name on them? Wang Teng asked. You. Lan Yu pointed at Wang Teng. He was so angry that he didn't know what to say. It looks like you don't have any other skills. Wang Teng shook his head in disappointment. The lightning slap suddenly appeared in his hand as he walked towards Lan Yu. It's here. It's here. It's the brick that can release electricity. The horns are about to appear again. For some reason, I'm a little excited. Everyone come and take a look. The talents of the Lan family are getting outstanding. The spectators outside were excited. When they saw Wang Teng taking out the brick, they knew what he wanted to do. For many ordinary secondary professionals, they felt extremely comfortable when they saw the geniuses standing out from the crowd. The family head of the Lan family didn't look good. He sighed in his heart. He couldn't bear to look at them anymore. The other core families looked at the Lan family with sympathy. The family finally managed to groom a talent comparable to Lan Shang, but he was going to be crippled now. What do you want? Lan Yu suddenly felt a strong sense of malice. He glanced at the brick in Wang Teng's hand and stepped back uncontrollably. Don't be nervous, it will end soon. Wang Teng sniggered. You! Lan Yu gritted his teeth. He couldn't care about the Crimson Kirin insect anymore. Where there was life, there was hope. He turned and wanted to leave. It's too late to run now. Wang Teng shook his head. He moved his body and appeared behind Lan Yu. Swoosh. A strong wind blew towards the back of Lan Yu's head, scaring him out of his wits. His pupils constricted and he shouted, "Stop!" Bang! Swoop! Boom! Unfortunately, Wang Teng didn't reply to him. Instead, he heard the dull thud and the sonic boom of thunder. In an instant, Lan Yu felt excruciating pain on the back of his head. Then his entire body convulsed as if he got struck by lightning. His eyes rolled up uncontrollably, and his vision turned black. Bang, 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 swoop, boom. Wang Teng didn't hold back at all. The lightning slap in his hand left lingering shadows in the air as it slammed heavily on Lan Yu's head and face. Bang! After some time, Lan Yu couldn't take it anymore and fell to the ground. His head was covered with bumps and his face was badly bruised. Fresh blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. He looked exceptionally funny. At the same time, his body was still twitching. There was still some lightning power left on it. It would explode occasionally, making his twitching worse. Secondary professionals are so weak. Wang Teng shook his head and picked up the attribute bubbles around him. Heaven Realm Spirit 1000, Poison Skill 5-6E, Poison Skill 6500. Poison Skill 6500, Poison Skill 6500, Poison Skills 5-3-6E, Poisonous Goo, Secret 500, Poison Insect, Secret Skill 3000, Chapter 2668, Powerful Goo, Poison Secret Skill. The collection of the Sunlight Slug, 1 Goo Poison Secret Skill. As the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind, a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. He attacked Lan Yu because he wanted to get his hands on the Lan family's poison skill. He didn't expect to get it. Hard work pays off. He didn't hesitate to offend the Lan family for this. At this moment, he didn't think too much. He carefully sensed the knowledge he received from the attribute bubbles. Enlightenment merged into Wang Teng's memory. Goo worms, the cultivation of poisons, the methods of making poisons, the mixing and use of poisons. This knowledge was extremely complicated. Without a certain amount of poison talent, one wouldn't be able to understand it. However, with the enlightenment of these attribute bubbles, Wang Teng seemed to have cultivated day after day for many years. He grasped them instantly. Goo Poison Secret Skill 756,005 Hurt-1000. First rank Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board and was surprised. The Goo Poison Secret Skill was segregated into the same levels as the talent. It could be categorized from first rank to 9th rank. There were many strange and magical poison worms recorded in it. They were all extremely rare and precious existences in the universe. Even Wang Teng had never heard of them. These poison insects had their own abilities. If they reached the 9th rank, they could even threaten God-stage martial warriors. It was unbelievable. For instance, one of the goo poisons described in the book was called the golden cicada goo. It was made from a mutated insect called the golden cicada, based on the records in the Goo Poison Secret Skill. After this goo was made using a special method, it had the ability to penetrate space and could kill eternal-level martial warriors. It was terrifying. This poison skill is so scary. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He was overjoyed. He didn't expect Lan Yu to give him such a huge surprise. However, the attributes he received from Lan Yu only allowed him to grasp the first-rank Goo Poison's secret skill. He was still a long distance away from the 9th rank. It's too low. Wang Teng looked at Lan Yu, who was twitching on the ground. He squinted slightly and his gaze turned dangerous again. Then he shook his head and stopped. There were no more attribute bubbles dropped from the attack just now. This was probably the limit, at least for the short term. Secondary professionals couldn't withstand a beating. This guy couldn't hold on much longer. If Wang Teng acted again, he might be killed. It wasn't that Wang Teng didn't want to kill him. Rather, he would rather keep the guy alive and get more attributes out of him. After all, he could only afford to offend these secondary profession talents. If the Lan family had a saint-level martial warrior, he wouldn't be able to deal with it temporarily. He needed to think about it carefully. Besides the Goo Poison secret skill, Wang Teng also received many poison skill attributes. There were 16,900 points of them, which allowed his poison skill attribute to rise exponentially. Poison Master 215 on 5, next 3,000, Grandmaster. Not bad. I just need 8,500 more points to reach the perfected Grandmaster level. Wang Teng was elated. As expected, Lan Yu's poison mastery wasn't weak. He provided him with so many attributes. He also received 4,600 points of Heaven Realm Spirit attributes. This wasn't a small amount. Spirit 10,506,000 Heaven Realm. His Heaven Realm Spirit attribute rose quickly. When he left the illusion, Heart Pagoda. It was only 60,000 points. Now it had exceeded 100,000 points. He had to admit that the spirit of the secondary profession talents weren't weak. Any one of them could give him a lot of attributes. Unfortunately, his martial arts stage was too low. Every time he improved, he had to seal these spirit attributes. If it leaked out accidentally, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Wang Teng shook his head in the small universe in his body. His spiritual power formed small seal marks in a mysterious trajectory. They sealed the spiritual power in the black hole in the center of the inner cosmos, preventing it from leaking out. Only a small portion of spiritual power was left circling the black hole. He could use it any time. This sealing skill came from Yu Yunxian. He didn't expect it to be put to use on him. Fate made fools of people. This seal could be used to seal dark force and any form of energy. Hence, it was effective on his spiritual power too. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief after completing his task. A bitter smile appeared at the edge of his lips. He didn't expect that he would be frustrated because his cultivation progressed too quickly. Fate made a fool of him. The last attribute bubble was the Poison Constellation Force. He received 13,500 points of it, allowing Wang Teng's Poison Constellation Force to rise tremendously. Poison Constellation Force, 7350, 90,000, 9th level Cosmos Realm. After picking up all the attribute bubbles, Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction. Overall, this fat sheep was not bad. The attribute bubbles it provided were all very useful. Oh, right. Where are the other members of the Lan family? Wang Teng suddenly remembered something and glanced around him. He remembered that there were a few people from the Lan family following Lan Yu. Why were they gone now? He didn't know that the secondary professionals from the Lan family had already run away after seeing Lan Yu's miserable state. They didn't dare to stay behind. Even Lan Yu was dominated by Wang Teng. Why did they stay behind to make up the numbers for Wang Teng? Wang Teng searched for a long time and even activated his real eye. However, he didn't find the secondary professionals from the Lan family. He sighed in disappointment. Chapter 2669, Powerful Goo Poison Secret Skill, The Collection of the Sunlight Slug 2, Never mind, let them run away. Wang Teng collected his emotions and looked at Lian and the others. He smiled and said, "What do you think? I told you that it's worth it." Lian, the Li family, is it not enough? Wang Teng asked in surprise. Enough, enough. The corners of Lian's lips twitched. What was this fellow thinking? Wasn't it enough that he had beaten this guy up so badly? Were they so cruel? Lan Yu was already miserable enough. If he continued being beaten up, she was afraid that he would really die. That's good, 1,000,000 points. Thank you for hiring me. Wang Teng stretched out his hand. I'll pass it to you after we go out, Lian said awkwardly. What? On credit? Wang Teng widened his eyes in surprise. He stared at the fellow in front of him in disbelief. She was a beauty, but she was putting him on credit. This wasn't appropriate for her status. Why are you looking at me? Do you think the Le family will owe you money? An awkward expression appeared on Lian's face. But it disappeared quickly. She raised her neck and said proudly, I hope so. If not, Wang Teng glanced at Lan Yu, who was lying on the ground. His meaning was obvious. Lian stared at Wang Teng with wide eyes. She couldn't believe it. Does he want to hit me? In an instant, the beauty felt a strong sense of malice. This fellow was inhumane. Cough. Wang Teng felt a little guilty from her gaze. He coughed awkwardly and changed the topic. Let me search him. He should have the antidote on him. That way we won't have to look for the antidote. As he spoke, he squatted down beside Lan Yu. He scanned his surroundings and his gaze landed on a space ring on Lan Yu's hand. Then he took it off without any hesitation. The Le family felt their eyebrows jumping when they saw this banditry. They couldn't help but feel that Wang Teng was a ruthless person. Without Master's spiritual power, you can't open this space ring. Lian was speechless. She knew what Wang Teng wanted to do, but it was unrealistic. If not, she would have done it herself. Why would she need to spend 1,000,000 points to let Wang Teng treat the poison? That's easy. Wang Teng smiled. His spiritual power surged out and charged towards the spiritual mark on the space ring. He didn't even need to use his Heaven Realm spirit. He just needed to use his peak Cosmos Realm spiritual power to break the spiritual mark. After all, when he was at the peak of the Cosmos stage, his spiritual power was already 3 times that of a normal Cosmos stage martial warrior. It was comparable to the Heaven Realm. Boom. An explosion was heard. Then there seemed to be a cracking sound on the space ring. In the end, something shattered, and there was no more obstacles in front. Wang Teng's spiritual power entered the space ring successfully. Pfft! Lan Yu, who was unconscious, vomited a mouth of blood uncontrollably. He woke up and looked around in confusion. Silence. It's broken? Lian stared at Wang Teng in disbelief. How great was his spiritual power? He managed to break Lan Yu's spiritual mark forcefully. The spiritual mark left on the space equipment wasn't easy to destroy. One needed to have a stronger spiritual power than its owner. If not, she wouldn't have reminded Wang Teng just now. In the end, he managed to break Lan Yu's spiritual mark forcefully. No wonder this guy was able to clear the 7th level of the Illusion Heart Pagoda. His spiritual power must be extremely magnificent. However, she didn't understand why a Cosmos stage martial warrior had such spiritual power. Lian took a deep breath and tried her best to calm down. She looked at Wang Teng with a complicated gaze. It's you. Lan Yu regained his senses and finally understood what happened. She stared at Wang Teng in astonishment and shouted, "Give me back my space ring." "Wait a moment," Wang Teng said, as he instilled his spiritual power into the space ring. "Lian, what's with that negotiating tone? You sound as if everyone doesn't know that you're robbing you." Lan Yu was furious, but he couldn't do anything. He vomited a mouth of blood in frustration. "How is it?" Lian glanced at Lan Yu and asked Wang Teng. "I didn't expect him to store so many precious spiritual herbs." Wang Teng was astounded. He took them in without any hesitation. Numerous spiritual herbs were taken out from Lan Yu's space ring. Wang Teng kept them in his space equipment. Pfft. Lan Yu vomited another mouth of blood when he saw this scene. Flames of anger almost shot out of his eyes. Lian was speechless when she saw Wang Teng's banditry. However, she felt a tinge of envy in her heart. One needed to spend a lot of time searching for spiritual herbs. Some of them were even extremely precious spiritual herbs. She didn't expect Wang Teng to get them. How envious! You want them? Wang Teng glanced at her and asked. No, I don't, Lian replied. Pretentious. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. Lian felt frustrated. She asked angrily, Have you found the antidote? Wait, Wang Teng replied. Then he continued inspecting Lan Yu's space ring. Almost all the valuable items had been taken away. Besides spiritual herbs, there were many poisons, antidotes, and even energy stones. Chapter 267, The Powerful Goo Poison Secret Skill, The Collection of the Sunlight Slug. 3. After some time, the space ring was almost emptied by Wang Teng. He looked at Lan Yu and smiled. I didn't expect you to be so wealthy. Wang Teng, aren't you afraid that the Lan family will? Lan Yu gritted his teeth. However, he was interrupted before he could finish his sentence. We're competitors now. What's wrong with me taking something from you? It's within the rules. Could it be that the Lan family can't afford to lose? If I lose, your seniors will bully me. Wang Teng sniggered. Lan Yu glared at him. He didn't know what to say. This bastard was too shameless. Did he take something? He emptied the room. Also, what did he mean by the younger one lost and the seniors came to bully him, who said that he was going to let the seniors bully him? This bastard said it in front of so many people on purpose to block his path. He couldn't even threaten him. In the future, the elders of the Lan family wouldn't dare to touch him easily. Otherwise, they might be criticized. To core families like them, the reputation project was extremely important. At least on the surface, they wouldn't do anything to this fellow. Lan Yu felt so frustrated he wanted to vomit blood again. Wang Teng is so irritating. Lan Yu is unlucky to have met him. This is tragic. His space ring has been emptied. How is he supposed to continue the competition? Competition? It's good enough that he didn't get eliminated. Why is he still thinking of continuing the competition? That's right. Wang Teng won't let him go easily, right? Do you think Lan Yu will get killed? I don't think so. He's a talent of the Lan family. Wang Teng might be afraid of him outside. When everyone saw the situation on the screen and gloated, they couldn't help but sympathize Lan Yu. This fellow was beaten until his parents couldn't recognize him. He was even looted. He was the most miserable person among all the participants. On the Lan family's seat, the family head's face turned black. Others couldn't bear to look at him anymore. Lan Yu brought this upon himself. He sighed helplessly. He felt a sense of helplessness. Herb Garden Planet. Wang Teng threw the space ring to Lan Yu and held a jade bottle in his hand. He opened the bottle and smelled it. This should be the antidote. Are you sure? Lian was puzzled when she saw him just smelling it. Was this fellow reliable? Lan Yu's expression changed slightly. He was in disbelief. How did this bastard know that this was the antidote for the blue loach poison? Was he speaking the truth? He knew how to cure the blue loach poison. I've already said it. Do you want to eat? Wang Teng didn't explain anything and replied calmly, yes. Lian gritted her teeth and finally chose to believe Wang Teng. She stretched out her hand and said, give it to me. Since this is Lan Yu's antidote, I don't need your 1,000,000 points. Let's give you a huge discount. Everyone will only have to pay 500,000 points. Wang Teng wasn't in a hurry to pass the jade bottle to Lian. Instead, he smiled and said, 500,000 points? Lian clenched her fists uncontrollably. This was a ready-made antidote, but this fellow wanted to charge them 500,000 points each. What a scam. Lan Yu's face turned black. This bastard used his antidote to earn points. Could he be more shameless? How irritating. But he couldn't do anything. He could only watch. The only thing he could do was to hope that Lian and the others wouldn't agree to Wang Teng and ruin his plan, however. All right, 500,000? It is. Give it to me. Lian took a deep breath and said directly. She didn't want to waste any more time. Ha ha, that's right. Wang Teng didn't waste any time and threw the jade bottle to Lian. Lian poured out pills and placed them on her palm. She was an alchemist, so she could more or less smell something. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, she glanced at Wang Teng and swallowed a pill. Then she sat cross-legged on the ground to digest the pill and expel the poison in her body. The La family members didn't dare to speak. They stood at the side and looked at Lian worriedly. They didn't know if the pill was the antidote. Only Wang Teng remained calm. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and waited quietly at the side. Lan Yu's gaze flickered. He held the token in his hand and stared at Wang Teng vigilantly. He seemed ready to give up at any moment. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Wang Teng glanced at him and smiled. If I want to kill you, you won't have the chance to give up. You don't dare to kill me. Lan Yu heaved a sigh of relief and scoffed. Do you really think so? Wang Teng gave him an ambiguous smile. Lan Yu's heart skipped a beat. He didn't dare to speak anymore. He saw a hint of coldness in the other party's eyes. He knew that this fellow would definitely dare to kill him. This person was more ruthless than he imagined. That's right. Compete obediently. I won't do anything to you, at least for now, Wang Teng said. Lan Yu lowered his head and remained silent. His gaze was filled with bitterness. He would never forget this humiliation. Just you wait. I will take revenge one day, he thought to himself furiously. Wang Teng smiled and stopped looking at him. If it wasn't for the attribute bubbles, there was no need for him to keep this guy alive. Honestly, he had never thought about whether there would be any threats left behind. With Lan Yu's ability, this guy wouldn't be a threat to him even if he was given another 300 years of cultivation. Chapter 2671, Powerful Goo Poison Secret Skill, The Collection of the Sunlight Slug. 4. Oh, right. 300 years later, she didn't know what stage he would be at. After some time, Lian opened her eyes abruptly and vomited a mouth of black-gray blood. Swoosh. Fresh blood landed on the ground, giving off a black-gray smoke. It gave off a stench. You could even see long and thin worms squirming in the blood. It was disgusting. Li Ping and the others were shocked. They hurriedly took a few steps back, afraid of getting contaminated by the bugs. "This is the blue loach goo poison." They didn't look good. They felt uncomfortable when they remembered that this thing was in their bodies. Li Yan stood up. A trace of redness had returned to her pretty face. The greenish-gray color was gone. The poison had been cured. She looked at the bugs, too, and her expression turned ugly. The hatred towards Lan Yu in her heart deepened. But soon the bugs stopped moving. They were dead. Everyone was surprised. This is indeed the antidote. Take it. Li Yan's gaze flickered. She immediately distributed the pills to the remaining members of the Lei family. Li Ping and the others didn't hesitate any more. They hurriedly swallowed the pill and sat cross-legged on the ground. They started expelling the blue loach goo poison. "I didn't expect you to trust me." Wang Teng looked at Li Yan and said with interest, "At least you're better than him." Li Yan glanced at Wang Teng and replied calmly. "Just better?" Wang Teng asked. What do you think?" Li Yan asked. The corners of Wang Teng's lips twitched. He decided not to continue this topic. He changed the topic and asked, "The poison in your bodies has been cured. Do you still want to follow me?" "Yes." Li Yan nodded immediately. She knew her own ability clearly. Without Wang Teng, they would be in extreme danger. She didn't want to experience the same thing again. "All right," Wang Teng replied. "Why do you always look at me with disdain?" Li Yan frowned and asked. "No, I just find it troublesome," Wang Teng replied. Li Yan snorted softly. "You won't be able to find a girlfriend like this?" "Many people have said this to me. Unfortunately, I disappoint you." Wang Teng smiled. "You already have a girlfriend?" Li Yan raised her eyebrows and asked calmly. "Fiancé." A figure appeared in Wang Teng's mind. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. For some reason, Li Yan felt a little unhappy when she saw his expression. She snorted and kept quiet. "What the hell?" Wang Teng glanced at her in confusion. This adulterous couple Lan Yu was going crazy with jealousy. At first, he had some thoughts about Li Yan, after all. She was the talent of the Lei family, and he had the advantage of being close to her. He had already gained Li Yan's favor. It was all because of the appearance of the dark apparition that everything turned into bubbles. No, it was all Wang Teng's fault. If it wasn't for that bastard, he believed that he could still take care of Li Yan. He was blinded by hatred and jealousy. He seemed to have forgotten that if it wasn't for Wang Teng, Li Yan and the others would be dead. Li Ping and the others quickly got rid of the blue loach goo poison. They stood up and cupped their fists at Wang Teng. "Mr. Wang Teng, thank you. You're too polite." Wang Teng waved his hand and said calmly, "Since you've recovered, let's go." Li Yan and the others nodded. They followed behind Wang Teng and flew in a certain direction. Only Lan Yu was left on the spot. "He really let me go?" Lan Yu was astounded. A cold glint flashed past her eyes as she struggled to get up from the ground. She looked at Wang Teng and the others as they left and muttered to herself, "You're too arrogant. You will have to pay the price sooner or later." He didn't dare to stay any longer and turned to leave in another direction. No one knew if Wang Teng would regret his decision and come back to kill him. Lan Yu still wanted to struggle. Wang Teng had taken all the spiritual herbs he found over the past few days, but there was still a lot of time left. He could start afresh. Wang Teng let Lan Yu go and didn't let him get eliminated. Wang Teng is too confident, or rather, he's too conceited. He's too young. That's right. Letting Lan Yu go like this might cause trouble in the future. Everyone discussed fervently. They felt that Wang Teng's decision to let Lan Yu go wasn't a wise one, cut the weeds and dig up the roots. Even if he didn't dare to kill Lan Yu in front of everyone, he would at least eliminate Lan Yu from the competition so that Lan Yu wouldn't be able to participate in the following matches. This would minimize the threat to him. Unfortunately, they didn't know what Wang Teng was thinking. They didn't understand the world of monsters. On the other side, Wang Teng, Lan, and the others flew in a certain direction under the lead of the sunlight slug. "Where are we going?" Lan asked uncontrollably. "You'll know when you get there," Wang Teng said. Lan pouted and didn't probe further. After flying for a few minutes, they finally arrived at the depth of the mountain range. They saw an incomparably lofty mountain peak. The peak pierced right into the clouds with thick clouds lingering around it. No one knew how high it was at the same time. A powerful aura exuded from the peak of the mountain. Some weaker star beasts didn't dare to get close to it. This place. The expressions of Lan and the others changed slightly. They immediately stopped. Chapter 2672, Powerful Goo Poison Secret Skill. The collection of the Sunlight Slug 5. Is this the place? Wang Teng asked the Sunlight Slug on his shoulder. Yes. The Sunlight Slug nodded. Lan and the others finally noticed the Sunlight Slug on his shoulder. They were surprised. It was inconspicuous at the start, especially when it didn't give off any aura. They couldn't imagine that this was an ultimate stage Imperial-level universe behemoth. "Wang Teng, what is this?" Lan couldn't help but ask. "My friend," Wang Teng replied casually. "Friend!" Lian's gaze turned strange. She scanned the Sunlight Slug's small body curiously. The Sunlight Slug was stunned, too. It glanced at Wang Teng silently. "Let's go." Wang Teng flew towards the towering peak without any hesitation. Roar! The instant he got close, an angry roar was heard. A powerful aura erupted from the peak of the mountain and surged towards Wang Teng and his teammates. "This is an ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast." Wang Teng squinted. He was surprised and released his aura to block the attack. Then he raised his head and looked in front. Space fluctuated slightly, and a huge black giant ape stepped out and appeared in front of him. "This is an ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast." Lan and the others were astounded. They looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Wang Teng's gaze flickered slightly as he looked at the Sunlight Slug. The Sunlight Slug was a little disappointed that it didn't scare Wang Teng. It opened its mouth and said, "Little Black, it's me, Little Black, what a name." Wang Teng complained in his heart. "How can you say that?" Roundball couldn't help but ask. "What do you know?" "My pet's name is just plain and unpretentious." "This is just uncultured," Wang Teng said confidently, "as expected of you." Roundball was speechless. "Roar." The black giant ape let out a low roar. Its body started shrinking, and it became more than 3 meters tall. It took a step and appeared 5 meters away from Wang Teng. It looked at the Sunlight Slug on his shoulder. "Sunlight? Why did you bring a human here?" A thick voice came out of the giant ape's mouth. It was speaking in the human language. Lan and the others tensed up. At the same time, they were astounded. Their gazes landed on the Sunlight Slug. This ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast was conversing with that little snotworm. Could it be that this slug was an ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast, too? This was absurd. It didn't look like it. However, they knew that if the star beasts weren't on par in ability, they wouldn't interact with each other politely. Something wasn't right. What's more, the black ape called the snotworm Sunlight. This name, Lan and the others looked at the Sunlight Slug differently. Many thoughts went through their minds. They couldn't help but ask via voice transmission, "Wang Teng, what's going on? You don't have to know so much, just watch," Wang Teng said. Lan was frustrated. She was extremely curious, but she couldn't get an answer. It was like 100 claws scratching her heart. She felt extremely uncomfortable. "I want to take my spiritual herbs," the Sunlight Slug said. At this moment, Wang Teng felt the corners of the giant ape's eyes twitching violently. "This fellow isn't being honest," he thought to himself. "Is there a problem?" The Sunlight Slug's voice turned cold. A terrifying aura exuded from its body. It was more terrifying than an ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast. This aura was the reason why the Secondary Career Alliance sent 3 Eternal Stage martial warriors. A hint of fear appeared in the black giant ape's eyes. It bowed slightly and replied, "No problem, follow me. These spiritual herbs are all at the old place. There's no problem with them. You can take them if you want. That's good." The sunlight slug gave it a meaningful look. Wang Teng felt the corners of his lips twitching. He didn't expect this muscular hunk to back down so quickly. His dignity dropped to the ground. The black giant ape flew towards the peak in front, with it leading the way. Wang Teng and the others were unobstructed. The faint auras on the peaks only scanned them. They didn't stop them. Yan and the others were frightened along the way, but they heaved a sigh of relief when they realized that they were safe and sound. Then they got even more curious. What was Wang Teng planning to do? Mysterious. There were obviously powerful star beasts guarding this place, and there wasn't just one of them. It wasn't a simple place. The sunlight slug and the black giant ape used their spiritual power to communicate with each other, so they didn't hear the conversation. They didn't know what the star beasts wanted to do. Under the lead of the giant ape, they finally landed on the peak. A huge hole appeared in front of Wang Teng. The black giant ape walked in first. "Follow me," the sunlight slug said. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He nodded and followed them without any hesitation. There was a long and spacious stone path in the cave. Occasionally, one or two stone rooms would appear in the middle of the stone path. There were large star beasts lying prone inside, giving off a powerful aura. They were at least at the high-tier imperial level. When the black giant ape walked over, all the star beasts lowered their arrogant heads to show their submission. The tight security made Yan and the others even more astounded and suspicious. Wang Teng and his teammates passed through many stone paths. After passing through 5 stone rooms, the path in front finally opened up. A huge space appeared in front of them. "We're here." Wang Teng had a sudden thought. He exclaimed softly and looked around him. "There are naturally formed patterns here. Please." The black giant ape gestured at Wang Teng and his teammates. Wang Teng nodded slightly and walked into the cave. A strong medicinal fragrance wafted over. It was intoxicating. This. Yan and the others were stunned when they saw the situation inside. They were filled with disbelief. So many. Even Wang Teng couldn't help but gasp. He was flabbergasted. There were all kinds of spiritual herbs piled up like a mountain. They were placed randomly in every corner, giving people a huge stimulation. Wang Teng even saw something taking a few bites of some spiritual herbs and throwing them casually on the ground. They looked like cabbages left by someone. "How is it?" "You can take whatever spiritual herbs you want," the sunlight slug said calmly. Wang Teng looked at the sunlight slug on his shoulder. He could almost see the word on its forehead. Wealthy. Damn it, it was pretentious enough. Chapter 2673, Three-Eyed Divine Ape, Daylily Soul-Destroying Herb, 9 Essence Calamity Flower, Return, 1 Sky Jade Fruit, Ice Spirit Leaf, 9-Tailed Dragon Sunflower. Wang Teng walked into the cave and scanned the spiritual herbs. He recited their names as if they were his treasures. Yan regained her senses. There was a hint of surprise in her eyes. She might not be able to call out the spiritual herbs' names immediately, but Wang Teng just walked over confidently and called out their names. This knowledge, so many spiritual herbs. Leping and the others couldn't help but exclaimed. All of them were astounded when they saw the spiritual herbs in the cave. There was even a hint of uncontrollable greed in their hearts. Fortunately, they shook their heads and looked at Wang Teng and the giant ape. "Wang Teng, what's going on?" Yan suppressed the astonishment in her heart and took a deep breath. "Nothing." Wang Teng didn't explain further. He said directly, "Choose the spiritual herbs you need. You can just pay me double the points." Yan was going crazy. She clenched her fists and then released them. Then she released them and clenched them again. This repeated a few times. She really wanted to pry Wang Teng's mouth open and make him tell her the truth. Unfortunately, she couldn't do anything to him. In the end, she could only turn her sorrow into strength. She lowered her head and started choosing the spiritual herbs she needed. Honestly, there were many precious spiritual herbs here. She wanted all of them. As an alchemist, no one could resist the temptation of spiritual herbs. But he couldn't do anything. Even if she wanted to, she couldn't afford to pay double the points. Hence, she could only choose the spiritual herbs she wanted. Can we do it too? Leping and the others swallowed their saliva and asked carefully. As long as you pay the points, there's nothing you can't do. Wang Teng smiled calmly. Leping and the others wanted to retreat when they thought of the double points. Go ahead and choose. There's no need to worry about points. A voice suddenly sounded beside their ears. It was Lei Yan who was speaking to them using voice transmission. As long as they could enter the finals, paying some points was nothing. These were the talents of the Lei family. Their good results during the exchange would be of great help to the Lei family. Lei Yan understood this clearly. This was the situation. Leping and the others were elated. They nodded at Lei Yan gratefully and immediately started choosing the spiritual herbs they needed. Wang Teng ignored them and started choosing. He wondered if he could find the main ingredients he needed here. There was still a high chance. After all, there were too many ingredients here. He believed that he could find them. He activated his real eye and scanned the herbs. Some spiritual herbs were piled below. It was hard to tell from the surface. Activating his real eye would save him much time and trouble. He found the most valuable spiritual herbs directly. However, one thing infuriated Wang Teng. He couldn't control his anger and said, "Who's eating these spiritual herbs for no reason? Why did he throw them aside after taking a bite or two? What a waste of God's gift." Cough, cough. The black giant ape felt awkward. It stretched out its thick fingers and scratched its pitch-black face. Wang Teng immediately glanced at it. As expected, it was the black ape. What a wastrel. I asked you to guard the spiritual herbs. Is this how you guard them? The sunlight slug said angrily. I couldn't control myself, the black giant ape said guiltily. Why did you only take 1 or 2 bites? Why don't you eat the entire plant? Who can't tell? Wang Teng rolled his eyes uncontrollably. He was speechless at this guy's way of doing things. It doesn't taste good. I don't want to eat it after a few bites, the black giant ape said. Don't you know that this is a waste? Why don't you make a pill? Isn't it better than this? Wang Teng complained uncontrollably. So what if it was an ultimate stage imperial-level star beast? Why was it so brainless? Wasting spiritual herbs like this was infuriating. What's more, he had the sunlight slug here. He wasn't afraid that the other party would get angry from embarrassment. That's a universe behemoth. Why don't you fly into a rage out of humiliation? I don't know how to make pills. I'm just a star beast, the black giant ape muttered. If you want to make pills, you can ask him for help. The sunlight slug said in a meaningful tone, You can even ask him to help you leave this place. The black giant ape's eyes lit up. It stared at Wang Teng intently and asked, Can he really help me leave this place? Fuck, I've been stuck here for more than 1,000 years. Do you know what it feels like? I can't stand it anymore. My thoughts can only be unhindered if I leave this place. That way, I can have a breakthrough. You'll have to ask him, the sunlight slug replied. Wang Teng felt a little guilty when he noticed the giant ape's gaze. Was it planning to hit him? He hurriedly asked the sunlight slug, Why is it looking at me like this? I told it that you can bring it out of here, the sunlight slug explained. Leave this place. Wang Teng was stunned. He continued, This is the planet where the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters cultivate spiritual herbs. These star beasts are probably used to protect the spiritual herbs. The Secondary Career Alliance won't let them go so easily. I can't help them. The Secondary Career Alliance doesn't place much importance on him. With your ability, you should be able to help him leave, the sunlight slug said. Chapter 2674, Three-Eyed Divine Ape. Daylili's soul-destroying herb, 9 Essence Calamity Flower. Return to Wang Teng hesitated. He never did anything without benefits. Why did he help a star beast for no reason? The sunlight slug seemed to know what Wang Teng was thinking. It said something to the giant ape. The black giant ape immediately looked at Wang Teng and patted its chest. "Young man, if you're willing to help me leave this place, I can be your bodyguard for some time." "What do you think, bodyguard?" Wang Teng's expression turned strange. It was a strange scene to have a black ape as his bodyguard. "Wang Teng, this fellow might look ordinary, but he has a powerful background. His talent is probably the strongest presence on the herb garden planet," the sunlight slug suddenly said in a mysterious voice transmission. "His talent is the strongest. Does he have a special bloodline?" Wang Teng asked. "That's right." The sunlight slug nodded and continued using voice transmission. "Look at its forehead." "Huh?" Wang Teng scanned the ape and was surprised. He didn't notice the silver-purple vertical pattern on the ape's forehead. It looked like a closed eye. Three-eyed divine ape. Suddenly, a name appeared in Wang Teng's mind. It was said that in ancient times there was a universe behemoth called the three-eyed divine ape. It was extremely powerful, especially its third eye. Once it opened, it could release a powerful divine light that could sweep through a planetary sector. If someone angered this presence, even a god-stage martial warrior wouldn't dare to face it directly. Of course, that was the most powerful three-eyed divine ape. But even if it was a little weaker, it was enough to frighten eternal-level martial warriors. They didn't dare to make him their enemy. Some eternal stage rulers would retreat if they saw it. Unfortunately, universe behemoths were extremely rare now. Even eternal-level martial warriors had never seen them. If Wang Teng didn't have the memories of the Devour Nihility beast, he wouldn't know about the existence of this universe behemoth. The more Wang Teng looked at the ape, the more he felt that it looked similar. He was astounded. He took a deep breath and asked, "Does it have the bloodline of the three-eyed divine ape?" "You guessed it." The sunlight slug was surprised, but it quickly understood. "It makes sense. If you can recognize me, how can you not recognize the three-eyed divine ape? I was right about you. There's indeed some bloodline of the three-eyed divine ape in its body. I was surprised when I first met it." "Does it know?" Wang Teng blinked and asked. "I didn't tell it," the sunlight slug replied. "No wonder. If it knew about its bloodline, it would fight with you." Wang Teng smiled and said, "It doesn't dare." The sunlight slug said with disdain, "If I didn't discover it and found many treasures for it over the years to stimulate its bloodline power, it wouldn't be able to grow to this stage. Also, if it wants to continue growing, it must leave this place and search for the bloodline of the three-eyed divine ape. If not, it will be stuck at the ultimate stage imperial level." Wang Teng nodded in deep thought. Bloodlines were indeed extremely important to star beasts. Bloodline was their talent. If their bloodline was too low, it would restrict their growth. "You want me to bring it away?" Wang Teng asked. "It's up to you," the sunlight slug said. "I just think that it's not bad, so I recommend it to you." Wang Teng smiled. He looked at the giant black ape and asked, "How many years are you going to be my bodyguard?" The black giant ape was in a dilemma. It scratched its head and asked, "How long do you want me to be your bodyguard?" 500 years, Wang Teng replied casually. 500 years, the black giant ape was astounded. It widened its eyes and said, "No, 500 years is too much. I've only lived for 1,000 years. Why do I have to be your bodyguard for 500 years? I might as well stay here." "You can continue staying here," Wang Teng said nonchalantly. The black giant ape was speechless. "Isn't 500 years a little too much?" The sunlight slug couldn't help but ask. It had only known Wang Teng for a short time, but it had a clear understanding of his black heart. This person was really evil, not much. 500 years will pass in a blink of an eye for an ultimate stage imperial-level star beast, Wang Teng replied calmly. The sunlight slug was speechless. There was nothing wrong with this sentence. However, for a star beast that had been locked up for more than 1,000 years, it was a little unacceptable to be tied up for another 500 years. Think about it slowly. I'm not in a hurry. Wang Teng ignored the giant ape and continued searching for the spiritual herbs he needed. While Wang Teng was looking for spiritual herbs, The people outside were already in an uproar. There were so many spiritual herbs that it gave them a huge stimulation. There was a huge commotion. People kept exclaiming in surprise, "Oh my God, there are so many spiritual herbs. Wang Teng found a treasure cave, right?" Anyway, why did that giant black ape bring them into the treasure cave? Didn't you see? It's the light element star beast. They seem to have communicated with each other just now. Fuck. Did Wang Teng tame that light element star beast? If not, why would it help Wang Teng? Many people were guessing the relationship between Wang Teng and the sunlight slug. After all, this was an extremely powerful ultimate stage imperial level star beast. What's more, it was a light element star beast. It would be amazing if Wang Teng could tame it. Chapter 2675, Three-Eyed Divine Ape, Daylily Soul-Destroying Herb. 9 Essence Calamity Flower. Return 3. What's more, the cave was filled with spiritual herbs. If they weren't at the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters and couldn't snatch them, the Universe Stage Martial Warriors and Eternal Level Martial Warriors would have rushed forward. Even the core alchemy families like the Dan family and the Lei family were envious. That amount of spiritual herbs was equivalent to their family's inventory. It might even be more. Wang Teng was extremely lucky. He managed to find so many spiritual herbs. No. It should be said that Wang Teng had reached an agreement with the light element star beast to make it willing to hand over so many spiritual herbs. Great Elder Dan Chen and the other 2 martial warriors were in a daze too. This fellow was extremely lucky. They wanted to know what agreement Wang Teng and the Sunlight Slug had reached. However, they could do something about the giant ape. They didn't hear most of the conversation, but they heard some of it. They knew that the giant ape wanted Wang Teng to bring it out of the herb garden planet. This wasn't impossible. If Wang Teng was willing to speak, they didn't mind giving him some face. Huh. After some time, Wang Teng suddenly gasped softly. His gaze landed on a corner that was giving off a gray glow. He walked over immediately. He activated his spiritual kinesis and formed a gentle force. He pushed the spiritual herbs away, revealing a gray blade of grass among the pile of spiritual herbs. This is the daylily soul-destroying herb. Wang Teng sized it up carefully. A name appeared in his mind. He was astounded. He didn't expect to find an extremely rare poison element spiritual herb here. He stretched out his hand and his spiritual kinesis formed an invisible force that enveloped it, allowing it to float in front of him. With this poison spiritual herb, not many people will be able to cure the poison I concoct. This thought flashed through Wang Teng's mind. He smiled uncontrollably. The daylily soul-destroying grass was frightening. If one ate it accidentally, whether it was a star beast or a martial warrior, they would fall into a deep sleep, and their souls would disappear in their sleep. They would die without any pain. This daylily grass was at least 10,000 years old. This poison element spiritual herb was rare to begin with, much less one that was 10,000 years old. It was exceptionally precious. One leaf was enough to poison a universe-level martial warrior to death. Of course, he needed to make sure that the other party got hit. If the enemy was on his guard, no matter how powerful the poison was, it would be useless. This wasn't the only use of the daylily soul-destroying herb. Wang Teng also knew some other methods of making it. Wang Teng silently placed the spiritual herb into a jade box and kept it. Then, he continued searching for the spiritual herbs he needed. He found many rare and precious spiritual herbs. His heart was bleeding. There were so many of them. He probably didn't have enough points to buy them from the Secondary Career Alliance. All these spiritual herbs would probably benefit the Secondary Career Alliance in the end. Darn it, Wang Teng felt helpless. That meant that he could only choose a small portion of the spiritual herbs. Fortunately, the Secondary Career Alliance still had some conscience and gave him a collection fee. If he offered all these spiritual herbs to the Secondary Career Alliance, he would be able to earn a lot of points. This time, Wang Teng didn't know if he made a profit or a loss. He could only remind himself not to be too greedy. Compared to the other secondary profession talents, this was a huge gain for him. The spiritual herbs Wang Teng was looking for were extremely rare. Thinking about it, all the main ingredients for advanced rank pills were rare. That was why Lian and the others couldn't find them after so long. If they didn't follow Wang Teng here, they wouldn't know how long they had to spend searching. Also, it was extremely tiring to find a spiritual herb among all the spiritual herbs. If Wang Teng didn't have the real eye, he would need to spend more time and effort. Time passed slowly. Approximately an hour later, Wang Teng's gaze suddenly landed on a pile of medicine that was 2 to 3 meters tall. The pile of ingredients was taller than him. This showed how many ingredients there were. It was extremely difficult to find the herbs hidden inside. Wang Teng didn't hesitate. He immediately used his spiritual kinesis to push the spiritual herbs away as if they were rubbish. After pushing half of the spiritual herbs away, Wang Teng finally saw the ingredients he wanted to see. It was a strange purple flower with 9 petals. There was a silver-white dot on each petal. It looked like a whirlpool, or the acupuncture points in a martial warrior's body. There were silver-white patterns all around it like veins. It looked divine. Wisps of lightning power seeped out from the surface of this strange flower, isolating the herbs around it. They couldn't get any closer. Even the spiritual herbs around the strange purple flower had turned black. The efficacy of the medicine had disappeared. They had turned useless. The power of calamity lightning. Wang Teng's gaze turned strange. There was a hint of calamity lightning within the flower. Chapter Toothisuncret, 676, Three-Eyed Divine Ape, Daylily Soul-Destroying Herb, 9 Essence Calamity Flower, Return, 4. No one understood the heaven-earth calamity lightning better than him. One look and he could tell that the lightning power in this flower wasn't ordinary lightning. It was the power of calamity lightning congregated by heaven and earth. No wonder it was so domineering. All the spiritual herbs at the side were affected by the calamity lightning and became useless. This should be the 9 essence calamity flower I was looking for. Wang Teng thought to himself as he kept the flower. After finding this flower, his mission on the herb garden planet was basically completed. All that was left were some normal herbs. It wasn't hard to find them. He spent a few more minutes to find all the spiritual herbs. Lian and the others also found the spiritual herbs they needed. Wang Teng then gathered all the spiritual herbs in the cave and prepared to leave. Have you made your decision? Wang Teng looked at the giant ape and asked with a smile. The black giant ape started to struggle. The sunlight slug said something to it before it finally nodded firmly and said, "All right, 500 years it is. I will be your bodyguard for 500 years. Wang Teng nodded. He was elated. Star beasts were easy to fool. They didn't even know how to bargain. At first he thought that he would agree even if the other party shortened the time to 300 years, but he didn't expect it to agree after struggling for a long time. Don't worry. I will only call you when I need your help. You can do whatever you want at other times." Wang Teng consoled him when he saw his conflicted expression. Really, the black giant ape was elated. It had been locked up on the herb garden planet for more than 1,000 years and was sick of it. Hence, it was afraid of being restrained. It was happy that Wang Teng promised it. "I mean what I say," Wang Teng said. "Also, if you don't believe me, we can sign a spiritual contract. Okay?" The black giant ape nodded immediately. Wang Teng took out a spiritual contract. Both parties left their spiritual marks and confirmed their relationship.
"You want to bring it away?"
Lian asked in surprise when she saw this scene. Wang Teng nodded and didn't say anything. Lian's eyes shimmered. She was astounded. This giant black ape must be an ultimate stage imperial-level star beast. It was surprising that it was willing to sign a spiritual contract with Wang Teng. The stronger the star beast, the more unruly it would be. It wouldn't show any mercy to martial warriors on par with it, much less martial warriors weaker than it. They didn't know what deal Wang Teng made with it. It won't be easy to bring it away from here. Lian suddenly thought of something. "I know, but I have to try. If it doesn't work, forget it," Wang Teng said as he spoke. a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. It's not impossible to bring it away. Great Elder Dan Chen? Wang Teng was stunned. That's right, it's me, Great Elder. Dan Chen's voice appeared in Wang Teng's mind. What conditions do you have? Please enlighten me, Great Elder. Wang Teng had a sudden thought. There are still contaminated dark apparitions on the mining planet and the spiritual beast planet. Kill them, and I'll allow you to take the black giant ape away, Great Elder Dan Chen said. Okay. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He agreed without any hesitation. Oh. Great Elder Dan Chen seemed a little surprised. He asked, Can your two clones do it? I can try. Wang Teng smiled and kept quiet. Very good. Great Elder Dan Chen smiled gently. You will be the hero of the Secondary Career Alliance after you deal with the dark apparitions on those two planets. I will not only let you bring the giant ape back, but I will also reward you with some spiritual herbs. I can let you choose a portion of the spiritual herbs you collected just now for free. Deal. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. I mean what I say. Great Elder Dan Chen's voice disappeared gradually. Wang Teng stood on the spot with shimmering eyes. He was elated. We should leave. Why are you daydreaming? Lian waved her hand in front of Wang Teng's eyes. All right, let's leave now. Wang Teng smiled gently. He took out a token and spoke to the Sunlight Slug and the black giant ape using voice transmission. Come to my space first, we're leaving. You created space? Sunlight Slug was stunned. This fellow was only at the Cosmos realm among the human martial warriors. How could he create space? You'll know when you get there, Wang Teng said. All right. The Sunlight Slug didn't probe further and nodded. He wasn't afraid that Wang Teng would do anything to him. After signing the spiritual contract, he didn't have to worry about Wang Teng going back on his words. Wang Teng waved his hand and the Sunlight Slug and the black giant ape disappeared on the spot. Huh? Lian's eyes flashed. She was slightly shocked and wanted to ask the question instinctively. However, Wang Teng didn't reply to her whenever she asked this kind of private question. She pouted and swallowed the words at the tip of her tongue to prevent herself from asking for a snub. Let's go. Wang Teng held the token in his hand and said to Lian and the others. Lian nodded. A token appeared in her hand and she instilled force into it. Boom. The token vibrated slightly and gave off a strange space fluctuation. It spread out. Chapter 2677, Three-Eyed Divine Ape. Daylily, Soul-Destroying Herb, 9 Essence Calamity Flower. Return 5. A pillar of light enveloped Wang Teng and his teammates and soared into the sky. They disappeared on the spot, too. The next moment they appeared in a plaza. There was a commotion. Wang Teng and the others were stunned when they saw their surroundings. This was a sizable plaza. There were sections on the plaza, and above the plaza there were stone platforms of different sizes floating densely above their heads. Looking further down, he saw the plaza where the various factions were seated. That meant that there were 3 zones from the top to the bottom. One was filled with stone platforms at the highest point. In the middle was a slightly smaller plaza. Below it was the huge plaza where the various factions were seated. This is... Wang Teng glanced around him in surprise. This is the final competition venue. Look at the stone platforms. It looks like someone has come out. Lian pointed at the stone platforms floating above their heads. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He looked at the stone platforms and understood. On the stone platforms, some people had already taken out their furnaces and were starting to make pills while others were forging. Faint clanging sounds could be heard. There were also people making medicines. They were either alchemists or poison masters. There were also people making delicious food. These people were split into different zones. For instance, alchemists were scattered, but they were all in the same zone. The blacksmiths, the apothecaries, the poison masters, the force chef masters, and many others were in their zones too. These zones corresponded to the zones in the plaza below. At this moment, the talented secondary professionals on the stone platforms noticed Wang Teng and his teammates. Their expressions changed. These people were no strangers to Wang Teng and Li Yan, two top-notch secondary profession talents. Thus, when they saw them coming back from the herb garden planet so quickly, they were astounded. The people here were able to come back quickly because they didn't aim for such a high ranking. The pills and poisons they made weren't high rank. They were easier to find and didn't waste much time. However, the secondary profession talents saw what happened to Wang Teng and his team on the herb garden planet. Hence, they were green with envy. The audience in the plaza below saw Wang Teng and his teammates too. They got a little excited. Come out. Wang Teng is out. He's faster than most people. How can he not be fast? They found so many spiritual herbs. They're ahead of many people. That's right. They're so lucky. Many talents are still working hard to find spiritual herbs. The top talents like Dan Yuan from the Dan family, Li Jin from the Li family, and Ma Yan from the Ma family are still fighting the star beasts bitterly. The pills they want to make must be extraordinary. They need many high-rank spiritual herbs, but they have powerful star beasts guarding them. It's hard to say if they can get them. What grade do you think Wang Teng and his teammates will make? Look at the spiritual herbs they found in the end. They seem extremely rare. I don't recognize many of them. It's hard to say. Prescriptions come in all shapes and sizes, and the spiritual herbs they need are unpredictable. Even a saint-level alchemist won't be able to tell what pill they want to make. We can only wait for the result. Many people were guessing what pills Wang Teng and his teammates would make, but no one could tell. The pill medicines that were to be created during this exchange must be the specialty of all the talented alchemists. They wouldn't be guessed so easily. Most of the people present were secondary professionals. They were right. There were too many pill prescriptions in the universe. There were all kinds of them. It was impossible to guess. However, they didn't lose interest because of this. Instead, they got even more curious about the pills Wang Teng and Li Yan wanted to make. Their attention was attracted. Wang Teng and the others were able to leave the herb garden planet beforehand because of the sunlight slug's frightening collection. They had an advantage over the other participants in this area. Hence, everyone had high hopes for them. Let's start our matches. Let me see your real ability. Li Yan said to Wang Teng with a hint of competitiveness in her eyes. She had suffered a huge blow along the way and almost felt that she was useless. Now that she was finally back on her own main field, she felt that it was time to display her ability. All the best. A strange smile appeared at the edge of Wang Teng's lips when he saw her expression. He waved his fist at her. Li Yan felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell. She nodded and flew up, rushing towards a stone platform. "Remember to pay me the points?" Wang Teng suddenly shouted from behind. Li Yan stopped in midair. She tilted her body slightly and almost fell from the sky. However, she quickly stabilized herself and landed on a stone platform. She turned around and glared at Wang Teng. Wang Teng smiled. He moved his body and turned into 3 rays of light. They landed on the 3 stone platforms. One was at the stone platform in the poison zone, one at the stone platform in the medicine zone, and the last one at the stone platform in the alchemy zone. The audience below were stunned by this scene. Then there was an uproar. Chapter 2678, Lightning Heart Flame. Zhang Jiang, the black horse of mining. Wang Teng's backup won. Everyone in the plaza was in a daze. They stared at Wang Teng's 3 figures in disbelief. What? What is he doing? He hasn't retracted the 2 clones from the spiritual beast planet and the mining planet, but he has created 2 more clones. Is he crazy? Alchemy, medicine, poison. How many secondary professions is Wang Teng going to participate in? Gasp. Crazy. Crazy. This fellow is crazy. Everyone discussed fervently. They found it unbelievable. At first, when they saw Wang Teng entering 3 planets at once, they guessed that he might participate in the 3 secondary professions competition. But from the looks of it now, this wasn't 3 fields. He wanted to do all of them at once. Only a maniac would do such a thing. Normal people wouldn't even dare to think about it. The core family members were flabbergasted too. They couldn't believe their eyes when they saw Wang Teng's 3 figures. After the series of matches, they had a deeper understanding of Wang Teng's ability. However, they never thought that he would participate in all 7 secondary professions at once. Just like what everyone thought, this wasn't something a normal person could do. This fellow is really bold. Lapan shook her head and lamented. Not only did he dare to think about it, but he also dared to do it. Dan Guang, the family head of the Dan family, said emotionally. His gaze flickered. He's devoted to so many secondary professions. What is he thinking? The family head of the Li family, Li Zhengqing, frowned and asked, Who knows? The family head of the Mo family, Mo Chengzhou, shook his head. I don't think highly of his method. Let's wait and see. The gazes of the other family heads flickered. They kept quiet and waited to see what would happen. Astonishment appeared on Tilong's face, but it quickly turned into a sneer. Wang Teng was too conceited to participate in so many secondary profession competitions at once. Sooner or later, he would be asking for trouble. He's participating in the poison competition, too. Lan Ji's eyes shimmered. He was surprised. This fellow is troublesome. He remembered Wang Teng's performance in the past. He was able to tell that the Lan family had the blue loach goo poison and even had a way to detoxify it. This wasn't a skill an ordinary poison master possessed. Furthermore, in the end, the other party easily snatched the goo snakes and the crimson Kirin insects that Lan Yu had worked so hard to groom for many years. Even he couldn't tell how Wang Teng did it. The Lan family's poison skill was passed down from the goo poison secret skill. Their ancestor found it accidentally at an ancient legacy site. That was how the Lan family was able to reach its current glory. This showed how extraordinary the goo poison secret skill was to be able to create a core family like the Lan family. Normal secondary professionals wouldn't be able to deal with the poison skill recorded inside. Wang Teng wasn't simple. Even now, he was still a little shocked. Lan Ji heaved a sigh of relief when Wang Teng didn't kill Lan Yu and even asked him to continue the competition. However, when he saw that Wang Teng was participating in the poison competition, he had a bad feeling. Releasing Lan Yu meant that the other party didn't take him seriously at all. How confident was he? His thoughts were different from the other family heads. He understood how powerful his goo poison secret skill was, so he knew how frightening this young man's talent was. This person might be the greatest anomaly in this exchange event. On the other side, the family head of the Mei family, Ma Lu, had a grim expression too. He felt fortunate that Wang Teng left the herb garden planet early and didn't meet Ma Yan. However, Wang Teng's ability to curb the talent from the Lan family made it hard for him to calm down. As a member of the poison family, he knew how hard and scary the Lan family's poison skill was. However, Wang Teng managed to neutralize it easily. This young man must be a genius with great poison talent. He had already decided that the moment Ma Yan came out, he would tell Ma Yan immediately and cancel his plan to deal with Wang Teng. He wouldn't accept this deal. All the family heads of the core families had different thoughts. However, there was one similarity. They were all paying attention to Wang Teng. Unfortunately, after Wang Teng landed on the 3 stone platforms, he didn't move. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest on the high platform. Great Elder Tambeli glanced at Great Elder Dan Shen and burst out laughing. This young man finally revealed his background. The core families must be shocked. Great Elder Dan Chen shook his head uncontrollably and said, I'm astounded, but he still has to rely on his ability to get a ranking. Let's wait and see, Great Elder Byers said. But what is he doing? Other people are already starting to make, but he's still resting there. Great Elder Tambeli looked at Wang Teng in surprise. Great Elder Dan Chen and Great Elder Byers were puzzled too. They shook their heads and looked at Wang Teng. This fellow. Lian looked at Wang Teng's three figures and took a deep breath to calm her emotions. No matter what, she had to defeat Wang Teng in alchemy to regain her confidence. If not, she might be suppressed by this fellow until she couldn't raise her head. As for the other secondary professions, she didn't care. But she was surprised that this fellow didn't start the match immediately. What was he waiting for? Chapter 2679, Lightning Heart Flame, Zhang Jiang, the Black Horse of Mining. Wang Teng's backup, too. Sigh, Lian, let out a long sigh and gritted her teeth. Forget about him. I need to hurry up. Even I don't have much confidence in making that pill. I should familiarize myself with it as soon as possible. Even if I fail once, I can try again. Boom! An explosion occurred in front of her. Then a furnace appeared. Lightning sound furnace. Wang Teng opened his eyes in surprise. The furnace Lian took out was a real lightning sound furnace. It wasn't a battle technique. As a Grand Master blacksmith, he felt that this lightning sound furnace was extraordinary. There must be a special material inside called the lightning spirit crystal. The lightning spirit crystal was an important material for forging lightning element treasures. The Le family must be wealthy and powerful to be able to use it to forge a lightning sound furnace. When Lian took out the lightning sound furnace, the other family heads were surprised too. They looked at Pan and said, "I didn't expect the Le family to forge such an outstanding lightning sound furnace for Lian. My daughter's talent is outstanding, so she must be matched with an excellent lightning sound furnace to bring out her talent and ability," Pan said proudly. As they spoke, Lian, who was on the stone platform, suddenly moved. She stretched out her fair and slender hands, and purple-red flames rose from them. Huh? Wang Teng was surprised. This was a special flame. Also, he could sense a hint of lightning power in the purple-red flame. With his eyesight, he could even see faint arcs of lightning jumping in the flame. What flame is this? Wang Teng wondered to himself. He compared the characteristics of the purple-red flame and searched his mind for relevant information. He was familiar with all kinds of flames, but he couldn't know every flame in the universe. The universe was huge, so there were all kinds of strange flames. Some were rare and no one had seen them before. Only those with good luck could find them and use them. This looks like the lightning heart flame. Round Ball suddenly exclaimed, "Lightning heart flame!" Wang Teng was stunned. Then a thought flashed through his mind and he remembered the description of this flame. The lightning heart flame is a powerful special flame. If a place suffers the torment of lightning all year round with extremely thick fire force, it might be able to give birth to this special flame that contains the power of lightning, Round Ball said. Wang Teng nodded. Round Ball's information was the same as the description he found in his mind. This was the lightning heart flame. This flame could be considered a divine flame born between heaven and earth. However, it was still a distance away from a real divine flame. Its power wasn't as strong as a real divine flame, after all. The requirements to give birth to a divine flame were too harsh. Even in the entire universe, there were very few divine flames. The power of lightning is suitable for the Lei family's lightning sound furnace. Wang Teng thought to himself, to be able to become a core family, the Lei family had an extraordinary background. He suddenly got a little curious about Lian's alchemy mastery at this moment. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. As Lian activated her lightning heart flame, attribute bubbles suddenly dropped around the purple-red flame, picked them up. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He immediately swept his spiritual kinesis out to pick up attribute bubbles without any hesitation. He wasn't in a hurry to make poison or pills. He was waiting for these secondary professionals to drop attribute bubbles so that his mastery of his secondary professions could reach the peak of the Grand Master level. If he wanted to win this exchange, he must do it beautifully. Lightning Heart Flame, 1500. Lightning Heart Flame, 1000. Lightning Heart Flame, 1200. There were exactly 3 attribute bubbles. They merged into Wang Teng's body and turned into a purple-red flame. It circled around the 4 divine flames. The Lightning Heart Flame didn't resist at all. It admitted defeat and became a transparent flame. obediently. Wang Teng was elated. He didn't expect to pick up such a useful flame at the start. His luck was not bad. He didn't mind having more special flames. The more flames there were, the stronger his true dragon battle physique, pseudo, would be. He wondered what Lian's expression would be like if she knew that he had a lightning heart flame too. While everyone was paying attention to Wang Teng, an astonishing scene appeared on the screen in the sky. It attracted everyone's attention again. Bang! On the mining planet, on a vast plain, explosions were heard. The ground trembled. Huge cracks appeared like a natural chasm. They intertwined on the ground and spread into the distance. Dust flew into the air, covering the vast plain. There was a figure standing in the air above the plains. He stretched out his hands as if he was trying to grab something from the ground. Everyone could see the earth below turning like an earth dragon. It seemed to be struggling frantically. It's Feng Lu from the Feng family. What is he doing? Why does this scene seem so familiar? Did he learn the vein-searching dragon-catching skill too? Chapter 2680, Lightning Heart Flame. Zhang Jiang, the Black Horse of Mining. Wang Teng's backup. 3. There was an uproar in the plaza. Many people looked in the direction of the Feng family's seats. A smile appeared in Feng Hua's eyes. Feng Liu's talent didn't disappoint him. He had already grasped the vein-searching dragon-catching skill. This was a huge surprise for him. When Wang Teng executed the vein-searching dragon-catching skill, many people were astounded. Now, Feng Liu executed the vein-searching dragon-catching skill too. He wasn't weaker than the other party. Boom! At this moment, Feng Liu, who was on the screen, suddenly shouted. The ground vibrated even more violently, and a mine was forcefully dug out. The mine was pitch black and gave off a cold aura. Under the influence of the chill, it turned into the outline of a black python. It looked exceptionally strange. Roar. A furious roar resounded in the air when the figure appeared. It was like the roar of a real terrifying giant python. It was deafening. The struggle of the mine got more and more violent. It seemed to be trying to break free from Feng Liu's grasp. However, under the suppression of the force, the mine couldn't break free. The shadow disappeared, leaving only the black mine behind. This is dark black frost iron. Many people immediately recognized the real face of the mine. They were flabbergasted. It's a dark black frost iron mine? That's an extremely precious ice element mine. I didn't expect such a mine to exist on the mining planet. Feng Liu is amazing. He managed to find the dark black frost iron. That's right. I can't see any ice element in that plane. I didn't expect it to breed dark black frost iron. Feng Liu's mining mastery is indeed extraordinary. He's so powerful. This dark black frost iron mine is one of the top 10 mines on the mining planet. One won't be able to find it without a certain amount of luck. Indeed, luck and ability are both indispensable. Dark black frost iron? Great Elder Tambeli was astounded. It looks like Feng Liu will be a strong contender for the first place in mining. Great Elder Byers nodded. The talents from the Sang family are not bad too. It looks like they are going to find that mine soon. Great Elder Dan Chen suddenly smiled and looked at another screen. Oh! Great Elder Tambeli and his companion were stunned. They immediately looked at another screen. On the screen, Sang Yi from the Sang family was in a desert. She was floating in midair. The force in her body surged out continuously and entered the ground below. Boom, the desert below started vibrating. Numerous sand particles shot into the sky, setting off a huge sandstorm. This scene was astonishing. Countless gazes gathered on Feng Liu. They were astounded when they saw the scene inside. What a coincidence. Feng Liu just found a dark black frost iron, but Sang Yi found one too. Also, from the looks of it, this wasn't an ordinary mine. Everyone stared at the scene on the screen without blinking. They wanted to see what kind of mine was hidden under the desert. These few days were enough for the mining talents to cover the entire planet. They were extremely confident since they were able to choose the mine they liked the most from all the mines on this planet. These talents were different from Wang Teng. They couldn't see the mine below, so they could only make their judgment based on the external characteristics. Even Sang Yi's mystic light sight only gave him a slight advantage. He couldn't see the mine that was thousands or even tens of thousands of meters below the ground. Also, time was limited, so they couldn't explore the mines one by one. Hence, their only method was to choose a few places with the highest possibility of containing precious ores. Then they would make their final decision. This was a test of the mining engineer's eyesight and experience. It was undeniable that Wang Teng did cheat in this aspect. Boom. After some time, the mine below the desert was forcefully dug out by Sang Yi. One had to admit that the mining mastery of these talents shouldn't be underestimated. All of them had the vein-searching dragon-catching skill. This was an extremely rare skill, but it appeared frequently now. It was an eye-opener for the audience. The impact caused by Wang Teng's vein-searching dragon-catching skill gradually disappeared. At the start, many people felt that Wang Teng's mining mastery had exceeded everyone's, but from the looks of it now, the other talents weren't inferior either. No one knew who would become the champion in the end. After Sang Yi dug out the mine below the desert, it revealed its true appearance. This was an earth-yellow mine. The outline of a black tortoise was congregated above it. It looked lifelike. Roar, an angry roar resounded in the sky. The black tortoise kept struggling, trying to break free from Sang Yi's grasp. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. The talents like Sang Yi were able to reach the Grand Master level, so their martial arts were at least at the heaven realm. Hence, as long as they dug the mine out, things would be much simpler. It wouldn't be difficult to control the energy surge from the mine. This looks like the yellow spirit gold sand. Yellow spirit gold sand. That's an extremely precious earth element ore. It's said to be the most important material for forging universe-level weapons. Chapter 2681. Lightning Heart Flame. Zhang Jiang, the black horse of mining. Wang Teng's backup. 4. Oh my God, the genius of the Sang family. Sang Yi is exceptional too. She managed to find the yellow spirit gold sand mine. This yellow spirit gold sand isn't as precious as the dark black frost iron. I wonder what its quality is. Based on its value, the yellow spirit gold sand mine is definitely not as valuable as the dark black frost iron. However, the quality and content of the mine are important too. I wonder who will win. Everyone was astounded when they saw that the mine Sang Yi found using vein-searching dragon-catching was actually a yellow spirit gold sand mine. They guessed who was stronger between her and Feng Liu. The family head of the Sang family, Sang Ji, turned grim. Sang Yi might have found the yellow spirit gold sand mine, but it wasn't easy to win against other people. At least Feng Liu found the dark black frost iron that was more precious than hers. Sang Ji, it looks like your Sang Yi might not be Feng Liu's match. Feng Hua looked over and smiled. Sang Ji snorted. Why are you so impatient? There's still time. Who knows who will win? Feng Hua smiled and kept quiet. However, he couldn't hide the happiness on his face. At this stage, he didn't believe that Sang Yi was willing to give up the yellow spirit gold sand mine. After all, she might not be able to find a better mine even if she gave up. If she didn't give up, there was nothing to say. The value of the dark black frost iron would definitely be higher. The size of these two mines were about the same, so the content shouldn't be too different. As for the quality, the outsiders were just watching the show while the professionals knew the ropes. They were all at the saint level in mining, so they could tell the quality of the two mines. Sang Ji was just being stubborn. From the intensity of the outlines formed by the energy of the two mines, it was enough to determine the quality of the two mountains. Time passed slowly, talents emerged one by one. Some found an extremely precious mine, while others continued searching for it. Some people had already left the mining planet and returned to the plaza. Most of these people were blacksmiths. They wanted to start the final smithery process. Time was limited. The talents didn't dare to stay on the mining planet for too long. Otherwise, they wouldn't have enough time to forge. Clanging sounds were heard in the plaza. The blacksmiths were forging their works for the competition. Boom! A group of volcanoes on the mining planet suddenly erupted. Lava spurted into the sky, forming crimson pillars of light. It was a majestic sight. Before anyone knew what was happening, a figure dashed out from the bottom of the volcano. Behind him, a giant shadow that looked like a fire dragon dashed out. "What's that? Oh my God! It looks like a mine, too!" Someone found a mine under the volcano. Who is he? I don't know. He doesn't seem to be a member of any core family. It's Zhang Jiang. Zhang Jiang, our talent in mining from the Nanli territorial domain. Nanli territorial domain. I didn't expect the Nanli territorial domain to have a black horse, too. The mine Zhang Jiang found seems extraordinary. As everyone discussed, the identity of the figure was revealed. He was a talent in mining in the Nanli territorial domain. There were countless talents in the universe. Not just the core families of the Secondary Career Alliance had top-notch talents. Ha 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 ha! The secondary professionals in the Nanli territorial domain burst out laughing. They seemed exceptionally happy. Zhang Jiang suddenly appeared in everyone's vision in such a shocking manner. This undoubtedly made the Nanli territorial domain famous in the Secondary Career Alliance. If he could become the champion, there would be many benefits. Even the family heads of the core families looked at the figure on the screen. They were astounded. It was surprising that such a talent appeared in the Nanli territorial domain. Boom! Explosions resounded, and volcanoes erupted one by one. Then they exploded as if they were struck by a terrifying force. Fire dragons shot out from the volcanoes and congregated in one spot. They turned into a bigger fire dragon. Zhang Jiang suddenly stopped in the middle of the sky full of flames. He was surrounded by flames and was engulfed in a sea of fire. Roar. The fire dragon let out a series of angry roars as it shuttled back and forth in the flames. Its power was appalling. Compared to the commotion caused by Feng Liu and Sang Yi, the commotion caused by Zhang Jiang seemed even more terrifying. Everyone turned serious. They didn't know what kind of mine the fire dragon was. It was able to create such a huge commotion. Smash it! At this moment, a cold smile appeared at the edge of Zhang Jiang's lips. He opened his arms abruptly, and a magnificent water element power erupted from his body. It turned into a water dragon and roared as it charged out, tangling with the fire dragon. It was as if two dragons were fighting. They were at loggerheads with each other. Sizzle. White smoke rose from the fire dragon's body, forming a thick white mist that filled up the sky. For a moment, no one could see what was happening inside. Angry roars resounded continuously and echoed in the void. It was frightening. No one knew what was happening inside. After some time, the voices finally subsided. Chapter 2682, Lightning Heart Flame. Zhang Jiang, the Black Horse of Mining. Wang Teng's backup, 5. Everyone tensed up and looked at the situation on the screen. Unfortunately, there was a screen, so no matter how high their cultivation was, they couldn't see what was happening inside. Fortunately, the clouds in the sky dispersed gradually, revealing the situation inside. It was a crimson mine that floated in the air like a fire dragon. Strange patterns could be seen on the mine. They looked like dragon patterns. They were scattered all over the mine. Those with better eyesight would be able to see tiny dragon patterns swimming in the mine. It looked divine. Lava Dragon Crystal Mine. An exclamation suddenly came from the plaza outside. Someone recognized the real identity of this mine. This is the Lava Dragon Crystal Mine. It's said that it's born under a volcano and has been roasted by lava all year round. It's an extraordinary fire element treasure. This Lava Dragon Crystal Mine can be used to forge eternal level weapons. Zhang Jiang's mining mastery is so high he's a black horse. That's right, the Lava Dragon Crystal Mine is more precious than the dark black frost iron. Why do I feel that he's stronger than Wang Teng? Wang Teng just found a yellow cloudstone mine. He can't even be compared to Feng Liu and Sang Yi. Let's not talk about Feng Liu and Sang Yi. He can't be compared to many talents who aren't as outstanding as them. Except the Yellow Cloud Stone mine, he hasn't found any other mines. If this continues, he will definitely lose. It looks like Wang Teng isn't that powerful. Was he just bluffing at the start? Zhang Jiang wasn't a talent from a core family, so many people couldn't help but compare him with Wang Teng. In the end, they realized that there was a huge difference between Wang Teng and Zhang Jiang. The Yellow Cloud Stone mine couldn't be compared to the Lava Dragon Crystal mine. Suddenly, the people who had high hopes for Wang Teng changed. They felt that Zhang Jiang might become a black horse. Wang Teng didn't know about this. Even if he knew, he would just laugh it off. For the past few days, his clone had been flying slowly on the mining planet. He kept picking up attribute bubbles from the talents of the mining engineers from various factions. He met many talents in mining, including talents from the core families. This allowed him to gain much knowledge from the core families. Mining engineer, 30,000, 30,000, Grand Master. My mining engineer attribute has finally reached the perfected Grand Master level. Wang Teng was elated. After many days of hard work, his mining mastery had finally reached this stage. It wasn't easy. The talents were scattered all over the mining planet, and they were quite good at running. He had to tour the entire planet before he could pick up all the attribute bubbles. However, there were some talents that he didn't meet. He probably missed them, especially the top talents. Their whereabouts were mysterious and normal people wouldn't be able to find them. I wonder which mines Sang Yi and the other talents from the core families found. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He had visited the entire mining planet over the past few days, so he had seen all the mines. There were indeed many good mines. He used the heart of magnetic essence to secretly mine some precious ores and hide them. He had once discovered a yellow spirit gold sand mine in a desert and secretly mined the purest part of it. He saw this earth element treasure when he was on the 5 burial stars, so he was familiar with it. He knew that this was an extremely precious material, so he couldn't miss it. He had also discovered the dark black frost iron in a plane. It was a precious material for making ice element weapons. He also found the lava dragon crystal mine in a volcano. It could be used to make fire element weapons. He also found the dark wood jade crystal mine in a canyon. It was extremely suitable for making wood element weapons. In summary, Wang Teng went to all the places and found many interesting ores. He mined everything he wanted. He thought of this method when he left the Herb Garden planet. He had put in much effort to prevent the Secondary Career Alliance from finding him. After all, there were so many mines, he was itching to ignore them. He entered a treasure mountain but came back empty-handed. Who could bear with this? At first, he thought that he wouldn't be able to get any benefits from the mining planet, but he suddenly had an idea. He remembered the special use of the heart of magnetic essence. Treasure hunting on the mining planet was different from other places. Many mines were buried deep underground. If Wang Teng didn't enter, the Secondary Career Alliance wouldn't be able to broadcast it below the ground. He only needed to use his spiritual kinesis to wrap a space ring and enter the ground. Then he would use the heart of magnetic essence to mine some ores and place them in the space ring. He would be able to complete a stealing operation silently. This was equivalent to making use of a bug. It was amazing. This method could only be used on the mining planet. The spiritual beast planet and the herb garden planet couldn't support it. This was something that Wang Teng found quite frustrating. At the same time, Wang Teng did another thing. No one discovered it either. This was a plan he came up with through the distribution of mineral veins on the mining planet. He secretly laid out a trump card and prepared to use it at the last moment. That way, his rune competition would be a sure win. Hence, to outsiders, he didn't seem to have done anything for the past few days. That wasn't the case. It was just that no one knew what he did. Even the saint-level and immortal-level martial warriors didn't know. At this moment, Wang Teng was standing on the highest peak of an island. There was a vast sea around him with no end in sight. This was his last stop. If he couldn't find a satisfactory mine, he would go back and choose the best mine he had seen. This would be the final result of the mining competition. He wouldn't waste too much time because he needed to continue his blacksmith competition. However, based on Wang Teng's guess, there must be a mine in this sea, too. It was highly likely that there was a precious and huge mine. This wasn't groundless. This was the result he deduced from the topography of the planet and the distribution of various forces. He didn't know if the other talents in mining had discovered it, but many people probably didn't want to enter the bottom of the sea to search. Comparatively, searching for mines at the bottom of the sea was much more difficult than searching on the ground. The dangers below were unpredictable. Even the genius mining engineers weren't willing to take the risk and waste too much time. What's more, this sea took up 56% of the planet. It wasn't easy to find a mine here. Wang Teng didn't hesitate and dived into the sea to others. This might be difficult, but to Wang Teng, the bottom of the sea was no different from flat ground. His immortal level water talent and all kinds of strange physique allowed him to travel at the bottom of the sea without any obstacles. This was an advantage other secondary professionals didn't have. Chapter 2683, Destroying His Future, Snow Lotus Matsuya, T. Long's Nervousness. 1. In the vast sea, a figure shuttled back and forth like an agile fish. This was Wang Teng. Large fish and sea beasts shuttled back and forth in the sea. There weren't many living creatures on the mining planet, but there were some. There were many star beasts guarding the mines, too. If mining engineers wanted to snatch the mines, they needed to deal with the powerful star beasts. The number of star beasts in the sea increased tremendously. I didn't expect there to be so many star beasts in the sea. Wang Teng was surprised before he entered the sea. He hadn't seen any signs of the sea beasts. He thought that the bottom of the sea was the same as the land. There wouldn't be too many star beasts here, but now he knew that he was too naive. It wasn't just a small amount. It was enough to make people feel despair. No wonder the secondary profession talents didn't come to the sea. Many people probably came, but they ran away in fright. To a secondary professional, the bottom of the sea was too dangerous. Wang Teng didn't want to care about the sea beasts. He rushed to the bottom of the sea and searched for the mine. Many people outside noticed Wang Teng's movement and were surprised. Many people had shifted their gazes away from Wang Teng and were looking at the other secondary profession talents. However, there were still many people paying attention to Wang Teng. Many people were surprised when they saw him entering the sea of the mining planet. Wang Teng is in the sea. He is so bold even on the mining planet. The sea is more dangerous than the earth. That's right. The secondary profession talents met many powerful star beasts in the sea, but they were forced to give up. It's extremely difficult to find ores in the sea. Normal secondary professionals won't dare to enter without the protection of powerful martial warriors. Anyway, isn't this a little unfair? What's unfair about it? The exchange event is a test of one's ability. Even if Wang Teng enters the bottom of the sea, there will be great danger. Anyway, I don't know how Wang Teng's mastery of his secondary profession is, but his martial arts ability is really strong. Which one is his true form? It should be the one from the herb garden planet. After all, it can create clones. That's right. That should be it. This means that the ones on the ore planet and the spiritual beast planet are just clones. The clones are probably weaker than the main body. How dare he enter the bottom of the sea? Who knows what he's thinking? Maybe he's bold because he's skilled. Some people didn't have high hopes for Wang Teng, but some still had some hope for him after all. His performance in the past was outstanding. Even after everyone realized that he wanted to participate in more than 3 secondary career competitions, they still wanted to see how far he could go. Being able to participate in more than 3 secondary profession competitions was already a special presence. No matter what, such an abnormality was worth paying attention to. Boom. Wang Teng didn't want to care about the sea beasts around him, but that didn't mean that they would let him go. The moment he appeared, the sea beasts swarm over like sharks. Smelling blood explosions were heard. Large figures dashed towards Wang Teng, troublesome. Wang Teng shook his head helplessly and released his fist. An azure blue fist mark erupted in the seawater. Boom! The sea beasts charging towards him exploded and died instantly. They were crushed into minced meat by Wang Teng's punches. The spectators outside felt the corners of their lips twitching uncontrollably. How violent! The more they looked at Wang Teng, the more he didn't seem like a secondary professional. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Teng dashed towards the bottom of the sea as he released his punches and killed the sea beasts charging towards him. These sea beasts were mostly mid-tier Imperial level and below. They weren't very powerful. The only thing people couldn't handle was their numbers. As a large number of sea beasts got killed by Wang Teng, the stench of blood filled up the sea, dyeing the sea red. When the sea beasts smelled the thick stench of blood, they charged over like madmen. It was a chilling scene. Oh my God, there are so many sea beasts. Wang Teng is in danger. Danger, 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 danger. Ha 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 ha, he's looking for death. Does he think he's omnipotent? The people outside were flabbergasted when they saw this scene. Just looking at the scene was enough to make them break out in cold sweat, much less Wang Teng, who was inside. Many people broke out in cold sweat for Wang Teng. However, there were also some who gloated. They didn't like a weirdo like Wang Teng. If a person was too different, it would definitely make people uncomfortable. They might even reject him uncontrollably. However, Wang Teng's performance was eye-catching, and he didn't make any mistakes, so they couldn't mock him. Now that he was finally in such a dangerous situation, these people couldn't help but appear. On the great Qian Empire's side, Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the other Grandmasters were looking at Wang Teng's screen worriedly. They frowned. Wang Teng's main body had already come out from the herb garden planet, but if anything happened to his clones, he would be disqualified from the Rune Master mining engineer and blacksmith competitions. Chapter 2684, Destroying His Future. Snow Lotus Matsuya. Tilong's Nervousness. 2. Mining engineers were better, but rune masters and blacksmiths were two of the most common secondary professions. It would be a pity if he lost his qualifications. They didn't think that Wang Teng should participate in so many secondary profession competitions, but that didn't mean that they were willing to see him lose. All in all, they were still anticipating a miracle. Other people couldn't achieve this miracle. Only Wang Teng had a trace of hope. This can't go on. It's a waste of time. Wang Teng glanced at the sea beasts around him and felt his head hurting. He wasn't afraid of anything. No matter how many sea beasts there were, they wouldn't be a huge threat to him. However, it was a waste of time. Almost half of the time for the last round had passed. He didn't have any more time to waste. Fortunately, he left many skills in this clone so he could use them now. Shadow power, strands of strange energy flowed through his body. Then they turned into a layer of shadow shaw and cut off all contact with the outside world. He seemed to have disappeared on the spot. The sea beasts around them stopped in their tracks. There was confusion in their blood-red eyes as they looked around. However, they couldn't find Wang Teng. The feeling of seeing their prey disappearing right in front of their eyes made the sea beasts go crazy. Roar, roar, roar. Angry roars resounded and echoed in the sea. Many talented mining engineers who wanted to enter the sea hesitated again and finally left dejectedly. Gone. Wang Teng disappeared. Damn, how did he do it? How did he manage to disappear when he was surrounded by so many sea beasts? Have you forgotten the concealing skill he displayed on the herb garden planet? Even the ultimate stage light element Imperial level star beast couldn't find him. It's impossible for star beasts below mid-tier Imperial level to find him. Now that you mention it, that's true. Damn, even a clone can use this concealing skill. How are other people supposed to play? I remember that his clones and main body used some of his skills. That's right, the brick. All three Wang Tengs used it. Did he make 3 similar bricks? Who will make 3 identical bricks for no reason? Cheating. Great Elder, I want to report someone for cheating. Come on, how is this cheating? He's just a bug. This isn't fair. Why is this fellow so impressive? Some people felt indignant. At first they thought that Wang Teng was dead, But who would have thought that his clone could use such an amazing concealing skill? Many people knew that clones were amazing, but there were many limitations. They couldn't release the full potential of the main body, and some talent abilities couldn't be used either. But when it came to Wang Teng, this understanding was completely overturned. All kinds of skills kept appearing on Wang Teng's clones. It was surprising, especially that brick. Shouldn't it be in the hands of the clone on the spiritual beast planet? How did it end up in the hands of Wang Teng's clone? His main body even used it on the herb garden planet. Everyone was stunned. They didn't understand how Wang Teng did it. Even the eternal level martial warriors couldn't guess it on the high platform. Dan Chen, other great elders, were surprised too. This young man's methods are astonishing, great elder Byers lamented. Even we can't tell this little fellow is indeed something. Great elder Tambeli said, "There it is." Great elder Dan Chen's eyes lit up. Great elder Tambeli and others were stunned. They immediately looked over. The image on the screen changed abruptly. A blue shark formed from force appeared in everyone's vision. It was rushing towards the bottom of the sea. "That's Wang Teng." Great elder Tambeli was astounded. "That's right. It's him. That should be a water element skill that can allow him to move quickly in the sea." Great elder Byers said slowly, his gaze flickered. He seemed to have noticed something. "This method is astonishing." Great elder, Dan Chen said. The three of them were able to discover Wang Teng so quickly because of the light screen. The array on the mining planet used Wang Teng's token to lock onto his position. The three great elders had exceptional eyesight, so they were able to discover Wang Teng's presence immediately. At this moment, many universe stage martial warriors hadn't discovered Wang Teng. They just thought that it was a strange shark. However, some eternal-level martial warriors still noticed something amiss. They were surprised. In the sea, Wang Teng, who had turned into a blue shark, dived into the bottom of the sea quickly. The sea beasts behind him were thrown far away by him. None of them discovered his traces. An invisible spiritual kinesis swept over and picked up the attribute bubbles dropped by the sea beasts. Constellation Force, Water, 500. Constellation Force, Water, 600. Blank Attribute 1500. 18. Oh, where the level of these sea beasts weren't high, so they only provided Wang Teng with some water constellation force and blank attributes. There was nothing worth his attention. Chapter 2685. Destroying His Future. Snow Lotus, Matsuya. T.I. Long's Nervousness, 3. Wang Teng glanced around him before turning his attention to mining. After some time, he traveled tens of thousands of miles and arrived at the depth of the sea here. Even he had to be careful. He wasn't naive to think that there were only mid-tier Imperial level and below-star beasts in the sea. Actually, he had already met a few high-tier Imperial level star beasts. He hadn't met an ultimate stage Imperial level star beast, but he didn't rule out the possibility. At this moment, he was in the body of the Force Shark formed by the Force Shark bomb skill. He activated his real eye and scanned his surroundings. If you observed carefully, you would realize that the shark's eyes were giving off a faint golden glow. It looked exceptionally strange in the pitch-black bottom of the sea. After Wang Teng escaped from the sea beasts and reached the bottom of the sea, everyone finally realized that this shark was probably Wang Teng in disguise. If not, the camera wouldn't be moving along with the shark, no matter how stupid the audience were. They should have thought of this possibility. Everyone was astounded. They shifted their gazes from the other talents to Wang Teng. Good riddance. He managed to fool the sea beasts using this method. Wang Teng's methods are really unexpected. If it was us, we wouldn't be able to discover his presence in the sea. Wang Teng swam quickly at the bottom of the sea, searching for a place where there might be mines. There was mud everywhere at the bottom of the sea. It was hard to see anything with the naked eye. No matter how experienced a mining engineer was, his mastery would be greatly discounted in a place like this. This was why many mining engineers didn't want to come to the bottom of the sea. Of course, as heaven stage martial warriors, many Grandmaster mining engineers could disperse the mud at the bottom of the sea and see the landscape below, but it was dangerous. After all, no one knew if there were terrifying star beasts hiding under the mud. Time passed slowly. Wang Teng swam at the bottom of the sea. Day after day, 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. He still hadn't found a mine. Many people shook their heads and shifted their gazes away. During these few days, many talents from the mining profession found precious ores again. This caused a huge commotion. Yan Tu from the Yan family, Tai Lu from the Tai family, and Leopold from the Roderick family found rare and precious mines, one after another. There were even many talents from other factions who stood out from the rest of the mining talents like black horses. However, the mines found by the talents were different from the lava dragon crystal mine found by Zhang Jiang. They couldn't surpass Zhang Jiang for the time being. While the other matches were still getting heated, the mining competition had reached its climax. Some of the mining talents who found the mines continued searching, while others had already left the mining planet. They went back to the plaza and waited for the final evaluation. As for the rune masters, they remained on the mining planet. Their matches would be held there. After all, the skill of a rune master was to carve arrays. After carving their respective arrays, they would have a battle of arrays to see who could last until the end. That would be the final winner. It was simple and crude, but it was also the most direct and clear method of evaluation. Everything was based on ability. Thus, all the rune masters were carving arrays in the mountains and rivers of the mining planet. At the last moment, they would fight and compete with the arrays. As for the force chefs, many of them had returned and were starting to cook their force dishes. A strange fragrance wafted out and filled up the entire plaza. It made people salivate. Everyone looked at them curiously. What kind of delicious force dishes would these force chef masters make? It made people curious. However, many people were still on the spiritual beast planet. For instance, Wang Teng and Yu Shangshang, as well as the 2 brothers from the TI family. The time needed to make force dishes was relatively shorter, and the choice of ingredients was extremely important. Hence, many top force chef talents were still searching for the ingredients they needed on the spiritual beast planet. Why are these 2 brats taking their time? Tilong's face turned black. He had been worried for the past 10 days. He was afraid that Ti Jing and Ti Du would meet Wang Teng. Now Wang Teng destroyed his future and chose multiple secondary profession competitions. He was already showing signs of losing. This made him happy. However, he was afraid that Wang Teng would drag his sons down with him. He would rather the Ti brothers leave the spiritual beast planet as soon as possible than have them continue looking for better ingredients. But that brat probably doesn't care about Ti Jing and his brother. Tilong sneered again. He felt that Wang Teng's martial arts ability was strong, but that might not be the case for his secondary professions. From the looks of it, Wang Teng might not be able to achieve good results in any secondary professions. A balanced development was a kind of mediocrity. Wang Teng was obviously walking on this path.
What's wrong with Wang Teng? He can't find a mine.
Looks like he's just a superficial person. He hasn't found a single mine after searching for so many days. I thought that he would find something after entering the sea. It's not easy to find a mine in the sea. Even Feng Lu and Sang Yi don't dare to enter the sea. Wang Teng is too arrogant, chapter 26:8, destroying his future. Snow Lotus Matsuya, Tilong's nervousness, 4. That's right. He's too arrogant. In the end, he pulled himself into such an awkward situation. Not only that, look at his alchemy, poison, and medicine clones. They haven't moved for the past few days. I wonder what he's doing. Is he here to play? This is child's play. Sigh, at first I had some expectations for him. Now it looks like I wasted my hope. This is unwise. Is he going to be destroyed by his own arrogance? The audience from all over the universe were a little disappointed in Wang Teng. As time went by, Wang Teng didn't do anything. No matter how much patience they had, it turned into disappointment. At the same time, the blacksmiths left the mining planet and returned to the plaza. They started forging their works for the competition. In the plaza where the final match was held, all kinds of strange flames rose into the air. The sound of metal clanging resounded in the air, forming a different music score. However, these sounds were restricted to the area where the blacksmiths were at. They wouldn't spread to the other competition areas and wouldn't affect the matches of other secondary professions. It was obvious that there were soundproof runes carved in these areas. If not, they wouldn't be able to block the sound of the smithery so easily. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others couldn't help but feel anxious for Wang Teng. They knew that Wang Teng didn't just participate in the mining engineer competition, he also participated in the blacksmith and rune master competition. Wasting so much time in mining wasn't beneficial for the blacksmith and rune master competition. What made them even more anxious was that he hadn't found a mine that could compete with the top talents. They felt as if he lost a watermelon after picking up a sesame seed. What should we do? Is Grandmaster Wang Teng too late? Grandmaster Harrell asked worriedly. That's right, if he doesn't start, it will be too late. Grandmaster Mode frowned. Sigh, Grandmaster Wang Teng is too arrogant. If not, he wouldn't be in this state. Grandmaster Curtin sighed uncontrollably. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and Grandmaster Alfred didn't say anything. However, from their serious expressions, one could tell that they weren't calm. The higher your expectations for him, the greater your disappointment. A cold laugh was suddenly heard beside them. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others frowned. They turned their heads. The person who spoke was the furious Flaming Universe Lord from the Parkers family. When he saw Wang Teng in a predicament, he felt that Wang Teng had no hope. He was elated and couldn't help but speak up. As a universe stage martial warrior, he shouldn't show his emotions on his face. However, when it came to Wang Teng, he couldn't control himself. Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord frowned. He wanted to stop him, but he didn't say anything in the end. He also felt that Wang Teng had no hope. Wasting so much time on mining wasn't a smart choice. Grandmaster Alfred wanted to refute, but Grandmaster Hua Yuan pulled him back and shook his head. On the other side, the Grandmasters from the Namos Empire were elated too. They felt a strong sense of danger from Wang Teng's previous performance. However, when they saw him destroying his future because of his suicidal actions, they gloated and heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts.
Grandmaster Hua Yuan, it looks like Grandmaster Wang Teng is nothing. Grandmaster Dobin laughed from afar. Dobin? Grandmaster Hua Yuan frowned. This. Dobin was really persistent. When he saw Wang Teng's rise, he gave up. Now that Wang Teng was in a difficult situation, he came out to mock him. How irritating!
In summary, the exchange competition at the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters would affect the reputation and future development of the Secondary Career Alliance's branches. That was why these grandmasters with secondary careers couldn't help but participate. They wanted to fight for their pride. However, Grandmaster Hua Yuan didn't want to argue with him. There was no need to. It was a waste of time. If Wang Teng could rise, all the rumors would disappear. But if he didn't succeed, any words would be useless. The Grandmasters would only become a joke if they said it. Grandmaster Hua Yuan. When Grandmaster Wang Teng come out, you need to persuade him properly. For a secondary professional, greed is taboo. You need to remain calm to achieve success. He can't be impetuous. Grandmaster Dobin got even more excited when he saw Grandmaster Hua Yuan keeping quiet. The Grandmaster secondary professionals from the Namos Empire laughed too. Their laughter was filled with contempt and disdain. I agree with Grandmaster Dobin. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Grandmaster Hua Yuan, did you teach Grandmaster Wang Teng this? A Grandmaster from the Chidara Free Federation opened his mouth. You don't have to worry about that. The great Qian Empire's Secondary Profession Alliance has its own way of developing. It's not something you can understand, Grandmaster Alfred couldn't help but said when he heard the sarcastic remarks from the two factions. We were just reminding you out of kindness. Since you don't appreciate it, forget it. Grandmaster Dobin smiled. In the alchemy competition area, Gu Luo sat cross-legged on a stone platform. There was a tall and ancient blue furnace floating in front of him. Wisps of blue flames burned silently below the furnace. Chapter 2687, Destroying His Future. Snow Lotus Matsuya. Tilong's nervousness, 5. He had returned from the herb garden planet a few days earlier. When he saw that Wang Teng was earlier than him, he was a little surprised. But as time went by, Wang Teng still hadn't started making pills. He was puzzled. He slowly opened his eyes and frowned as he glanced at Wang Teng's stone platform. His gaze flickered slightly. "What are you thinking?" On another stone platform, Lian was looking at Wang Teng, too. She frowned slightly and disregarded him. She started refining her own pills seriously. Geniuses like them needed to make extraordinary medicines, so they had to be extremely focused. They didn't have the time to care about others. One look was enough to prove how special Wang Teng was. On another stone platform, the Parkers family's talented alchemist, Gabriel, would occasionally look at Wang Teng. When he noticed that Wang Teng hadn't started, a cold smile appeared at the edge of his lips. He silently pulled Wang Teng out of his opponent list. His target was the talents from the core families. Dan Yuan, Lian, Li Jin, Xavier, Mo Cheng, and even Gu Luo were his match. He wanted to rise in this exchange event and show his family that he could stand at the peak of the universe, even if his martial arts talent was ordinary spiritual beast planet. It was already 3 a.m. on this planet. The sky was still dark. 2 figures were squatting under a huge tree in a primary forest. They stared intently at the 3 strange ingredients in the bushes. One of them was a black-haired young man, while the other was a young girl. She seemed to be around 10 years old. "This is a snow lotus, Matsuya, right?" the young lady muttered. There were 3 strange-looking mushrooms in front of them. They were shaped like umbrellas and had a bright color. The cap was brown and the handle was white. They were covered with fibrous scales, and the bottom was blooming like a snow lotus. When they got closer, they could smell a strange fragrance. It was refreshing. This was the snow lotus Matsuya that the young lady was talking about. It was an extremely special ingredient. It had a special effect. It could beautify one's skin and nourish one's kidney. The effects were even better when cooked by force chefs. That was why many martial warriors loved this ingredient. Both men and women were obsessed with this item. The effect was amazing. A man would cry when he ate, and a woman would blush when she ate. In summary, even powerful martial warriors loved this ingredient. That's right. There are 3 Snow Lotus Matsuya here, 1 for you and 2 for me. Is it all right? The black-haired young man asked. All right. Although the ratio was a little unfair, the young lady didn't object at all. She even nodded happily. The black-haired young man and the young lady exchanged glances with each other. Then they took out a small jade shovel and started digging the Snow Lotus Matsuya. With this Snow Lotus Matsuya, I can start making force dishes. The young lady smiled happily. Let's search again. There should be more here, the black-haired young man said. Yes, let's keep searching. The young lady immediately bent down like a little squirrel and started searching around. These 2 people were Wang Teng and Yu Xiang. They had been working together for more than 10 days. Ever since they entered the spiritual beast planet, Wang Teng had found Yu Xiang, however, he only brought this young lady along. He ignored the other members of the Yu family and left them to their own devices. At first, he thought that she would be a burden. He didn't expect this young lady to put in so much effort along the way. She was the one who found many ingredients that Wang Teng didn't discover. Her eyes were as sharp as his real eye. Wang Teng had to admit that she was extremely talented as a force chef. Most importantly, this young lady might be young, but she was very sensible. Wang Teng took most of the ingredients they found along the way, while she took the smaller portion. She didn't fight and acted as if she was easy to feed. Wang Teng couldn't help but think of Lian. Look, they both came from the core families. That woman was worse than a young lady. That was why Wang Teng didn't feel that Yu Xiang was a burden. Instead, he felt that she was a helper. They had a great time working together along the way. The two of them searched for more than an hour before they finally plundered all the snow lotus Matsuya. Sigh. Yu Xiangxiang wiped the sweat off her forehead and let out a long sigh. She smiled and said, "Little brother Wang Teng, where are we going now?" "Let's take a look at the front. There's a huge river there," Wang Teng said with a sharp gaze. "Okay." Yu Xiangxiang nodded. "You should have collected most of the ingredients, right?" Wang Teng asked as he flew forward. "Yes, I can start making my force dishes now." Yu Xiangxiang clenched her small fist and said happily, "Why are you still following me?" Wang Teng asked in surprise. "You have helped me so much." "Of course, I have to wait for you." Yu Xiangxiang smiled nonchalantly. "You little girl." Wang Teng shook his head and smiled. However, he didn't stop Yu Xiangxiang. Since she was confident that she could finish her force dishes in a short time, there was no need to say anything. The two of them flew for tens of thousands of miles. After passing through the dense primary forest, they finally saw a winding river flowing through the depths of the forest. This is it. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He looked at the river below. He hoped that he could find the ingredients he was looking for here. He didn't land. Instead, he flew above the river and scanned the river inch by inch with his real eye. Balls of light appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. However, this wasn't what he wanted to see. Wang Teng immediately adjusted the penetrative power of his real eye. He wasn't looking at the balls of light anymore. He was looking at the appearances of the star beasts in the river. He was looking for a fish, an extremely delicious fish. He wondered if the spiritual beast planet had it. There should be. Along the way, he had met many ingredients that he had only seen in the books. Hence, there was a high possibility that this fish could be found here. Many people didn't know about this fish. Wang Teng had only found the description in the Devour Nihility beast's memory. Even many saint-level force chefs might not know about it. However, these fish were elusive and hard to track. Also, there were very few of them, hence he might not be able to find them in rivers that were suitable for them. Wang Teng and Yu Xiangxiang flew above the river for 3 hours, from the downstream to the upstream. Along the way, they met many precious fish, but they weren't the fish Wang Teng was looking for. He was a little disappointed. Is it really not here? Wang Teng frowned and looked at the source of the river. If there was nothing there, he would have to give up. On the other hand, Yu Xiangxiang wasn't impatient. She was overjoyed that she could get many precious ingredients on the way. As for the competition, there was no hurry. "Let's go," Wang Teng called and continued flying forward. Boom, before they could fly far. A loud explosion entered their ears. Wang Teng had a sudden thought. He exchanged glances with Yu Xiangxiang and rushed towards the source of the sound in unplanned unison. Soon they saw the source of the sound. It was the source of the river. A waterfall that looked like the Milky Way was cascading down from a high mountain. It smashed violently into the pile of rocks below, splashing water everywhere. This was a majestic scene. Even Wang Teng had never seen such a huge waterfall. Even the most majestic waterfall on Earth wasn't 1/10 of its size. At this moment, two familiar figures entered Wang Teng's vision. He paused for a moment and immediately pulled Yu Xiangxiang to hide. The two figures below didn't notice Wang Teng. They were still waiting beside the waterfall. Their attention was attracted by the thing below the waterfall, outside. Ti Long's expression froze when he saw this scene. His face turned black and the muscles on his face started twitching uncontrollably. Damn it, what he didn't want to see still happened in the end. What an unlucky fate. At first he was still gloating over Wang Teng's plight, but now it had disappeared without a trace. He stared at the situation on the screen nervously. Chapter 2688, Ice Jade Whining Fish. God's Sigh, Anger of Incompetence. 1. In the plaza, many core family members couldn't help but look at the Ti family's seat. Their strange gazes landed on Ti Long's dark face. There were still many core family members paying attention to Wang Teng. When they saw Wang Teng and Ti Jing's screens overlapping, they immediately knew Wang Teng and the Ti brothers had met. The core families had already heard about the grudge between Wang Teng and the Ti family. Now that they met, there was a good show to watch. The family head of the Yu family, Yu Jing, sniggered. He looked at Ti Long and gloated. No matter what, with Wang Teng around, the Yu family had an advantage. As for the Ti family, they weren't so lucky. The other Force Chef Corps family members looked over and paid a silent tribute to the Ti family. They knew that if they met Wang Teng, the Ti family brothers wouldn't be able to escape. Wang Teng was able to make the secondary profession talents' heads swollen, even though they didn't know him, much less the Ti family brothers who had grudges against him. On Spirit Beast Planet, Wang Teng was quite happy to meet the two Ti family brothers, especially the prey that the other party was catching. It was the fish he couldn't find after searching for a long time. What a nice coincidence. Thus, sometimes there was no need to force things. What will come, or maybe it was karma. Wang Teng and Yu Xiang hid behind a few dense trees not far away from the Ti family brothers. They squinted slightly and smiled. They seemed to be catching fish. Yu Xiang popped her head out and asked through voice transmission curiously. Yes? Wang Teng nodded and smiled. The fish they want to catch is the kind I've been looking for. Really? Isn't that great? Yu Xiang's eyes lit up. She sniggered. That's right. Wang Teng also sniggered and reminded her, I'll act when they catch the fish. Wait for me here. Yes. Yu Xiang nodded fervently. She knew her own ability, so she never disturbed Wang Teng. Ti Jing and Ti Du didn't know that there was someone watching them from behind, and it was their enemy. At this moment, they were staring at the water carefully. They seemed to have used some concealing method to hide their aura. Normal people wouldn't have been able to discover them so easily. Unfortunately, they met Wang Teng. With his real eye, they were like naked. No, if Wang Teng wanted to look, their clothes were just for show, but they were no beauties and didn't have this treatment. Brother, is this really all right? Ti Du asked softly. He seemed a little impatient from waiting. Shut up. What do you know? You need patience to catch this ice jade whining fish. Ti Jing glared at him and shouted using voice transmission. But we have been waiting for 3 days. It's too sly. It ate all our bait, but it won't come up. If this continues, all the sea worms we finally caught will be gone, Ti Du said in frustration. Also, we don't have much time left. If we don't catch it soon, we will have wasted our time. Shut up. Ti Jing's expression turned ugly. Catching the ice jade whining fish was his idea. If he didn't catch it, he wouldn't be able to face the consequences. However, it was impossible for him to admit his mistake. He said coldly, This is the crucial moment. If you let the ice jade whining fish go, can you bear the responsibility? Ti Du opened his mouth and looked at his brother's black face. He didn't dare to speak anymore. However, his heart was filled with unhappiness. When he lowered his head, there was hatred in his eyes. If our family didn't have relevant records that someone had seen its traces on the spiritual beast planet, I wouldn't have laid my eyes on it. Ti Jing glanced at him and continued, This is a good opportunity. We mustn't miss it. As long as we have this ice jade whining fish, we will be able to become the champion. This is for our family. I understand. Ti Du's eyes flickered a few times as he nodded. Time passed slowly. Ti Jing was like a mature hunter waiting quietly. No matter how impatient Ti Du was, he could only wait with him slowly. Bang. At this moment, a soft sound came from below the water. Ripples spread out in the opposite direction, as if something was about to come out of the water. This place was very close to the waterfall. Water kept splashing and creating ripples on the surface of the water because of the waterfall. If one didn't observe carefully, they wouldn't notice the abnormality in the water. However, the two brothers had been waiting for a few days. They wouldn't miss this abnormality. Ti Jing's spirit trembled, and a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Ti Du was even more excited. He wanted to speak. However, Ti Jing immediately pushed him down and gave him a stern look. Ti Du immediately shut its mouth in embarrassment and stared intently at the water.
Give it to me.
Ti Jing suddenly said, using voice transmission. "Brother, this is the last sea worm." Ti-Du hesitated before replying to him using voice transmission. "I know. Hurry up and bring it over. There's no time." Ti-Jing stared at the surface of the water without blinking and spoke to him using voice transmission. Ti-Du also knew that this wasn't the time to hesitate. He gritted his teeth and immediately took out an insect as long as an adult's arm. The insect had many appendages that looked like limbs. It looked exceptionally scary. Chapter 2608-9, Ice Jade Whining Fish. God's Sigh, Anger of Incompetence, 2. It was still struggling frantically in Ti-Du's hand. It was obviously alive. Ti-Jing grabbed the sea worm and threw it out. He wrapped it in force and let it float on the surface of the water. The struggling appendages seemed to be teasing the creature below. Sob. Suddenly an abrupt cry came from below the water. Ti-Jing and Ti-Du were elated. This fish finally couldn't bear with it anymore. Behind them, Wang Teng was surprised too. "I didn't expect these two people to catch sea worms from the bottom of the sea. They're better prepared than me." The ice jade whining fish was a special fish. It was an ice and water element star beast. Its meat was crystal clear like ice jade and was delicious. It was an excellent ingredient. Everyone who ate it was full of praises for it. Even Eternal Level and God Stage martial warriors couldn't resist this delicious temptation. Deliciousness was one of the reasons. The most important thing was, this fish had the ability to raise the origin of life. It was extremely strange. This was why the ice jade whining fish were hunted and killed. Also, it was hard to raise them artificially, so they were extremely rare. Now he didn't expect there to be one on the spiritual beast planet. No, there might be more than one. But whether they could find and catch it would depend on their skills. The ice jade whining fish was extremely sly. Its speed in the water was fast, too. Once it noticed someone approaching, it would run away immediately. It was hard to find it in the water. As for the origin of its name, one could tell from its cry. Also, the favorite food of the ice jade whining fish was the worms. This ice jade whining fish lived in the river, so it probably hadn't eaten the sea worms. The two Ti brothers caught the sea worms. This was a good move. Even the ice spirit shrimp prepared by Wang Teng might not be as useful as this sea worm. Sub Yu Shang was surprised. She widened her eyes in curiosity when she heard the sound. "What kind of fish is this? Why is it making a sound?" Wang Teng wanted to laugh when he saw her surprised expression. He used voice transmission and said, "This is the ice jade whining fish. It sounds like a cry, ice jade whining fish." Yu Shang frowned. Then her eyes lit up and she said, "I remember now. I saw this fish in my family's records. I heard that it's extremely rare. I didn't expect to see it here. There are many precious ingredients we didn't discover on the spirit beast planet," Wang Teng lamented. Yu Shang nodded her little head in agreement. Sob at the side of the river. A clearer sound could be heard from below the water. The two Ti brothers were extremely excited. They pulled the sea worm slowly and allowed it to move closer to the shore. It was like a sea worm crawling towards the shore. Sob, the cry of the ice jade whining fish, became more agitated. The fluctuations on the surface of the water became more and more violent. "Brother," Ti-Du was a little agitated. He wanted to attack. "Don't move." Ti-Jing shook his head and stopped him using voice transmission. A ball of black shadow gradually appeared at the bottom of the water. However, it was cautious. It tried to float up before diving back down. Ti-Jing was more patient than Ti-Du. He pulled the sea worm back and forth to test the waters. The black shadow gradually floated out of the water. It was a pitch-black big fish. Its head was round and smooth. Under the sunlight, it reflected a black, jade-like luster. There were two long tentacles beside its wide mouth. They kept moving as if they were sensing something. Ti-Jing's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer, so he shouted, "Move!" Ti-Du couldn't wait any longer. He dashed out and threw a large net at the ice jade fish. Boom. T.I. Jing didn't waste any time. He shot up instantly and congregated a ball of red flame in his hand. It seemed to be some kind of beast flame. He lit up the surface of the water. The ice jade whining fish was a water and ice element star beast. Flames could raise the temperature of the water and allow it to leave the water. Sob, this method worked. The ice jade whining fish let out a hurried cry and jumped out of the water unconsciously. By the time it realized what was going on, it had already fallen into the net thrown by T.I. Du. Good. T.I. Jing was overjoyed. Boom. However, at this moment, an unexpected situation occurred. The ice jade whining fish spurted out a ball of ice mist and froze the net. Then it smashed through the net and went back into the water. "Quick! Stop it!" T. Jing's expression changed as he shouted. T.E. Du was caught off guard by this scene too. However, when he heard T. Jing's voice, his expression changed and he immediately rushed forward. His force exploded, wanting to bind the ice jade baby fish Bang. However, the ice jade whining fish just swung its tail and shattered T-Du's force binding. Then it wanted to rush into the bottom of the river. The black shadow flashed and was about to disappear in front of them. Damn it. The two T brothers cursed in anger when they saw this scene. Their faces turned ashen. They waited for so many days and finally managed to lure the ice jade whining fish out. They didn't expect this to be the result. The other party was too vigilant and its ability exceeded their imagination. It destroyed their plan. Sometimes things couldn't be helped. Everything was planned well, but they weren't strong enough. This was frustrating. Chapter 2690, Ice Jade Whining Fish, God's Sigh, Anger of Incompetence, 3. They wanted to stop the ice jade whiny fish from escaping, but it was too late. Swoosh! Just then, a breaking sound suddenly echoed. The two martial warriors were stunned. Their expressions changed slightly, and they looked behind them involuntarily. They saw a fire tongue formed by flames cutting through space and appearing on the surface of the water. Then it shot into the bottom of the water without stopping, entangling the black shadow that was about to leave. Sob, a high-pitched screech was heard. Although it was still a cry, it became more ear-piercing. Then the black shadow in the water started struggling frantically. Water splashed everywhere, landing on the heads and faces of the two T.I. brothers who were still in a daze. What happened? T.I. Du asked in a daze. There's someone here. T.I. Jing didn't want to care about his stupid younger brother. He immediately looked at the other end of the fire tongue and shouted, "Who is it? Come out!" No one replied to him. Only the sound of water breaking was heard. Boom! T.I. Jing couldn't care about anything else. He turned to look at the surface of the water and saw a black figure being forcefully dragged out by the fire tongue. If it wasn't the ice jade whining fish, what was it? This. T. Jing's pupils constricted, and his expression changed. He reached out and grabbed the ice jade whining fish. However, slap. Another fire tongue suddenly shot out and slapped T. Jing's body violently. There was a loud explosion. A scream of agony came out of T. Jing's mouth. He got hit by the fire tongue and flew out. T. Du wanted to act, but when he saw this scene, his body froze on the spot. He didn't dare to move. Splurt, T.I. Jing slammed heavily into the river and vomited a mouth of blood. He was flabbergasted. He was a heaven stage martial warrior, but he was thrown out. Who on earth was he? Who is it? Who is there? Come out, T.I. Du shouted at the back. How dare you offend my T.I. family? Do you have a death wish? T.I. family, how majestic. A soft laughter came from the forest behind. T.I. Du was stunned. This voice was familiar. Then he saw a familiar figure walking out of the forest. His pupils constricted involuntarily as he exclaimed, "It's you. Long time no see." Wang Teng greeted him. Du. To hell with long time no see. He didn't want to see this bastard at all. Wang Teng. T. Jing jumped up from the water and clutched the wound on his chest. He stared at Wang Teng in disbelief. "It's you. Who else can it be?" Wang Teng chuckled. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the ice jade fish. Sob, the ice jade whining fish, gave an ear-piercing screech. Its smooth body struggled frantically, but it couldn't break free from Wang Teng's fire tongue. No one realized that the fire tongue wasn't made of ordinary flames. Jing saw Wang Teng snatching the ice jade whining fish that he had been waiting for many days. His face was filled with impatience and hatred. "Give us back the fish, that's ours," Tidu couldn't help but shouted. "Yours?" Wang Teng scoffed. "You can't even catch it. How is it yours?" "That's right. You almost let it escape. If it wasn't for Brother Wang Teng, you wouldn't be able to see this ice jade whining fish." Yu Shang popped her head out from behind and stuck her tongue out at the Ti family brothers. Ti-Du didn't know what to say. He was so frustrated he wanted to vomit blood. Even Ti-Jing had nothing to say. They knew that the other party was right. If Wang Teng didn't act just now, the ice jade whining fish would have escaped, and they would have used up all their sea worms. Since the ice jade whining fish was already on its guard, it was almost impossible to catch it again. However, despite them waiting for so long, making so many preparations, and putting in so much effort, Wang Teng managed to pick the peaches easily. No one would be able to handle this. The Ti brothers felt exasperated. They glared at Wang Teng as if they wanted to tear him into pieces. "Don't look at me like this." "I gave you a chance, but you're useless," Wang Teng said helplessly. He didn't feel any pressure when he said this. Wang Teng would rob them if they caught the ice jade whining fish, but since they didn't, he was standing on the moral high ground. No one could say anything bad about him. The two Ti brothers got angry from embarrassment. "Who are you calling useless? You're useless. Your entire family is useless." They clenched their fists tightly as if they wanted to fight with Wang Teng, but they weren't strong enough. If they acted, they would be the ones at a disadvantage, especially when they saw Wang Teng's mocking expression. They didn't dare to act rashly. "Let's go." Tijing took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down. He didn't plan to fight with Wang Teng anymore. If he continued, there wouldn't be any results. Instead, he might give the other party a chance to act. Du was in a dilemma. He glanced at the ice jade whining fish unwillingly, however. When he remembered the scene of him getting beaten up, he couldn't help but shudder. In the end, he kept quiet. However, "Did I ask you to leave?" Just when they were about to leave, Wang Teng opened his mouth calmly. Chapter 2691, Ice Jade Whining Fish, God's Sigh, Anger of Incompetence. 4. Ti-Jing froze. An ominous feeling surged into his heart, but he forced himself to calm down. He turned to look at Wang Teng and said coldly, "Do you think we're easy to bully?" "No," Wang Teng smiled calmly. The audience were surprised by his words. This wasn't Wang Teng's style at all. When did he admit defeat? Even if the other party was a member of the core family in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters, he had never been afraid, right? What was going on? Even Ti-Jing and Wang Teng were surprised. They didn't expect Wang Teng to admit defeat like this. They exchanged glances with each other, and a cold smile appeared at the edge of their lips. They thought that this fellow was tough, but when the time came, he wouldn't dare to do anything to them. "Actually, I think that you're not just easy to bully, you're just extremely easy to bully," Wang Teng suddenly continued. The two martial warriors stared at Wang Teng in a daze. This was completely different from what they thought. Pff. Outside, many people were still wondering about Wang Teng's actions when they heard this sentence. They couldn't control themselves and burst out laughing. How humiliating. How much did he look down on the two Ti brothers? Ti-Jing's face turned green and white. He was so angry that his chest heaved up and down violently. However, he gritted his teeth and shouted. Then he turned and ran away. He could tell that Wang Teng had no intention of letting them go. Well, based on their grudges, this fellow wouldn't let them go easily. Fights were allowed in this competition. Ti-Du was stunned for a moment. When he saw Ti-Jing running away, he shuddered and regained his senses. His expression changed slightly, and he followed Ti-Jing immediately. The two of them ran faster than rabbits, as if they had encountered something terrifying. Wang Teng was caught between laughter and tears. He moved his body and appeared behind the two martial warriors at a speed many times faster than them. The lightning slap appeared in his hand and he smashed it down. "Wang Teng, how dare you!" T.I. Jing felt the strong wind behind him. He turned pale in fright and shouted, "Why wouldn't I dare?" Wang Teng rolled his eyes. The lightning slap smashed down without any hesitation. Bang, swoop, boom. A dull thud was heard along with the sound of thunder. T. Jing's body twitched uncontrollably, and he fell to the ground. T. Du turned his head and saw this scene. He was scared out of his wits. He had suffered so much pain before. He didn't want to experience it again. However, Wang Teng wouldn't let him go. He turned and smiled at him. This smile was like a devil's smile in T. Du's eyes. It was terrifying. "Don't come over." T. Du's face turned pale. A token appeared in his hand without any hesitation, and he was about to give up. Too late. A voice sounded beside his ear. Wang Teng, who was smiling at him, was just a lingering shadow. He was slowly dissipating. What? T. Du was so frightened that his hand trembled. He almost dropped the token. Bang! Swoop! Boom! Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to forfeit. A sharp pain swept through his entire body from the back of his head. His actions slowed down entirely. Bang, 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 swoop, boom! Wang Teng was exceptionally ruthless. He showed no signs of holding back, and smashed T. Du and T. Jing's heads violently. After some time, two pig heads appeared in front of everyone. In the plaza, T. Long, who was sitting in the T.I. family seat, felt the corners of his lips twitching violently. His face turned black, and his gaze turned sharp. This Wang Teng was too much. Not only did he snatch the ice jade whining fish that T. Jing and T. Du had waited so long for, but he also beat them up badly and humiliated the T.I. family. He was looking down on them. He clenched his fists tightly. The killing intent towards Wang Teng grew stronger. However, he knew that he couldn't do anything to Wang Teng now. Even the Ma family couldn't do anything to him. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to threaten Wang Teng. He could only think of other ways. T. Long suppressed the anger and killing intent in his heart and snorted. "I'll let you be arrogant for a while. Not everyone can slap the face of the T.I. family." On the high platform, Great Elder Dan Chen shook his head helplessly. "This fellow has to offend the T.I. family." It's all right to offend them. It's nothing." Great Elder Tambeli admired Wang Teng. "That's right. They're just a force chef family. As long as he's strong, no one can do anything to him." Great Elder Byers agreed. They weren't part of the core families, so they didn't like the way the core families did things. However, when they saw Wang Teng slapping the T.I. family's face, they liked him. Great Elder Dan Chen shook his head helplessly. There was indeed an insurmountable estrangement between the core family and the other secondary professionals. He wondered what would happen in the future. Wang Teng looked at the two masterpieces below his feet and nodded in satisfaction. He clapped his hands and put away the lightning slap. Then he released his spiritual kinesis and picked up the attribute bubbles around him. Heaven, Realm, Spirit, 1200. Heaven, Realm, Spirit, 900. God's Sigh, 2500. Fox, Spirit, Fire, 3000. Heaven, Realm, Spirit, 800. Chapter 2692. Ice, Jade, Whining, Fish. God's Sigh. Anger of Incompetence. 5. Heaven, Realm, Spirit, 20,000. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body one by one. He was stunned by a sudden enlightenment. God's Sigh, Wang Teng felt the enlightenment in his mind in disbelief. He found it absurd. Complicated force dishes that contained countless changes kept surging into his mind. His mind felt swollen. This was a segment of force dishes enlightenment. That's right, force dishes, not force chef enlightenment. More accurately, this was a way to make force dishes, as the enlightenment was absorbed by Wang Teng. He gradually gained some understanding. He was caught between laughter and tears. God's Sigh was such a grand name, but it wasn't an immortal-level battle technique. Instead, it was a recipe for force dishes. He was speechless. Fortunately, as the memory was digested, Wang Teng knew that the god's sigh wasn't simple. It was a force dishes recipe left behind by a legendary force chef. It was said that this force chef master had reached the peak. Even if a god stage martial warrior wanted him to make force dishes, they would have to wait in line. What an honor. Even with Wang Teng's current experience, he found it unbelievable. As expected, he mustn't underestimate anyone who reached the peak of their secondary profession. The force chef master's masterpiece, God's Sigh, was famous among the god stage martial warriors. Even the god stage martial warriors would sigh in enjoyment when they ate it. The enlightenment Wang Teng received from Ti Jing was the god's sigh left by the legendary force chef. However, the enlightenment in Wang Teng's mind stopped abruptly. The feeling of swelling subsided quickly like the tide. God's Sigh, incomplete, 2,500, 10,000, foundation. So it's incomplete. Wang Teng's eyes flickered slightly. He sighed in his heart. Honestly, the God's Sigh wasn't a divine-level battle technique, but it was still a method to make divine-level force dishes. It was extremely rare, so he was pleasantly surprised to receive this legacy. But from the looks of it now, everything was incomplete. The God's Sigh was the same from his memory. The God's Sigh had disappeared for a long time, and the Ti family just received an incomplete legacy accidentally. They wanted to use the God's Sigh to become the champion of the exchange event and let the legendary name of the God's Sigh return to the universe. That way, the Ti family's reputation would rise to another level. The reason why the Ti brothers spent so much effort to catch the ice jade whining fish was to make one of the force dishes in the God's Sigh. These force dishes were part of the legacy of the God's Sigh. Unfortunately, Wang Teng spoiled everything. He even collected the God's Sigh attribute bubbles. If the Ti family knew this result, would they vomit blood in anger? Wang Teng understood the situation and looked at the Ti brothers strangely. He even started to sympathize them. I'm sorry. I'll use the God's Sigh first, Wang Teng thought to himself. Since you didn't catch the ice jade whining fish, you won't be able to make the God's Sigh. I'll fulfill your wish for you. He looked at the other attribute bubbles, Fox Spirit Fire. This was a special flame used by Ti Jing. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body and turned into a strange flame. It circled Wang Teng's body like a crimson fox and entered his small universe. It met up with its flaming companions. It's another beast flame. Wang Teng's gaze turned strange. He felt that these core families had a strong foundation. Even a force chef family like the Ti family was able to get a special flame. Mind you, beast flames weren't easy to get, especially when you needed to take the flames out from the bodies of some star beasts and absorb them for your own use. You wouldn't be able to do it without special methods. Wang Teng wasn't surprised that a family like the Parker's family, which had extremely high fire talent, could grasp some special flames. After all, they had grasped the powerful dragon bloodline of the fire element. Talent, after countless years of development, it was not surprising that they grasped some methods to snatch the flames. It wasn't strange that an alchemist family like the Lei family could grasp a special flame. After all, alchemists were professionals in the field of fire. However, he was surprised that the Ti family was able to grasp a special flame. Although he didn't want to admit it, force chef was indeed an extremely weak secondary profession. Fortunately, Wang Teng had met a force chef master who possessed a special flame before. He was slightly surprised, but he didn't take it to heart. Anyway, he still had to thank the Ti family. If they didn't have the Fox Spirit Fire, Wang Teng wouldn't be able to get the attribute bubbles. The Fox Spirit Fire was relatively mild and easy to control. It could allow force chefs to yield twice the result with half the effort when making force dishes. Lastly, there were some Heaven Realm Spirit attributes. Recently, he received many Heaven Realm Spirit attributes, so he was more or less unsurprised. Hence, he didn't take much notice of them. Spirit, 11,14,000 circ 6,000, Heaven Realm. After counting all the attribute bubbles, Wang Teng glanced at the Ti brothers again. Then he took off their space items and broke them forcefully. Splurt, splurt. Their spirit was injured, and they vomited a mouth of blood at the same time. They stared at Wang Teng in fear and anger. "Don't be nervous. I'll take some stuff and leave." Wang Teng rummaged through their space equipment and left with Yu Shangxiang. He would keep the two of them alive and collect more attribute bubbles from them in the future. "Ah, Wang Teng, you and I are arch enemies." Not long after Wang Teng left, a furious roar was heard. It echoed in the sky, chapter 2693. "Leave once you're done. 5 Wang Tengs at once. A shocking scene 1 on Spirit Beast Planet." The T brothers helped each other up and walked into the distance. Wang Teng had looted all the ingredients they found over the past few days, but he didn't eliminate them, so they still had a chance. "Wang Teng, I will definitely take revenge." T.I. Jing gritted his teeth. He felt humiliated. His gaze was filled with unyielding hate. "Brother, we must take revenge," Tidu said with hatred in his eyes. "Yes, we still have a chance. Even if we don't have the ice jade whining fish, we can use other fish to replace it temporarily. With the cooking method of the god's Sai, we will definitely be able to turn something unremarkable into something magical," Tijing said, using voice transmission. Tidu nodded firmly. Their backs were filled with determination outside. Many people looked at them with sympathy. Wang Teng didn't eliminate them, but most felt that they had no hope. The ingredients they had painstakingly collected were all snatched, and there wasn't much time left. There was little hope. "There's still a chance." Tilong looked at the 2 martial warriors on the screen and clenched his fists. "There's still a chance. With your mastery of the Sai of God, you might be able to turn the tides and make Wang Teng pay the price for his arrogance. This little fellow surprises me." Great Elder Byers lamented. "He's a little ruthless, but unless there's a special circumstance, no one will be eliminated by him. He's definitely not an ordinary person." Great Elder Dan Shen nodded in agreement. His gaze flickered as he looked at Wang Teng on the screen. However, there wasn't much time left. Would he still have a chance when he thought about the 7 secondary professions that Wang Teng had applied for? Even Great Elder Dan Chen found it a little difficult. Even a divine-level martial warrior found Wang Teng troublesome, much less the other secondary professionals. No wonder everyone looked down on Wang Teng. Great Elder Tambeli shook his head silently. However, he would still glance at Wang Teng occasionally. He was still curious. "Huh." Suddenly, a soft exclamation came out of his mouth. This little fellow came out from the sea. Dan Chen and Great Elder Dan Chen were stunned. Then they looked in the direction of the mining planet in astonishment. Boom! An explosion was heard. A figure shot out from the bottom of the sea and broke the surface of the water. Waves a few thousand meters high were formed. The figure didn't hesitate. A token appeared in his hand and he activated it. A beam of light shot into the sky and the figure disappeared on the spot. He forfeited? Great Elder Tambeli was stunned. Great Elder Dan Chen and Great Elder Byers frowned uncontrollably. They found it unbelievable. Would that fellow give up? He didn't look like the kind of person who would give up. The 3 Great Elders exchanged glances with one another. They couldn't understand Wang Teng's actions. At the same time, the audience were in a daze. They hadn't regained their senses from this sudden scene, but soon a figure appeared above the plaza. Everyone regained their senses. Wang Teng is out of the mining planet. A commotion was heard from all directions. Everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at the figure in the sky. He didn't find anything at the bottom of the sea, right? Why did he suddenly come out? Did he give up? He must have given up. I would have given up after searching for so long. As expected, he didn't find anything in the end. He paid a heavy price for his arrogance. I only have 3 words for him. He deserves it. People like you don't even have the courage to challenge the deep sea. At least he has the courage. Why are you talking nonsense here? He's tempting fate. Why can't I say it? Everyone had mixed reviews of Wang Teng's actions. However, They had to admit that most people didn't have high hopes for him. After all, the results of the exchange event were important. Wang Teng didn't have any achievements to prove his secondary profession expertise, at least for now. However, some people realized that Wang Teng's clone didn't seem depressed. Instead, he seemed exceptionally calm. He didn't seem to care about his failure. What is this fellow thinking? Lian, Gu Luo, and the others opened their eyes uncontrollably and looked at Wang Teng. They couldn't guess what he was thinking. Wang Teng smiled. He moved his body and landed on an empty stone platform in the smithery competition area. Then he released his spiritual power and swept it over the stone platforms. He picked up the attribute bubbles dropped by the blacksmiths around him. In an instant, countless blacksmith understandings merged into Wang Teng's mind. Even though his blacksmith mastery had reached the perfected grandmaster level, he still benefited greatly. The smithery skills of the blacksmiths from all over the universe were different. They could complement each other. As the saying goes, a stone can be turned into a jade to Wang Teng. These smithery enlightenments would make his future path to the saint level smoother on the spiritual beast planet. Wang Teng turned into a ray of light and soared through the sky. He was looking for someone, a man in a black gown. After abandoning the two Ti brothers, Wang Teng asked Yu Xiangxiang to leave the spiritual beast planet while he chased after the man in the black gown. Chapter 2694, Leave Once You're Done. 5 Wang Tengs at once. A shocking scene. 2. Everyone was puzzled when they saw Wang Teng's actions. They didn't know what he was planning to do. Wang Teng didn't stop. He ran all the way. He would only stop occasionally if he met some special ingredients. If not, he wouldn't stop even if he met other Force chef masters. After searching for half a day and running half the spiritual beast planet, his efforts paid off. Wang Teng finally found the man in black. "I finally found you." Wang Teng stopped and smiled. However, he wasn't in a hurry to move forward because the man in the black gown was chasing a few figures in his direction. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions were heard from afar. The man in the black gown was holding a battle blade. Golden blade glows shot out, chasing the people in front of him away. Ha 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 ha! The man in the black gown seemed elated when he saw this scene. He laughed continuously. This black gown is different from the previous one. Wang Teng touched his chin with a strange expression. But there's a similarity. They're both perverts. Run, run. This is a monster. How dare you kill us? We are from the Tian family. Many figures were escaping in a flurry from afar. Their faces were pale and filled with fear and panic. Tian family? I'm killing core family members like you. The man in the black gown got even more excited when he heard the other party's words. He slashed his battle blade out furiously. Lunatic. The members of the Tian family were appalled. They hurriedly evaded the attacks of the man in the black gown. Compared to the real martial warriors, these Force Chef Corps family members were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. If the man in the black gown didn't want to play with them to satisfy his perverted mentality, these Tian family members would have died. What grudge is this? Wang Teng shook his head uncontrollably. Outside, the members of the Tian family had ugly expressions on their faces. The middle-aged family head of the Tian family, Tian Pu, stared intently at the situation on the screen. Anger flashed past his eyes uncontrollably. However, when he remembered that the other party might be a dark apparition, his heart sank uncontrollably until he saw Wang Teng appearing in that area. This person's secondary profession expertise was questionable, but his martial arts mastery was extremely high. If he acted, the talents from the Tian family would be saved. However, they didn't have any friendships with Wang Teng, so they didn't know if he was willing to help. At the same time, the audience were discussing among themselves. They paid a silent tribute to the Tian family. The Tian family is so pitiful, they actually met the person in a black gown who's suspected to be a dark apparition. That's right. They were about to succeed in hunting the emerald spiritual ox when the man in the black gown suddenly appeared and caught them off their guards. They're extremely unlucky. That emerald spiritual ox should be an important ingredient for them. If not, they would have taken out their tokens and come back. That's right. They didn't find all the ingredients. If they go back like this, they won't be able to compete in the future matches. Look, Wang Teng seems to have met them. What? Wang Teng? Wait, Wang Teng didn't come back. Is he looking for the person in the black gown? Very soon, someone discovered Wang Teng's traces. They were stunned. Then there was a hint of astonishment in their eyes. Many people guessed that Wang Teng didn't leave the spiritual beast planet because he wanted to find the man in the black gown. They wondered what the result would be if he met the man now. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Everyone acknowledged Wang Teng's martial arts ability. He was a formidable person who could resist the dark apparitions. Wang Teng stood in the sky. He didn't hide and just waited quietly for the Tian family to get closer. Someone is here! A young man from the Tian family looked up at the sky and was stunned. Wang Teng. The members of the Tian family were familiar with Wang Teng. After all, he had cleared the 7th level of the Illusion Heart Pagoda. Many core families were paying attention to him. Why is it him? The young man from the Tian family suddenly thought of something. He shouted, "Run! Someone is chasing us!" Wang Teng wanted to help, but he was stunned. The young man was still running for his life. Why did he have the time to remind him to run interesting? Wang Teng was interested. He sized up the young man with interest. This person seemed a little flustered when he was being chased by the man in the black gown, but compared to the others, he was much calmer. There were a few wounds on his body. Fresh blood was flowing out, making his face even paler. But even in this situation, he still reminded Wang Teng run. Tianming noticed that Wang Teng was still frozen on the spot. He shouted agitatedly, "This person doesn't distinguish between right and wrong. He kills everyone he sees. He's not a kind person." The man in a black gown noticed Wang Teng, too. He squinted slightly and noticed that Wang Teng was just a Cosmos stage martial warrior. He sneered, "You're about to die, but you're still thinking of saving others. What a joke." Brother Tianming, ignore him. Let's leave quickly. Another member of the Tian family glanced behind him. His expression changed when he saw the man in black getting closer and closer. Chapter 2695. Leave once you're done. 5 Wang Tengs at once. A shocking scene 3. None of you can escape. At this moment, the man in the black gown suddenly increased his speed and closed in on the Tian family. What? The members of the Tian family were astounded. They didn't expect the man in the black gown to be able to increase his speed. Was he playing with them? Boom. The man in the black gown suddenly stomped his feet on the ground. An explosion occurred, and spiderweb-like cracks spread out on the ground. He used the recoil force to jump up. He raised his battle blade and slashed it down. A huge golden blade glow congregated in the air. It was more than 100 feet long and engulfed the Tian family instantly. The members of the Tian family, led by Tianming, raised their heads. Their pupils constricted violently. Despair appeared on their faces. Boom. The blade glow cut through the air and landed on the Tian family members on the ground. Block it. Tianming knew that he couldn't block it, but he still gritted his teeth and released all the forces in his body. They formed a defense shield above his head. The other members of the Tian family released their forces and formed layers of defense to block the blade glow. "You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot." The man in the black gown sneered. He pushed his battle blade down again. The golden blade glow turned even brighter. It landed on the defense shield of the Tian family. Crack clear. Cracking sounds were heard. Clear cracks appeared on the defense shield. Pfft! Tianming vomited a mouth of blood. His face was extremely pale as he shouted unwillingly, "Take out the token, we will give up." He almost bit his lips when he shouted this sentence. His eyes were almost covered with red, and his eyeballs were bloodshot. The Tian family was unwilling, but it was useless in front of death. They could only take out their tokens and prepare to give up. Do you want to give up? The man in the black gown had a cold expression. A cold smile appeared at the edge of his lips. You think you can give up? The moment he finished speaking, wisps of black force shot out from below the feet of the Tian family members and bound their bodies. They couldn't move at all. What is this? Tian Ming and the others were flabbergasted. They didn't expect the other party to have such a trump card. Do you think I'm stupid? The man in the black gown sneered. If you had the chance to give up, I wouldn't have kept you alive. Tian Ming activated his force frantically, but he couldn't break free from the black force. This force wrapped around his force like gangrene. He was at a loss. This is the power of darkness. He suddenly thought of something and stared at the man in the black gown in astonishment. The power of darkness. The other members of the Tian family were terrified when they heard this. They stared at the man in the black gown in fear. It's too late to know now? The man in the black gown sniggered. However, his voice was extremely cold. Die, boom. Wisps of black force intertwined around the golden blade glow, increasing its power. It turned into a black golden blade glow and slashed down. Crack. A crisp sound was heard. The Tian family's defense shield shattered instantly and turned into countless light spots. The presence of the blade glow didn't diminish. It slashed towards the Tian family as if it wanted to kill him. Tian Ming and the others were in despair. They clutched the token tightly, but they couldn't use it. They had never felt so helpless. Since you reminded me, I'll help you reluctantly. At this moment, a calm voice was heard before Tian Ming and the others could react. They saw a figure appearing in front of them abruptly. He punched the black golden blade glow that was falling from the sky. Boom! Violent explosions resounded in the air. Tian Ming and the others lost their sense of hearing due to the vibrations. The strong wind blew their hair and clothes back violently as if they wanted to leave them. The residual impact of the force swept over, leaving bloody wounds on their faces. Fresh blood flowed down. However, the Tian family didn't have the time to care about this. Their eyes and mouths were wide open when they saw this scene. It was as if they saw something unbelievable. Crack, crack. Cracking sounds were heard, but this time it came from the terrifying black golden blade glow. They could clearly see thick cracks appearing on the blade glow, spreading continuously in all directions. How is this possible? The man in the black gown was astounded. He didn't expect this to happen. Bang. The next instant, a dull thud was heard. The black golden blade glow couldn't withstand it anymore and exploded, turning into droplets of light. One punch. One punch was enough to destroy the terrifying black golden blade glow. Everyone in the Tian family was flabbergasted. They even found it absurd. It's him. Tian Ming finally regained his senses. He looked at the figure in front of him in astonishment. Wang Teng. The person who acted was Wang Teng, the person whom he reminded to run away. For a moment, he couldn't think straight. Chapter 2696. Leave once you're done. 5 Wang Tengs at once. A shocking scene. 4. He wasn't the only one. The other members of the Tian family widened their eyes in surprise and stared at Wang Teng's back view as if he was a ghost. Wang Teng was so powerful. Extremely complicated emotions appeared in their hearts, especially the Tian family member who asked Tian Ming to ignore Wang Teng. He couldn't accept this fact and wanted to bury himself in a hole, but before they could think further, the next scene stunned them for a long time. A glaring golden glow erupted from Wang Teng's body. Terrifying spiritual fluctuations spread out. The ball of golden light soared into the sky and turned into tiny golden rays of light. They circled Wang Teng and intertwined with one another like strings. Their speed was extremely fast. The next instant, the golden rays of light congregated together and formed a giant divine golden sparrow above Wang Teng's head at a visible speed. Chirp! A clear and loud cry was heard. It echoed in the sky. The divine golden sparrow wasn't just beautiful. It seemed to have flown out from a legend. It gave off an ethereal aura. An invisible aura blossomed. Tian Ming and the others' jaws dropped. They stared at the divine golden sparrow absent-mindedly. What is this? The man in black felt a sense of danger. His head turned numb, and he raised his battle blade without any hesitation. Wisps of dark force shot out and congregated on the blade. Boom! A black blade glow more terrifying than before soared into the sky. It was a few hundred meters long and seemed to be able to cut through the sky. Go! Wang Teng remained calm. A contemptuous smile appeared at the edge of his lips as he pointed in front of him. Chirp! The divine golden sparrow gave a clear and loud screech. It flapped its golden wings and shot towards the man in the black gown with wisps of golden mist around it. Take this! The man in the black gown was flabbergasted. He didn't expect to feel such a terrifying sense of danger, even though he was facing a Cosmos stage martial warrior. He slashed his battle blade out without any hesitation. There was no time for him to react otherwise. He could only instill his most powerful domain and the power of origin into the blade glow, hoping to block his opponent's attack. The next instant, the divine golden sparrow collided with the black-robed man's blade glow. An explosion occurred in mid-air. Chirp. The divine golden sparrow opened its huge mouth and pecked the huge black sword glow with its sharp beak. Crack. A crisp sound was heard. The black sword glow couldn't withstand the attack of the divine golden sparrow. Cracks appeared instantly. How is this possible? The man in the black gown widened his eyes in disbelief. Boom. But before he could think further, the black sword glow shattered under the attack of the divine golden sparrow. Then the divine golden sparrow charged towards him and engulfed him. Ah! A scream of agony came out of the man's mouth. He wanted to make one last struggle, and black force erupted from his body. Thick black light kept flashing as he tried to resist the attack of the divine golden sparrow. Boom! In an instant, the divine golden sparrow disappeared from everyone's vision and turned into a thick golden pillar of light. There were rays of golden light enveloping the man in the black gown and wearing down the black light around him. No. The man in the black gown screamed in anger. However, it was useless. The Phoenix golden feather blade contained Wang Teng's universe-level spiritual power after he advanced to the heaven realm. It also contained the actualization phase domain and the origin of metal. All his strength was converted into that attack just now. The power of this attack wasn't something an ordinary heaven stage martial warrior could resist, even if the man in black was contaminated by the dark force, caught off guard. He wouldn't be able to withstand Wang Teng's attack. Boom! In an instant, the black-robed man's body exploded amidst the golden rays of light. He turned into nothingness and dissipated. Oh my God, Tian Ming and the other members of the Tian family were silent. They were deeply shocked by the scene in front of them. They couldn't calm down for a long time. They didn't know how to express their feelings with words. Wang Teng looked at the black light in the sky and frowned slightly. He seemed a little disgusted. He waved his hand and a ball of light force swept out. It turned into a rain of light and cleansed the remaining dark force. Done. After doing all this, Wang Teng clapped his hands as if he just did a simple task. A token appeared in his hand and he activated it. A silver-white pillar of light shot into the sky. At the same time, the golden rays of light shot towards the pillar of light and disappeared from the spiritual beast planet along with Wang Teng. He's gone? Tian Ming and the others stared at the pillar of light in a daze. The moment they regained their senses, they were confused again. Wang Teng came quickly and left even faster. He didn't even give them a chance to greet him or thank him. It was as if he appeared to take care of the man in black. The Tian family exchanged glances with one another. They were dumbfounded and confused. Gasp. At this moment, a huge uproar erupted from the spectators outside. The voices soared into the sky as if they wanted to overturn the sky. Chapter 29697. Leave once you're done. 5 Wang Tengs at once, a shocking scene. 5. He's so fierce. One move, Wang Teng only used one move and managed to kill the dark apparition. Scary. Unbelievable. Why do I feel that this is the real body on Spirit Beast Planet? The previous ones were all clones. This is too powerful. That's right. Wang Teng didn't have such an easy time dealing with the dark apparition on the Herb Garden planet, right? Also, by the looks of it, he's really targeting the dark apparition. He left after dealing with it. He's really leaving after he's done. He's hiding his achievements and reputation. Fuck. He left after completing his task and didn't bother his achievements and fame. He's like a hero. Impressive, my Teng. Fuck. I want to be a fan of this fellow again. What should I do? The secondary profession doesn't matter. With Wang Teng's martial arts ability, he will be my idol from now on. Wang Teng, I want to give birth to your kids. The audience from the various factions in the universe were in an uproar. Wang Teng had left a deep impression in everyone's heart. Of course, this was only for the normal spectators. For the secondary professionals, most of them were amazed for a moment before shaking their heads again. So what if he's powerful in martial arts? This is the Secondary Profession Alliance's exchange event. Martial arts ability is useless here. On the Tian family's seat, Tian Pu heaved a sigh of relief. He felt grateful towards Wang Teng. The other party saved the lives of the talents from the Tian family. This was a huge favor. On the high platform, I thought he had forgotten about this. Great Elder Tambeli laughed. It looks like he didn't. Great Elder Byers smiled. His martial arts ability is amazing. In the future, he will definitely become the pillar of the Light faction. Great Elder Dan Chen looked at Wang Teng's figure intently and lamented. Great Elder Tambeli and Great Elder Byers were silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. No matter what his mastery of his secondary profession is, we must pull him to our side, Great Elder Byers said. The three Great Elders reached a consensus. They were astounded by Wang Teng's performance. They felt that they couldn't miss this talent. However, there seems to be a person in a black gown on the mining planet. Now that his clone has left the mining planet, how should we deal with him? Great Elder Tambeli suddenly asked. Let's wait and see. As long as the person in the black gown hasn't left the mining planet, there's no hurry. Great Elder Dan Chen pondered for a moment before replying. Great Elder Tambeli and others blinked and kept quiet. In the plaza, Wang Teng's last clone came back. He landed on a stone platform in the Force Chef competition area without any hesitation. At this moment, Wang Teng's true form and clones had returned. The next instant, Wang Teng and his clones opened their eyes simultaneously and started moving. Boom! In the alchemy competition area, an explosion occurred on Wang Teng's stone platform. A pitch-black furnace appeared in front of everyone. Then he waved his hand, and a strange green flame rose from his palm. It turned into a fire dragon and circled Wang Teng. Boom! On the other side, in the blacksmith competition area, Wang Teng's stone platform exploded too. A crimson flame swept out of his body. What was even stranger was the flames congregated into the shape of a black tortoise. It was lifelike, as if it was alive. Boom! In the Force Chef competition area on the stone platform where Wang Teng was at, Wang Teng flicked his finger, and a pure and holy white flame flew out. It turned into a pure white little beast that looked like a tiger and a lion. It looked divine. It was like the most holy beast in the world. Silence. Whether it was the audience at the scene or the audience from all over the virtual universe, they were engulfed in an eerie silence. Everyone stared absent-mindedly at the three Wang Tengs who suddenly moved on the stone platform. They were astounded. Divine flame. 3 divine flames. An absurd feeling appeared in everyone's heart. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. However, the 3 extraordinary flames were floating quietly around Wang Teng. They were dazzling, eye-catching, and extraordinary. When the 3 flames appeared, the flames that were being used by the talents in the secondary profession to make pills, forge weapons, and cook force dishes started to get restless. Some even went berserk. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions occurred continuously. Some furnaces exploded, some smithery went wrong, and some cooking ingredients exploded. These people were closer to Wang Teng, so they were greatly affected. The people further away were affected too. Their flames were all facing Wang Teng's direction as if they were worshipping him. Some of them even tried to break free and dashed towards Wang Teng. Even their master couldn't control them. All the scenes proved how extraordinary the three flames were. Chapter 2698, More Tricks, Terrifying Control, One Step Away. 1. Once he made his move, he shocked everyone with a single brilliant feat. At this moment, everyone was staring at Wang Teng in astonishment. Green, crimson, white, three strange flames of different colors floated in midair, giving off scorching heat. They swept through the entire plaza. The terrifying fluctuations caused all the flames to turn restless. It was like the worship of thousands of flames. This scene was too astonishing. The entire plaza turned strangely silent. No one knew how to describe their emotions. It felt like three giant dragons flying over their heads when they went to the washroom. They even dropped huge deuces on them. Gasp, gasp, gasp. After some time, someone finally regained his senses. Gasps were heard. The secondary profession talents around Wang Teng stared at Wang Teng and the flame in his hand as if they saw a ghost. To the secondary profession talents, no one knew better than them how powerful a divine flame was. Yet Wang Teng took out three divine flames at once. Was he doing wholesale? In an instant, all the secondary profession talents were green with envy. He had three divine flames. Wasn't he afraid of getting struck by lightning? Even the talents from the core families couldn't sit still anymore. They watched as the three divine flames appeared in front of them, but it had nothing to do with them. Who could bear this feeling? Their eyes turned red with jealousy. This fellow. Lian looked at Wang Teng in the distance. The three strange flames reflected in her eyes. She was in a daze. She had to admit that she was a little jealous of Wang Teng. Although he was a man, it didn't affect her jealousy. Anyway, didn't her father ask her to interact with Wang Teng? If she was with him, could she borrow the divine flames occasionally? Borrowing three divine flames in turns was a beautiful thought. In an instant, many strange thoughts appeared in Lian's mind. She shook her head and hurriedly threw these thoughts out. What am I thinking? Lian took a deep breath and turned her gaze back to the furnace in front of her. Her gaze turned firm. Gu Luo's gaze landed on Wang Teng too. His gaze flickered. Brother Wang Teng, you surprise me? He muttered to himself. His expression turned complicated. He didn't expect three divine flames that he didn't have to appear on his friend. Dan Yuan, the talented alchemist from the Dan family, couldn't help but look at Wang Teng in astonishment. Three divine flames. How did he do it? Dan Yuan's eyes shimmered. There was a hint of astonishment and envy in them. The people of the core families had searched for divine flames before, but divine flames were too hard to find. Even they couldn't find one. He didn't expect to meet it under such circumstances, and he saw three of them at once. You could imagine how astounded he was. He couldn't imagine how Wang Teng managed to get three divine flames. This was unbelievable. On the other side, the talent from the Li family, Li Jin, was looking at Wang Teng too. He was attracted by the three divine flames. How can he have three divine flames? The handsome and proud Li Jin was overwhelmed by the jealousy in his heart. No one could remain calm in front of three divine flames. Why? A divine flame belongs to the virtuous. What right does he have? If I can get the divine flame, I will be the champion of this year's exchange. No one can be compared to me. Many thoughts appeared in Li Jin's mind. He almost went crazy from jealousy. He clenched his fists uncontrollably. A secondary professional from the outside world actually has three divine flames. This is unbelievable. The talent of the Mo family, Mo Chengzhou, took a deep breath and lamented in his heart. It looks like I shouldn't underestimate the world. Bang! An explosion occurred in front of Gabriel. His expression turned ugly. A spiritual herb he just made exploded and turned into scraps. Fortunately, it was just a spiritual herb and not everything. Damn it, he cursed in his heart. He stared at Wang Teng jealously. He knew from his family that Wang Teng possessed 3 divine flames, but when he saw this scene personally, the jealousy in his heart still rose uncontrollably. He wished he could rush over and snatch them from Wang Teng. At the same time, the talents from the blacksmith families and 4 chef families looked at Wang Teng with different thoughts. The family heads of the core families were attracted by Wang Teng too. They stared at Wang Teng in astonishment. This brat. Lepan took a deep breath. He was astounded. As a saint-level martial warrior and the family head of a core family in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters, he had seen and experienced many things. Yet he was astounded today. This was unbelievable. Suddenly his attitude towards Wang Teng and Lei An's relationship took a 180-degree turn. This son-in-law, he really wanted him. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.